Section 68 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 2, Chapter 33. Where Next? The Maroon, after mounting to the summit of the cliff, paused for some moments to reflect upon a course of action. In his bosom were many new emotions, springing from the strange revelations to which he had just listened. His mind was in such a state of chaotic confusion that it required some time to determine what he ought to do next, or whither he should go. The thought that thrilled him most was that which related to the discovery of his maternal relationship to Miss Vaughan. But this matter, however strange it was, required no immediate action to be taken on his part, and though the semi-fraternal affection now felt for the first time strengthened the romantic friendship with which he had conceived for the young lady, whom he had now seen several times, still, from what he had overheard of the scheme of the conspirators, his new-discovered sister did not appear to be in any danger, at least not just then, though some horrid hints darkly thrown out by Chakra pointed to a probable peril at some future time. That her father was in danger, Kubina could not doubt. Some demoniac plot had been prepared for the Custos, which had to deprive him even of life, and from what the Maroon could make out of the half-heard conversation of the conspirators, action was to be taken upon it, so early as the following morning. Mr. Vaughan intended a journey. Yola had herself told him so, and the confabulation between Jessaron and Chakra confirmed it. Cynthia had been their informant, and it was evident that upon that very night she had brought the news from Mount Welcome. Evident also that the piece of intelligence thus conveyed had taken both the conspirators by surprise, causing them to hasten the denouement of some devilish plan that before that night had not been quite ripe for execution. All this was clear enough to the mind of the Maroon. Equally clear was it that the plan was no other than an atrocious plot to murder the proprietor of Mount Welcome, and that poison was the safe, silent weapon to be used, for Kubina was not unacquainted with the signification of the death spell of Obeah. Before that night, he had reason to believe that his own father had fallen by that secret shaft, and reason to suspect that Chakra had shot it. What he had just heard confirmed his belief, and but that he saw the necessity of hastening to the rescue of the threatened Custos, and knew, moreover, that he could now find Chakra at any time, he would in all probability have avenged his father's death before leaving the Duppy's Hole. The young Maroon, however, was a man of mild character, combining prudence with an extreme sang-froid, that hindered him from bringing any event to a hasty or ambiguous ending, though leaving Chakra for the time, he had determined soon to return to him. The resurrection of the Mile Man, though it at first very naturally astonished him, had soon ceased to be a mystery to the mind of the Maroon. In fact, the presence of the Jew had at once explained the whole thing. Kubina conjectured, and correctly, that Jessaron had released the condemned criminal from his chains and substituted the body of some dead Negro, afterwards to become the representative of Chakra's skeleton. For this the Jew, well known for wickedness, might have many motives. The Maroon did not stay to speculate upon them. His thoughts were directed to the present and future rather than the past, to the rescue of the Custos, over whom a fearful fate seemed to impend. it not be denied that Kubina felt a certain friendship for the planter of Mount Welcome. Heretofore it had not been of a very ardent character, but the relations lately established between him and the Custos, in prospect of the process to be taken against their common enemy, the pen keeper, had of course occasioned a fellow feeling between them. The revelations of that night had strengthened the interest which the Maroon had begun to feel for Mr. Vaughan, and it is not to be wondered at that he now felt an honest desire to save the father of her, whom he was henceforth to regard as his own sister. To this end, then, were his thoughts directed. He stayed not long to speculate upon the motives either of Chakra or Jessaron. Those of the Mile Man he could guess to a certainty. Revenge for the sentence that exposed him to that fearful fate on the Jumba Rock. The motives of the Jew were less transparent. His deepest did not appear in the confabulation Kubina had overheard. Even Chakra did not know it. It might be fear of the approaching trial, which by some means the Jew had become apprised of. But no, on reflection Kubina saw it could not be that, for the conversation of the conspirators betrayed that their plot had been anterior to any information which the Jew could have had of the design of the Custos. It could not be that. No matter what, Mr. Vaughan, the father of the generous young lady, she who had promised to make him a present of his beloved bride, and who now provided to be his own stepsister, her father was in danger. Not a moment was to be lost. With regard to motives, measures must be taken to avert that danger and punish the miscreants who designed it. For some minutes Kubina remained on the spot, reflecting upon what step should be first taken. Should he go direct to Mount Welcome and warn the Custos by reporting to him what he had heard? That was the first idea that presented itself to his mind. But at that hour Mr. Vaughan would be abed, and he, a Maroon, might not be admitted, unless indeed he could show, by pleading the urgency of his errand, good cause for arousing the Custos from his slumber. This, undoubtedly, would he have done, had he known that the scheme of the conspirators had been definitely arranged. But, as already stated, he had not heard Chakra's concluding speech, referring to Cynthia and the bottle of strong medicine, and all the rest only pointed vaguely at some measures to be taken for frustrating the expedition to Spanish Town. It would be time enough, thought he, to meet these measures by going to Mount Welcome in the morning. He could get there before Mr. Vaughan should start upon his journey. He could go at any early hour, but one when his appearance would not give cause for any unnecessary remark. It did not occur to him to reflect that the time of the traveller's departure from Mount Welcome, of which Kubina had not been apprised, might be anterior to that of his arrival there. The Maroon, thinking that the great Custos was not likely to inconvenience himself by early rising, had no apprehension of missing him by being himself too late. With this confidence, then, he resolved to postpone his visit to Mount Welcome until some hour after daybreak, and in the meantime to carry out the preliminaries of a program referring to a very different affair, and which had been traced out the day before. The first scene in this program was to be a meeting with Herbert Vaughan. It had been appointed to take place between them on the following morning, and on the same spot where the two young men had first encountered one another, in the glade under the great ceiba. The interview was of Herbert's own seeking, for, although neither had seen the other since the day on which the runaway had been rescued, some items of intelligence had passed between them, Quaco acting as the medium of their correspondence. Herbert had an object in seeking the interview. He desired a conference with Kubina, in hopes of obtaining from him an explanation of more than one circumstance that had lately arisen to puzzle and perplex him. His patron's suspicious story about the red runaway was one of these circumstances. Herbert had heard from Quaco that the slave was still staying with the Maroons in their mountain town, and had been adopted into their little community, in fact, had himself become a Maroon. This did not correspond with the account given by Jessaron. Of course, Quaco could not state the reasons. The secrecy enjoined by the custos kept Kubina's tongue tied upon that theme, and his own men knew nothing of the design which their captain had conceived against the Jew. This was not the only matter which mystified the young Englishman, and which he was in hopes of having cleared up by Kubina. His own position at the pen, of late developing itself in a manner to surprise and startle him, also needed elucidation. There was no one near of whom he could ask a question in regard to it, and never in his life did he stand more in need of a confidant. In this dilemma he had thought of his old acquaintance, the Maroon captain. The intelligent mulatta appeared to be the very man. Herbert remembered the promise made at parting, his own conditional acceptance of it, which now appeared prophetic, since the contingency then expressed had come to pass. He had need to avail himself of the friendly proffer, and for that purpose he had made the appointment under the ceiba. Equally desirous was the Maroon to meet with the young Englishman. He had preserved a grateful recollection of his generous interference in what appeared a very unequal combat, and so far from having lost sight of his noble ally, he had been keeping him in mind, after a fashion that was calculated to show the deep gratitude with which Herbert's conduct had inspired him. He longed for an opportunity of giving renewed expression to his gratitude, but he had other reasons for wishing to see the young Englishman just then, and the meeting with. Yola, on that same night, had an object somewhat different from the mere repetition of love vows, already pronounced over and over again upon a score of distinct occasions. Now that the night had nearly passed and that the morning was nigh, the Maroon, instead of returning to his mountain home, decided on going back to the glen and spending the few hours of interval under the shadow of the ceiba. Indeed, the time would not allow of his returning home. A little after sunrise was the appointed time for the meeting with Herbert Vaughan. Before that hour should arrive, he could scarce reach his own town and get back again. The thing, therefore, was not to be thought of. To sleep under a tree or on one was no new thing for Kubina. It would never occur to him to consider such a couch as inconvenient. In his hog-hunting excursions, often continuing for days and even weeks, he was accustomed to repose upon the cold ground, upon the swirl of withered leaves, upon the naked rock, anywhere. Not much did it matter to a Maroon to be sheltered by a roof, not much, whether a tree shadowed his slumbers, or whether on his grassy couch she saw shining over him the starry canopy of the sky. These were but the circumstances of his everyday life. Having come to the conclusion that his best plan would be to pass the remaining hours of the night under the ceiba, he made no further delay by the Duppy's hole, but turning into the path that led down the slope, he proceeded back towards the glade. He moved down the mountain road slowly, and with some degree of circumspection. He went slowly because there was no need for haste. It would be several hours before the young Englishman should be abroad. But, as already stated, a little after sunrise was the time agreed upon through the messenger Quaco. There was no particular reason for Kubina's being in a hurry to get to the glade, unless he wished to have more time for his nap under the tree. For sleep, however, he had not but little relish just then. Wild thoughts, consequent on the strange disclosures he had listened to, were passing through his mind. and these were sufficient to deprive him even of the power of sleep. He moved onward with circumspection from a different motive. He knew that Jessaron, in returning to his pen, must have taken the same path. Should the latter be loitering, since he had only started but a few minutes before, Kubina might overtake him, and he had no wish to see any more of the Jew for that night, or, at all events, to be himself seen by the latter. To avoid all chance of an encounter, he stopped at intervals and reconnoitered the wood ahead of him. He arrived in the glade without seeing either Jew, Christian, or living being of any kind. The pen-keeper had passed through a good while before. Kubina could tell this by an observation which he made on coming out into the open ground. A mock-bird, perched on a low tree that stood directly by the path, was singing with all its might. The Maroon had heard its melody long before entering the glade. Had anyone passed recently, the bird would have forsaken its perch, as it did on the approach of Kubina himself. On reaching the rendezvous, his first concern was to kindle a fire. Sleep in a wet shirt was not to be thought of, and every stitch upon his body had been soaked in swimming the lagoon. Otherwise, it would not have mattered about a fire. He had nothing to cook upon it, nor was he hungry, having already eaten his supper. Kindled by a woodman's skill, a fire soon blazed up, and the hunter stood erect beside it, turning himself at intervals to dry his garments, still dripping with water. He was soon smoking all over like freshly slaked lime, and, in order to pass the time more pleasantly, he commenced smoking in another sense, the nicotian, his pipe and tobacco pouch affording him an opportunity for this indulgence. Possibly the nicotine may have stimulated his reflective powers, for he had not taken more than a dozen puffs at his pipe, when a sudden and somewhat uneasy movement seemed to say that some new reflection had occurred to him. Simultaneous with the movement, a muttered soliloquy escaped from his lips. "Crambo!" exclaimed he, giving utterance to his favorite shilabeth. "Say he should come an hour after sunrise. At least another we should be in getting to Mount Welcome. Por Dios! It may be too late then. Who knows what time the custos may fancy to set out?" He added after a pause, "I did not think of that. How stupid of me not to have asked Yola." "Crambo!" he again exclaimed, after another interval passed in silent reflection. "It won't do to leave things to chance, where a man's life is in danger. Who knows what scheme these John Crows have contrived? I couldn't hear the whole of their palaver. If Master Vaughan was only here, we might go to Mount Welcome at once. Whatever quarrel he may have with the uncle, he won't wish to let him be murdered. No likelihood of that. Besides, the young fellow's interference in this matter, if I mistake not, would be likely to make all right between them. I'd like that, both for his sake and hers. Ah, hers especially, after what Yola's told me. Santa Virgen! Wouldn't that be a disappointment to the old dog of a Jew? Never mind, I'll put a spark in his powder before he's many days older. The young Englishman must know all. I'll tell him all, and after that, if he consents to become the son-in-law of Jacob Jessaron, he would deserve a dog's— Bah, it cannot be. I won't believe it till he tells me so himself, and then— Por Dios! exclaimed he, suddenly interrupting the above train of reflections and passing to another. It won't do for me to stay here till he comes. 2 hours after sunrise, and the custos might be cold. I'll go down to the Jew's pen at once, and hang about till I see young Vaughan. He'll be stirring about daybreak, and that'll save an hour, anyhow. A word with him, and we can soon cross to Mount Welcome." In obedience to the thought, and without staying to complete the drying of his habiliments, the Maroon stepped out from the glade, and turning into the track, little used, that led towards the Happy Valley, proceeded in that direction. End of section 68. Section 69 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 2, Chapter 34. A Dark Compact. On closing so abruptly the stormy dialogue with his daughter, Jessaron proceeded to his own sleeping apartment, like the others, opening upon the veranda. Before entering the room, he glanced along the gallery towards the suspended hammock. In that hammock slept Herbert Vaughan. His long sea voyage had accustomed him to the use of a swing couch, even to a liking for it, and as the night was warm, he had preferred the hammock to his bed in the contiguous chamber. Jessaron had a fear that the angry conversation might have been overheard by the occupant of the hammock, for in the excitement of temper, neither he nor Judith had observed the precaution of speaking low. The hammock hung motionless, oscillating scarcely an inch, and this only under the influence of the night breeze that blew gently along the veranda. Its occupant appeared to be in the middle of a profound slumber. Satisfied of this, the Jew returned to his own chamber. There was no light, and on entering he sat down in the darkness. The moon shining in through the window gave him light enough to discover a chair, and into that he had flung himself instead of seeking his couch. For a time he displayed no intention either of undressing or betaking himself to bed, but remained in the high-backed chair in which he had seated himself, buried in some reflection, silent as profound. We are permitted to know his thoughts. "So help me, she'll marry him," was that which came uppermost. "She will, so help me," continued he, repeating the reflection in an altered form. "Spite of all I can say or do to prevent her, she is a very defile when raised, and she'll have her own way, she will. Ach, what is to be done? What is to be done?" Here a pause occurred in the reflections, while the Jew with puzzled brain was groping for an answer to his mental interrogatory. "It is of no use," he continued after a time, the expression on his face showing that he had not yet received a definite reply. "It's no use to oppose her. She'd run away with this young man, to a certainty. I might lock her up, but that is no good. She'd contrive to escape sometime. I couldn't always keep her under lock and key. No, it is impossible. And if she marries him without the moneys, without the great sugar estate, bless me, that is ruin. It must not be. If she marries him, she mustn't marry Mount Welcome. She mustn't. But how is it to be? How is she to be made their heir?" Again the Jew appeared to puzzle his brains for an answer to this last interrogatory. "Ah!" he exclaimed aloud, at the time starting from his chair, as if the solution had discovered itself. I hash it! The Spaniards! I hash it!" "Yes," he continued, striking the ferrule of his umbrella against the floor. "These are the very fellows for the job, worth a score of Chakra's spells, and his bottles to boot. There is no fear that their medicine will fail. So help me, no. Now, as I think of it," continued he, "that is the plan, the very best. There is no other safe and sure like that is. Ha! Custos, you shan't escape yet. Ha! Shooteth, mine girl, you ish welcome to your way. You shall have the young man after all." On giving utterance to these ambiguous speeches, the Jew dropped back into his chair and sat for some minutes in silent but earnest meditation. The matter of his meditation may be known by the act that followed. "There isn't an hour to be lost," muttered he, starting to his feet and hurriedly making for the door. "No, not as much as a minute. I must see them now. The Custos is to start at sunrise. The wench has said it. They'll just have time to get upon his track. So help me," he added, opening the door and glancing up at the sky. "As I live, it is most sunrise now." Sticking his beaver firmly upon his head and taking a fresh clutch of the everlasting umbrella, he rushed rapidly out of the veranda, crossed the courtyard, repassed the porter at his own gate, and then, traversing the little enclosure outside, stood in the open fields. He did not stand long, only to look around him and see that the ground was clear of stragglers. Satisfied on this head, he proceeded onward. At the distance of some 300 or 400 yards from the outside stockade stood a detached cabin, more than half hidden among the trees. Towards this he directed his steps. 5 minutes sufficed for him to reach it, and on arriving at the door he knocked upon it with the butt of his umbrella. "Quien es?" spoke a voice from within. "It is me, Manuel, me, Checheron," replied the Jew. "It's the dueño, master," was heard muttering one of the Spaniards to the other, for the cabin was the dwelling of these notable negro hunters. "Carajo! What does the old ladron want at this hour?" interrogated the first speaker in his own tongue, which he knew was not understood by the Jew. "Maldito!" added he, in a grumbling voice. "It's not very pleasant to be waked up in this fashion. Besides, I was dreaming of that yellow skin that killed my dogs. I thought I had my machete up to the hilt in his carcass. What a pity I was only dreaming it." "Ta-ta!" interrupted the other. "Be silent, Andre. The old ganadero is impatient. Vamos, I'm coming, Señor Don Jacob." "Make haste, then," answered the Jew from without. "I hash important business with both of you." At this moment the door opened, and he who answered to the name of Manuel appeared in the doorway. Without waiting for an invitation, Jesseron stepped inside the cabin. "Does your business require a candle, señor?" inquired the Spaniard. "No, no," answered the Jew quickly and impressively, as if to prevent the striking of a light. "It is only talk. We can do it in the darkness." And darkness, black and profound, was most appropriate to the conversation that followed. Its theme was murder, the murder of Loftus Vaughan. The plan proposed was for the two Spaniards, fit instruments for such purpose, to waylay the Custos upon the road, in some dark defile of the forest, anywhere, it mattered not, so long as it was on this side of the Spanish town. 50 pounds apiece, good island currency, was the reward promised, offered, and accepted. Jesseron instructed his brace of entrepreneurs in all the details of the plan. He had learned from Cynthia that the Custos intended to take the southern road, calling at Savannah-la-Mer. It was a roundabout way to the capital, but Jesseron had his suspicions why that route had been chosen. He knew that Savannah was the assize town of Cornwall, and the Custos might have business there relating to himself, Prince Singes, and his 24 mandingos. It was not necessary to instruct the Caçadores in these multifarious matters. There was no time to spend on any other than the details of their murderous plan. and these were made known to them with the rapidity of rapine itself. In less than 20 minutes from the time he had entered the cabin, the Jew issued out again, and walked back with joyous mien and agile step towards his dark dwelling. End of section 69.
Section 70 of the Maroon. This is a LibRox recording. All LibVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librox.org. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Stalking the Sleeper. Cubina, on arriving near the precincts of the pen, moved forward with increased caution. He knew that the pen-keeper was accustomed to keep dogs and night-watchers around his enclosure, not only to prevent the cattle and other quadruples from straying, but also the black bipeds that filled his barracoons. The Maroon was conscious, moreover, that his own attitude towards the slave merchant was, at this time, one of extreme hostility. His refusal to restore the runway had been a declaration of open war between them, and the steps he had since taken in conjunction with the Custos, which he now knew to be no longer a secret to the slave-stealer, could not otherwise than render him an object of the Jew's most bitter hatred. Knowing all this, he felt the necessity of caution in approaching the place, for should the pen-keeper's people find him prowling about the premises, they would be certain to capture him if they could, and carry him before Jacob Jessurin, J.P., where he might expect to be treated to a little justice's justice. With this prospect before him, in the event of being detected, he approached the Jew's dwelling as cautiously as if he had been a burglar about to break into it. It was towards the back of the house that he was advancing from the fields, or rather the side of it, opposite to that on which lay the cattle and slave enclosures. He had made a short circuit to approach by this side, conjecturing that the others would be more likely to be guarded by the slave and cattle watchers. The fields, half returned to the condition of a forest, rendered it easy to advance under cover. A thick second growth of logwood, breadnut, and calabash trees covered the ground, and nearer the walls the old garden, now ruined, still displayed a profusion of fruit trees growing in wild luxuriance, such as guavas, mangoes, pawpaws, orange and lemon, sops, custard apples, the ackee, and avocado pear. Here and there a cocoa palm raised its toothed crown far above the topmost spray of the humbler fruit trees, its long feathery fronds gently oscillating under the silent zephyrs of the night. On getting within about 100 yards of the house, Cubina formed the intention not to go any nearer just then. The plan he had traced out was to station himself in some position where he could command a view of the veranda, or as much of it as it was possible to see from one place. There he would remain until daybreak. His conjecture was that Hubert Bond would make his appearance as soon as the day broke, and this was all the more probable on account of his engagement with the Maroon himself. The protégé of Jessurin would show himself in the veranda on leaving his chamber. He could not do otherwise, since all the sleeping rooms, and Cubina knew this, opened outward upon the gallery. Once seen, a signal by some means by Cubina, showing himself outside, or calling the young Englishman by name, would bring about the desired interview and hasten the execution of the project which the Maroon had conceived. A slight elevation of the ground, caused by the crumbling ruins of an old wall, furnished the vedette station desired, and the Maroon, mounted upon this, took his stand to watch the veranda. He could see the long gallery from end to end on two sides of the dwelling, and he knew that it extended no farther. Though the house glistened under a clear moonlight, the veranda itself was in shade, as was also the courtyard in front, the old grey pile projecting its sombre shadow beyond the walls that surrounded it. At the end, however, the moonbeams, slanting diagonally from the sky, poured their light upon the floor of the veranda, there duplicating the strong bar-like railing with which the gallery was enclosed. The Maroon had not been many minutes upon the stand he had taken, when an object in the veranda arrested his attention. As his eye became more accustomed to the shadowy darkness inside, he was able to make out something that resembled a hammock, suspended crosswise, and at some height above the balustrade of the veranda. It was near that end where the moonlight fell upon the floor. As the moon continued to sink lower in the sky, her beams were flung farther along the gallery, and the object which had attracted the attention of Cubina came more into the light. It was a hammock, and evidently occupied. The taut cordage told that someone was inside it. If it should be the young Englishman himself, was the conjectural reflection of Cubina. If so, it might be possible to communicate with him at once, and save the necessity of waiting till daybreak. How was the Maroon to be satisfied that it was he? It might be someone else. It might be Ravener, the overseer, and Cubina desired no conversation with him. What step could he take to solve this uncertainty? As the Maroon was casting about for some scheme that would enable him to discover who was the occupant of the hammock, he noticed that the moonbeams had now crept nearly up to it, and in a few minutes more would be shining full upon it. He could already perceive, though very dimly, the face and part of the form of the sleeper inside. Could he only get to some elevated position a little nearer to the house, he might be able to make out who it was. He scanned the ground with a quick glance. A position sufficiently elevated presented itself, but one not so easy to be reached. A cocoa-nut palm stood near the wall, whose crest of radiating fronds overlooked the veranda, drooping towards it. Could he but reach this tree unobserved, and climb up to its crown, he might command a close view of him who slept in the swinging couch. A second sufficed to determine him, and, crawling silently forward, he clasped the stem of the cocoa tree and swarmed upward. The feat was nothing to Cubina, who could climb like a squirrel. On reaching the summit of the palm, he placed himself in the center of its leafy crown, where he had the veranda directly under his eyes, and so near that he could almost have sprung into it. The hammock was within 10 feet of him, in a downward direction. He could have pitched his tobacco pipe upon the face of the sleeper. The moonlight was now full upon it. It was the face of Hubert Vaughan. Quibina recognized it at the first glance, and he was reflecting how he could awake the young Englishman without causing an alarm, when he heard a door turn upon its hinges. The sound came up from the courtyard, and on looking in that direction, Quibina saw that the gate leading out to the cattle enclosure was in the act of being opened. Presently, a man passed through, entering from the outside, and the gate, by some other person unseen, was closed behind him. He who had entered walked directly towards the dwelling, and, mounting the steps, made his way into the veranda. While crossing the courtyard, the moonlight, for a moment, fell upon his face, discovering to Quibina the sinister countenance of the Jew. I must have passed him on the path, reflected the Maroon. But no, that couldn't be, he added, correcting himself. I saw his return track in the mud hole just by. He must have got here before me. Like enough, he's been back and out again on some other dark business. Crambo, it's true enough what I've heard say of him, that he hardly ever goes to sleep. Our people have met him in the woods at all hours of the night. I can understand it now that I know the partner he's got up there. For Dios, to think of Chakra being still alive. The Maroon paused in his reflections, and kept his eyes sharply bent upon the shadowy form that, like a spirit of darkness, was silently flitting through the corridor. He was in hopes that the Jew would soon retire to his chamber. So long as the latter remained outside, there was not the slightest chance for Quibina to communicate with the occupant of the hammock without being observed. Worse than that, the Maroon was now in danger of being himself seen. Exposed as he was upon the Quaco, with nothing to shelter him from observation but its few straggling fronds, he ran every risk of his presence being detected. It was just a question of whether the Jew might have occasion to look upwards. If so, he could scarce fail to perceive the dark silhouette of a man, outlined as it was against the light blue of the sky. That would be a discovery of which Quibina dreaded the consequences, and with reason. It might not only frustrate the intended interview with the young Englishman, but might end in his own capture and detection, the last a contingency especially to be avoided. Under this apprehension, the Maroon stirred neither hand nor foot, but kept himself silent and rigid. In this attitude of immobility, he looked like some statue, placed in a sedentary posture upon the summit of a Corinthian column, the crushed crocus represented by the fronds of the palm tree. End of section 70.
Section 71 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 2, Chapter 36. A Mission for the Manhunters. Quibina for some time preserved his constrained position. He dared not derange it. Since the Jew still stayed in the shadowy corridor, sometimes moving about, but more generally standing at the head of the wooden stairway and looking across the courtyard towards the gate through which he had come in. It seemed as if he was expecting someone to enter after him. This conjecture of Kubina's proved correct. The great gate was heard once more turning on its hinges, and after a word or two spoken by the black porter outside, and answered by a voice of different tone, 2 men were seen stepping inside the court. As they passed under the moonlight, Kubina recognized them. Their lithe, supple forms, and swarthy angular lineaments enabled him to identify the Cuban Caçadores. They walked straight up to the stairway, at the bottom of which they stopped. The Jew, on seeing them inside the gate, had gone back into a room that opened upon the veranda. He was gone but for an instant, and coming out again, he returned to the top of the stairway. One of the Spaniards, stepping up, reached out, and received something from his hand. What it was, Kubina could not have told, but for the words of the Jew that accompanied the action. "There's the flask," said he. "It is the best brandy in Jamaica. And now," he continued in an accent of earnest appeal, "my good fellows, you hasn't a minute to spare. Remember the big moneys you're to gain, and don't let this runaway escape." "No fear about that, Señor Don Jacob," replied he who received the flask. "Carrai, he'll have long legs to get out of our way, once we're well on the trail of him." And without further dialogue or delay, the Caçador descended the stair, rejoined his comrade, and both hurriedly recrossing the courtyard, disappeared through the door by which they had entered. "An expedition after some poor slave," muttered Kubina to himself. "I hope the scoundrels won't catch him, anyhow, and I pity him if they do. After all, they're no great hands at the business, spite of their braggadocio." With this professional reflection, the Maroon once more bent his eyes upon the form that remained in the shadow of the veranda. "Surely," conjectured he, "the old John Crow will now go to his roost? Or has he more of the like business on hand? Till he's out of that, I can't make a move. I dursn't stir, not for the life of me." To the joy of Kubina, the Jew at that moment stepped back into his chamber, the door of which had been left standing open. "Good!" mentally ejaculated the Maroon. "I hope he'll stay in his hole, now that he's in it. I don't want to see any more of him this night. Crumbo!" As the exclamation indicated, the congratulatory speech was cut short by the reappearance of the Jew, not in his blue body coat, as before, but wrapped in a sort of gabardine, or ample dressing gown, the skirts of which fell down to his feet. His hat had been removed, though the skull cap, of dirty whitish hue, still clung around his temples, for it was never doffed. To the consternation of Kubina, he came out, dragging a chair after him, as if he meant to place it in the veranda and take a seat upon it. And this was precisely his intention, for, after drawing the chair, a high-backed one, out into the middle of the gallery, he planted it firmly upon the floor and then dropped down into it. The moment after, Kubina saw sparks, accompanied by a sound that indicated the concussion of flint and steel. The Jew was striking a light! For what purpose? The smell of burning tobacco borne along the gallery and ascending to Kubina's nostrils upon the summit of the palm answered that question. A red coal could be seen gleaming between the nose and chin of the Israelite. He was smoking a cigar! Kubina saw this with chagrin. How long would the operation last? Half an hour perhaps? Aye, maybe till daybreak, now not very distant. The situation had changed for the worse. The Maroon could not make the slightest move towards the awakening of Herbert. He dared not shift his own position, lest his presence should be betrayed to the Jew. He dared not stir upon the tree, much less come down from it. He saw that he was in a fix, but there was no help for it. He must wait till the Jew had finished his cigar, though there was no certainty that even that would bring the seance to a termination. Summoning all the patience he could command, he kept his perch, silent and motionless, though anxious and suffering from chagrin. For a long hour at least did he continue in this desperate dilemma, until his limbs ached underneath him, and his composure was well nigh exhausted. Still the Jew stuck to his chair as if glued to the seat, silent and motionless as Kubina himself. The latter fancied that not only a first cigar, but a second, and perhaps a third, had been lighted and smoked, but in the sombre shadow in which the smoker sat, he could not be certain how many. More than one, however, from the time spent in the operation, for during the full period of an hour a red coal could be seen glowing at the tip of that aquiline proboscis. Kubina now perceived what troubled him exceedingly, the blue dawn breaking over the tops of the trees. By slightly turning his head, he could see the golden gleam of sunlight tinting the summit of the Jumbe rock. Crumbo! What was to be done? So ran his reflections. If he stayed there much longer, he might be sure of being discovered. The slaves would soon be starting to their work. The overseer and drivers would soon be out and about. One or other could not fail to see him upon the tree. He would be lucky now to escape himself, without thinking any longer of the hammock or him who slept within its tight-drawn meshes. While considering how he might slip unperceived from the tree, he glanced once more towards the occupant of the chair. The gradually brightening dawn, which had been filling him with apprehension, now favoured him. It enabled him to perceive that the Jew was asleep. With his head thrown back against the sloping upholstery, Jesseron had at last surrendered to the powerful divinity of dreams. His goggles were off, and Kubina could see that the wrinkled lids were closed over his sunken orbs. Undoubtedly he was asleep. His whole attitude confirmed it. His legs lay loosely over the front of the chair, his arms hung down at the sides, and the blue umbrella rested upon the floor at his feet. This last evidence of somnolency was not even counterbalanced by the stump of a cigar, burnt close and still sticking between his teeth. End of Volume 2. End of Section 71.
Section 72 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. A startling summons. On the part of Kubina, it was now a struggle between prudence and a desire to carry out his original program, whether he should not go off alone or still try to communicate with the sleeper in the hammock. In the former case, he could return to the glade and there await the coming of Herbert Vaughan, as at first fixed. But by so doing, at least 2 hours would be lost, and even then would the young Englishman be punctual to his appointment. Even against his inclination, something might occur to cause delay, a thing all the more probable considering the circumstances that surrounded him, considering the irregularity of events in the domicile where he dwelt. But even a delay of 2 hours, in that interval, Loftus Vaughan might have ceased to live. These thoughts coursed quickly through the mind of the Maroon, accustomed as it was to perceptions almost intuitive. He saw that he must either go by himself to Mount Welcome or awake the sleeper at once. Perhaps he would have decided on the former course, but that he had other motives for an interview with Herbert Vaughan, almost as immediate in their necessity as that which related to the safety of the Custos. He had as yet no reason to believe that the peril in which the planters stood was so proximate as it really was, for it never occurred to him that the departure of the two Spaniards had any other object than that which related to their calling, the capture of some runaway slave. Had he suspected the design of the two ruffians, had he known the mission of murder on which the slave merchant had dispatched them, he would scarce have stayed for aught else than to have provided the means of intercepting their design. In the dark about all this, he did not believe there was such necessity for extreme haste, though he knew something was on foot against the custos which would not allow of much loss of time. At that moment the occupant of the hammock turned over with a yawn. "He's going to awake," thought Cobbina. "Now is my time." To the disappointment of the Maroon, the limbs of the speaker again became relaxed, and he returned to a slumber profound as before. "What a pity," murmured the Maroon. "If I could only speak a word! But no, yonder John Crow is more like to hear it than he. I shall throw something down into the hammock. Maybe that will awake him." Cobbina drew out his tobacco pipe. It was the only thing he could think of at the moment, and guiding his arm with a good aim, he pitched it into the hammock. It fell upon the breast of the sleeper. It was too light. It awoke him not. Crombo! He sleeps like an owl at noontide. What can I do to make him feel me? If I throw down my machete, I shall lose the weapon, and who knows, I may not need it before I'm out of this scrape. Ha! One of these coconuts will do. That, I dare say, will be heavy enough to startle him." Saying this, the Maroon bent forward, and extending his arm through the fronds beneath him, detached one of the gigantic nuts from the tree. Poising it for a moment to secure the proper direction, he flung the ponderous fruit upon the breast of Herbert. Fortunately, the sides of the hammock hindered it from falling upon the floor, else the concussion might also have awakened the sleeper in the chair. With a start the young Englishman awoke, at the same time raising himself upon his elbow. Herbert Vaughan was not one of the exclamatory kind, or he might have cried out. He did not, however, though the sight of the huge brown pericarp lying between his legs caused him considerable surprise. "Where in the name of Ceres and Pomona did you rain down from?" muttered he, at the same time turning his eyes up for an answer to his classical interrogatory. In the grey light he perceived the palm, its tall column rising majestically above him. He knew the tree well, every inch of its outlines, but the dark silhouette on its top, the form of a human being couchant and crouching, that was strange to him. The light, however, was now sufficiently strong to enable him to distinguish not only the form, but the face and features of this ci devant entertainer under the greenwood tree, the Maroon captain, Cobbina. Before he could say a word to express his astonishment, a gesture followed by a muttered speech from the Maroon enjoined him to silence. "Hush! Not a word, Master Vaughan," spoke the latter, in a half whisper, at the same time that he glanced significantly along the corridor. "Slip out of your hammock, get your hat, and follow me into the forest. I have news for you. Important. Life and death. Steal out, and for your life, don't let him see you." "Who?" inquired Herbert, also speaking in a whisper. "Look yonder," said the Maroon, pointing to the sleeper in the chair. "All right. Well?" "Meet me in the glade. Come at once, not a minute to be lost. Those who should be dear to you are in danger." "I shall come," said Herbert, making a motion to extricate himself from the hammock. "Enough, I must be done. You will find me under the cotton tree." As he said this, the Maroon forsook his seat, so long and irksomely preserved, and sliding down the slender trunk of the palm, like a sailor descending the mainstay of his ship, he struck off at a trot, and soon disappeared amid the second growth of the old sugar plantation. Herbert Vaughan was not slow to follow upon his track. Some disclosures of recent occurrence, so recent as the day preceding, had prepared him for a somewhat bizarre finale to the fine life he had of late been leading, and he looked to the Maroon for enlightenment. But that strange speech of Kubina stimulated him more than all. "Those who should be dear to you are in danger." There was but one being in the world entitled to this description, Kate Vaughan. Could it be she? Herbert stayed not to reflect. His hat and cloak hung in the chamber close by, and in 2 seconds of time both were upon him. Another second sufficed to give him possession of his gun. He was too active, too reckless, to care for a stairway at that moment, or at that height from the ground, too prudent to descend by that which there was in front, though guarded only by a sleeper. Laying his leg over the balustrade, he leaped to the earth below, and following the path taken by the Maroon, like him, was soon lost among the second growth of the runate garden. End of section 72. Section 73 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Blue Dick. In making his hurried departure from the Happy Valley, Herbert Vaughan narrowly escaped observation. A delay of 10 minutes longer would have led to his design being interrupted, or at all events to his being questioned as to the object of his early excursion, and in all probability followed and watched. He had scarce passed out of sight of the pen when he heard the jangling tones of the swing bell, harshly reverberating upon the still air of the morning. The sounds did not startle him. He knew it was not an alarm, only the plantation bell, summoning the slaves to enter upon their daily toil. Knowing that it must have awakened the sleeper in the chair, he congratulated himself on his good luck at getting away before the signal had been sounded, at the same time that it caused him to quicken his steps towards the rendezvous given by the Maroon. Kubina, though, from a greater distance, had also heard the bell, and had in a similar manner interpreted the signal, though with a greater degree of uneasiness as to the effect it might have produced. He, too, had conjectured that the sounds must have awakened the sleeper in the chair. Both had reasoned correctly. At the first ding-dong of the bell, the Jew had been startled from his cat-like slumber, and rising erect in his seat, he glanced uneasily around him. "Bless my soul!" he exclaimed, spitting out the bit of burnt cigar that clung adheringly to his lips. "It is broad daylight. I must have been asleep more as 2 hours. Ach! These are times for a man to keep awake. The custos should be on the road by this. And if these Spanish hunters do their business as cleverly as they hash promised, he'll sleep sound this night as ever he has done before. Bless my soul!" he again exclaimed, with an accent that betokened a change in the tenor of his thoughts. "Suppose they make bungle in the business? Suppose they should get caught in the act? Huh! What would be the result of that? There is danger. Strike me dead if there isn't. Bless me! I never thought of it," continued he after some moments spent in reflection of an apparently anxious kind. "They might turn kingish evidence and implicate me, a justice, to save themselves. They'd be likely to do as much as that. Yes, and even if they don't get taken in the act, still there is danger. That Manuel has a tongue as long as his machete. He's a prattling fool. I must take care to get him out of the island, both of them, as soon as I can." In his apprehensions, the Jew no longer included Chakra, for he was now under the belief that the dark deed would be accomplished by the Spanish assassins, and that to steal, not poison, would the custos yield up his life. Even should Cynthia have succeeded in administering the deadly dose, a probability on which he no longer needed to rely, even should the custos succumb to poison, the mild man was not to be feared. There was no danger of such a confederate declaring himself. As for Cynthia, the Jew had never dealt directly with her, and therefore she was without power to implicate him in the hellish contract. "I must take some steps," said he, rising from his chair and making a feint towards retiring to his chamber, as if to adjust his dress. "What is best to be done? Let me think," he added, pausing near the door and standing in an attitude of reflection. Yes, that's it. I must send a messenger to Mount Welcome. Someone can go on an excuse of business. It'll look strange, since we're such bad neighbors of late. No matter for that. The custos is gone, I hope, and Raffiner can send the messenger to Mr. Trusty. That will bring us news. Here, Raffiner," continued he, calling to his overseer, who, cart whip in hand, was moving through the court below. "I want ye, Mr. Raffiner." Raffiner, uttering a grunt to signify that he had heard the summons, stepped up to the stairway of the veranda and stood silently waiting to know for what he was wanted. "Has you any business about which you could send a messenger to Mr. Trusty, to Mount Welcome, I mean?" There's business aplenty for that. Them consarned hogs of the custos has got into our corn patch up the valley, and played pitch and toss with the young plants. Ye must get damages for it." That is right. "Humph! You won't say it's right when you've seen the mess they've made. We'll have a sorry show at crop time, I tell ye." "Never mind that. We'll have an action. I shall not let it pass. But just now, I hash other business on hand. You send a messenger to Mr. Trusty and tell him about it. And harkest you, Mr. Raffiner, I want this messenger to be discreet. I want him to find out whether the custos is at home, without making a direct asking about it. I have heard that he's going on a journey, and I want to know if he has set out yet. You understands me?" "All right," replied Raffiner, with an air that betokened comprehension. "All right, I'll send a fellow that'll get an answer to that question without asking it. Blue Dick can do that." "Ah, true, Blue Dick is the one. And harkest you, Mr. Raffiner, tell him to try if he can see the mulatto wench, Cynthia." "What is he to say to her?" "He is to tell her to come over here, if she has an opportunity. I wants to speak with her. But mind you, Mr. Raffiner, Dick is to be careful what he says and does. He must talk with the girl only in whispers." "I'll instruct him in all that," replied the overseer, in a tone of confidence. "You want him to go now?" This minute, this very minute. I has a reason for being in a hurry. Send him off as soon as you can." Raffiner, without further parley, walked off to dispatch his messenger, and a few minutes after he had gone out of the court, that yellow-complected Mercury, known by the sobriquet of Blue Dick, was seen streaking it along the path which conducted from the Jew's pen to the mansion of Mount Welcome. End of section 73. Section 74 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. The Mysterious Absence. The brief conversation between Jessaron and his overseer had taken place sotto voce, as it was not desirable that it should be overheard by anyone, much less by the nephew of him who was its chief subject, and who was supposed to be suspended in a hammock not 10 paces from the spot. The hammock, however, was not visible from the front stairway, being hung in that part of the veranda that extended along the other side of the house. On the departure of Raffiner from his presence, the Jew proceeded with his original intention, to put his person in order for the day. His toilette did not take long. After a brief absence within his room, he reappeared on the gallery in the same pocketed blue coat, breeches, and tops that served him for all purposes and occasions. The coat was buttoned over his breast, the whitey-brown beaver once more upon his head, and the goggles adjusted on the knife-back ridge of his nose. It was evident he intended a stroll. This was all the more certain as he had regained the umbrella, which had dropped from him during sleep, and holding it in his grasp, stood by the top of the stairway as if on the eve of setting forth. Whither was he going? For what purpose so early? His muttered soliloquy declared his design. "It must be today. Yes, I must get them married this very day, and before any news can come. The report of the Cousteau's death might spoil all my plans. Who knows what the young man might do, if he hash only a hint of his good luck? After all, maybe Judith is not so sure of him. She hash said something last night. It must be this day. It is no use going to the rector of the parish. He is the Cousteau's friend, and might make some objection. That won't do, so help me, no. I must go to the other. He's poor, and won't stand shilly-shally. Besides, his knot would be shust as hard to loose as if it was tied by the Bishop of Jamaica. He'll do, and if he won't, then I knowish one who will. For Monish. Aye, anything for Monish." After this soliloquy, he was about setting foot upon one of the steps with the intention of descending, when a thought appeared to strike him, and turning away from the stair, he walked with shuffling gentleness along the gallery towards that part of the veranda where the hammock was suspended. "I suppose the young gentleman is still asleep." "Gentleman, indeed. Now he's all that, or will be the next time he goes to sleep. Well, if he ish, I mustn't disturb him. Rich gentlemen mustn't have their slumbers interrupted. Ugh!" The exclamation escaped from his lips as, on rounding the angle of the veranda, he came within sight of the hammock. "'Tish empty, I declare," He's early astir in his room, I suppose." Sans ceremony, the Jew kept on along the gallery until he had arrived in front of his bookkeeper's private apartment. There he stopped, looking inward. The door was ajar, almost wide open. He could see the greater portion of the interior through the door, the rest of it through the jalousies. There was no one in the room, either sitting, standing, or moving about. "Master Vocan, are you there?" The interrogatory was put rather by way of confirming his observation, for he saw that there was no one inside. "Where are you, Master Herbert?" continued he, repeating the interrogatory in an altered form, at the same time craning his neck into the apartment and glancing all around it. "Ash I live, it's empty, like the hammock. He must have gone out. Yes, his hat's not here, his cloak's not here, and I see no gun. He always kept his gun just there. How hash he passed me without my hearing his foot? I sleep so ash I can hear a cat stealing over the floor. Hash he gone by the stairway at all? Ash I live, no. Bless my soul. There's a track where somebody must have shumped over the railing down into the garden. Shelp me, it's his track. There's no one but him to have made it. What the devil is the young fella after this morning? I hope there is nothing wrong in it." On missing the young Englishman out of his hammock and room, the pen-keeper felt at first no particular uneasiness. His protege had gone, no doubt, gone out for a stroll in the woods. He had taken his gun along with him to have a shot at some early bird looking for the early worm. He had done so many a time before, though never at so early an hour. The hour, however, was not enough of itself to cause any surprise to his patron, nor even the fact of his having leaped over the veranda railing. He might have seen the owner of the house asleep in his chair near the head of the stairway, and not wishing to disturb him, had chosen the other mode of exit. There was nothing in all this to cause uneasiness, nor would the Jew have thought anything of it had it not been for some other circumstances which quickly came under his notice, guiding him to the suspicion that something might be amiss. The first of these circumstances was that Herbert, although having taken his gun along with him, had left behind his shot belt and powder flask. Both were there in his room, hanging upon their peg. They did not escape the sharp glance of the Jew, who at once began to draw conclusions from their presence. If the young man had gone out on a shooting excursion, it was strange that he did not take his ammunition along with him. Perhaps, however, he had seen some sort of game near the house, and in his hurry to get a shot at it, had gone off hastily, trusting to the 2 charges which his gun contained. In that case, he would not go far, and in a few minutes might be expected back. A few minutes passed, and a great many minutes, until a full hour had transpired, and still nothing was heard or seen of the bookkeeper, though messengers had been dispatched in search of him, and had quartered all the ground for half a mile around the precincts of the pen. Jessaron, whose matutinal visit to the minister had been postponed by the occurrence, began to look grave. "It is strange," said he, speaking to his daughter, who had now arisen and was far from appearing cheerful. "Strange he should go abroad in this fashion, without saying a word to either of us." Judith made no reply, though her silence could not conceal a certain degree of chagrin, from which she was evidently suffering. Perhaps she had even more reason than the rabbi to suspect there was something amiss. Certainly something disagreeable, a misunderstanding, at least, had arisen between her and Herbert on the preceding day. Her speech had already given some slight hint of it, but much more her manner, which on the night before and now unmistakably in the morning, betrayed a mixture of melancholy and suppressed indignation. It did not add to the equanimity of her temper when the house wench, who was unslinging the hammock in which Herbert had slept, announced it to contain 2 articles scarce to be expected in such a place, a cocoanut and a tobacco pipe. The pipe could not have belonged to Herbert Vaughan. He never smoked a pipe. And as for the cocoanut, it had evidently been plucked from the tree standing near. The trunk of the palm exhibited scratches as if someone had climbed up it, and above could be seen the freshly torn peduncle, where the fruit had been wrenched from its stalk. What should Herbert Vaughan have been doing up the palm tree, flinging cocoanuts into his own couch? His unaccountable absence was becoming surrounded by circumstances still more mysterious. One of the cattle herds, who had been sent in search of him, now coming in, announced a new fact of further significance. In the patch of muddy soil outside the garden wall, the herd had discovered the bookkeeper's track going up towards the hills, and near it, on the same path, the footprint of another man who must have gone over the ground twice, returning as he had come. The cattle herd, though of sable skin, was a skilled tracker. His word might be trusted. It was trusted, and produced an unpleasant impression, both on Jessaron and Judith, an impression more unpleasant as time passed, and the bookkeeper was still unreturned. The father fumed and fretted. He did more, he threatened. The young Englishman was his debtor, not only for a profuse hospitality, but for money advanced. Was he going to prove ungrateful, a defaulter? Ah, little had that pecuniary obligation to do with the chagrin that was vexing the Jew Jessaron, far less with those emotions, like the waves of a stormy sea, that had begun to agitate the breast of his daughter, and which every slight circumstance, like a strong wind, was lashing into fury and foam. Blue Dick came back. He had executed his errand adroitly. The Custos were gone upon a journey. He had started exactly at the hour of daybreak. "Gut," said Jessaron, "but where is his nephew?" Blue Dick had seen Cynthia, and whispered a word in her ear. As the overseer had instructed him, she would come over to the pen as soon as she could find an opportunity for absence from Mount Welcome. "Gut," answered the Jew, "but where is Master Volcan? Where hasht he betaken himself?" "Where?" mentally interrogated Judith, as the noonday sun saw the black clouds coursing over her brow. End of section 74.
Section 75 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 4. A Shadowed Spirit. The sun was just beginning to re-gild the glittering flanks of the Jumba Rock, his rays not yet having reached the valley below, when lights streaming through the jaloused windows of Mount Welcome proclaimed that the inmates of the mansion were already astir. Lights shone through the lattices of several distinct windows, one from the Custos' sleeping room, another from the apartment of Lily Quashiba. while a brilliant stream, pouring through the jalousies in front, betokened that the chandelier was burning in the great hall. From Smythje's chamber alone came no sign either of light or life. The windows were dark, the curtains close drawn. Its occupant was asleep. Yes, though others were stirring around him, the aristocratic Smythje was still sleeping as soundly and silently as if dead, perhaps dreaming of the fair Quaco and his 12 conquests, now happily extended to the desired baker's dozen by the successful declaration of yesterday. Though a light still burned in the sleeping apartment of the Custos, and also in that of Kate, neither father nor daughter were in their own rooms. Both were in the great hall, seated by a table on which, even at this early hour, breakfast had been spread. It was not the regular matutinal meal, as certain circumstances showed. Mr. Vaughan only was eating, while Kate appeared to be present merely for the purpose of pouring out his coffee, and otherwise attending upon him. The costume in which the Custos appeared differed from his everyday wear. It was that of a man about to set forth upon a journey. In short, a traveling costume. A sort out of strong material, with ample outside pockets, boots reaching above his knees, a belt with pistol holsters around his waist, a guard against any chance encounter with runaway Negroes, a felt hat lying on a chair beside him, and a camlet cloak hanging over the back of the same chair, all proclaim the purpose of a journey, and one about to be entered upon within a few minutes of time. A pair of large silver spurs buckled over his boots told also the mode of travel intended. It was to be on horseback. This was further manifested by the fact that 2 horses were at that moment standing at the bottom of the stone stairs outside, their forms dimly visible through the blue dawn. Both were saddled, bridled, and equipped, with a black groom by their side, holding them in hand, himself in travelling toggery. Valises buckled upon the croup, and saddlebags suspended across the cantle, showed that the travellers were to carry their luggage along with them. The object of the intended journey is already known. Mr. Vaughan was about to put into execution a design long delayed, to perform a duty which he owed to his daughter, and which, if left unaccomplished, would seriously imperil the prosperity and happiness of her future life. He was about proceeding to the capital of the island, to obtain from the Assembly that special act of grace which they alone could give, and which would free his daughter from those degrading disabilities the Black Code had inflicted upon all her unfortunate race. 6 lines from the Assembly, with the governor's signature attached, though it might not extinguish the taint, nor the taunt of malevolent lips, would, nevertheless, remove all obstacles to hereditament, and Kate Vaughan could then become the heiress to her own father's property, without fear of failure. To sue for this act and obtain it was the purpose of that journey upon which Loftus Vaughan was now on the eve of setting forth. He had no apprehension of a failure. Had he been only a bookkeeper or small tradesman, he might have been less sanguine of success, but Custos of an important precinct, with scores of friends in the Assembly, he knew that he would only have to ask, and it would be given him. For all that, he was not setting out in very high spirits. The unpleasant prospect of having such a long and arduous journey to make was a source of vexation to him, for the Custos liked an easy life and hated the fatigue of travel. But there was something besides that dispirited him. For some days past he had found his health giving way. He had lost appetite and was rapidly losing flesh. A constant and burning thirst had seized upon him, which from morning to night he was continually trying to quench. The plantation doctor was puzzled with the symptoms, and his prescriptions had failed in giving relief. Indeed, so obstinate and death-like was the disease becoming, that the sufferer would have given up his intention of going to Spanish Town, at least till a more fitting time, but for a hope that in the capital some experienced physician might be found who would comprehend his malady and cure it. Indulging in this hope, he was determined to set forth at all hazards. There was still another incubus upon his spirits, and one, perhaps, that weighed upon them more heavily than aught else. Ever since the death of Chakra, or rather since the glimpse he had got of Chakra's ghost, a sort of supernatural dread had taken possession of the mind of Loftus Vaughan. Often had he speculated on that fearful phenomenon, and wondered what it could have been. Had he alone witnessed the apparition, he might have got over the awe it had occasioned him, for then could he have attributed it to an illusion of the senses, a mere freak of his imagination, excited, as it was at the time, by the spectacle on the Jumba rock. But Trusty had seen the ghost too, and Trusty's mind was not one of the imaginative kind. Besides, how could both be deluded by the same fancy, and at the same instant of time? Turn the thing in his own mind as he might, there was something that still remained inexplicable, something that caused the heart of the Custos to tingle with fear every time that he thought of Chakra and his ghost. This intermittent awe had oppressed him ever since the day of his visit to the Jumba rock, that day described, for he never went a second time, nor yet did he afterwards care to venture alone upon the wooded mountain. He dreaded a second encounter with that weird apparition. In time, perhaps, the fear would have died out, and in fact was dying out, the intervals during which it was not felt becoming gradually more extended. Loftus Vaughan, though he could never have forgotten the Mile Man, nor the terrible incidents of his death, might have ceased to trouble himself with the aughts about Chakra's ghost, but for a circumstance that was reported to him on the day that Smythje sank into the dead wood. On the afternoon of that day, as Quaco was making his way homeward toward the forest and over the hills, the darky declared that, on passing near a noted spot called the Duppy's Hole, he had seed the ghost of old Chakra. Quaco, on reaching home, announced the fact, with chattering teeth and eyes rolling wildly in their sockets, and, though the loutish boy was only laughed at by his fellow slaves, the statement made a most painful impression on the mind of his master, restoring it to the state of habitual terror that had formerly held possession of it, and from which it had become only partially relieved. The circumstance related by Quaco, still fresh in the thoughts of the Custos, had contributed not a little to increase that feeling of dejection and discouragement under which he suffered at the moment of setting out upon his proposed expedition. End of section 75. Section 76 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 5. The Stirrup-Cup. If Loftus Vaughan was in low spirits, not more joyful seemed his daughter, as she assisted at that early dejoiner. On the contrary, a certain sadness overspread the countenance of the young Creole, as if reflected from the spirit of her father. A stranger to the circumstances that surrounded her might have fancied that it was sympathy, at seeing him so dull and downcast, mingled with the natural regret she might have at his leaving home, and fop so lone, an absence. but one who scrutinized more closely could not fail to note in their fair features an expression of sadness that must have sprung from a different and deeper source. The purpose of their father's journey may, in part, explain the melancholy that marked the manner of the young Creole. She knew that purpose. She had learnt it from her father's lips, though only on the evening before. Then, for the first time in her life, she was made acquainted with those adverse circumstances that related to her birth and parentage. For up to that hour she had remained ignorant of her position, socially as well as legally. Then, for the first time, was fully explained to her her own true status in the social scale, the disabilities and degradation under which she suffered. It was to remove these disabilities and wipe out, as it were, the degradation that her father was now going forth. The young girl did not fail to feel gratitude, but perhaps the feeling might have been stronger had her father taken less trouble to make her sensible of the service he was about to perform, using it as a lever to remove that reluctance to the union with Smythje which still lingered. During the few minutes that Mr. Vaughan was engaged in eating his breakfast, not many words passed between them. The viands, luxurious enough, were scarce more than tasted. The intended traveller had no appetite for the solids with which the table was spread, and seemed to care only for drink. After quaffing off several cups of coffee, solely from a desire to quench thirst, and without eating bread or anything else along with it, he rose from the table and prepared to take his departure. Mr. Trusty, entering, announced that the horses and the attendant groom were ready and waiting outside. The custos donned his travelling hat, and with the assistance of Kate and her maid Yola, put on his sleeved cloak, as the air of the early morning was raw and cold. While these final preparations were being made, a mulatta woman was seen moving about the room, at times acting as an attendant upon the table, at other times standing silently in the background. She was the slave Cynthia. In the behavior of this woman there was something peculiar. There was a certain amount of nervous agitation in her manner as she moved about, and even and anon she was seen to make short traverses to different parts of the room, apparently without errand or object. Her steps, too, were stealthy, her glances unsteady and furtive. All this would have been apparent enough to a suspicious person, but none of the three present appeared to notice it. The swizzle bowl stood on the sideboard. While breakfast was being placed on the table, Cynthia had been seen refilling the bowl with this delicious drink, which she had mixed in an outside chamber. Someone asked her why she was performing that, her diurnal duty, at so early an hour, especially as master would be gone before the time of swizzle drinking should arrive, usually during the hotter hours of the day. "Perhaps massa like drink of swizzle for he go," was the explanatory reply vouchsafed by Cynthia. The girl made a successful conjecture. Just as the custos was about to step outside for the purpose of descending the stairway, a fit of choking thirst once more came upon him, and he called for drink. "Massa like glass ob swizzle?" inquired Cynthia, stepping up to his side. "I've mixed for massa some berry good," added she with impressive earnestness. "Yes, girl," replied her master. "That's the best thing I can take. Bring me a large goblet of it." He had scarce time to turn around before the goblet was presented to him, full to the brim. He did not see that the slave's hand trembled as she held it up, nor yet that her eyes were averted, as if to hinder them from beholding some fearful sight. His thirst prevented him from seeing anything but that which promised to assuage it. He caught hold of the goblet and gulped down the whole of its contents without once removing it from his lips. "You've overrated its quality, girl," said he, returning her the glass. "Doesn't seem at all good. There's a bitterish taste about it, but I suppose it's my palate that's out of order, and one shouldn't be particular about the Stirrup-Cup." With this melancholy attempt at appearing gay, Loftus Vaughan bade adieu to his daughter, and, climbing into the saddle, rode off upon his journey. Ah, Custos Vaughan, that Stirrup-Cup was the last you were ever destined to drink. In the sparkling swizzle was an infusion of the baneful savanna flower. In that deep draught you had introduced into your veins one of the deadliest of vegetable poisons. Chakra's prophecy will soon be fulfilled. The death spell will now quickly do its work. In 24 hours you will be a corpse. End of section 76. Section 77 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 6. The Horn Signal. Kubina, on getting clear of the pen-keeper's precincts, lost little time in returning to the glade, and having once more reached the Seah, seated himself on a log to await the arrival of the young Englishman. For some minutes he remained in this attitude, though every moment becoming more fidgety, as he perceived that time was passing, and no one came. He had not even a pipe to soothe his impatience, for it had been left in the hammock, into which he had cast it from the cocoa. Before many minutes had passed, however, a pipe would have been to little purpose in restraining his nervous excitement, for the non-appearance of the young Englishman began to cause him serious uneasiness. What could be detaining him? Had the Jew been awakened, and was he by some means or other hindering Herbert from coming out? There was no reason that Kubina could think of why the young man should be 10 minutes later than himself in reaching the Seah. 5 minutes, even the half of it, might have sufficed for him to robe himself in such garments as were needed, and then what was to prevent him from following immediately? Surely the appeal that had been made to him, the danger hinted at to those dear to him, the necessity for haste, spoken in unmistakable terms, surely all this would be sufficient to attract him to the forest without a moment's hesitation. Why then was he delaying? The Maroon could not make it out, unless under the disagreeable supposition that the Jew no longer slept and was intercepting his egress. What if Herbert might have lost his way in proceeding towards the rendezvous? The path was by no means plain, but the contrary. It was a mere cattle track, little used by men. Besides, there were others of the same, scores of them trending in all directions, crossing and converging with this very one. The half-wild steers and colts of the pen-keeper ranged the thickets at will. Their tracks were everywhere, and it would require a person skilled in woodcraft and acquainted with the lay of the country to follow any particular path. It was likely enough that the young Englishman had strayed. Just then these reflections occurred to Kubina. He chided himself for not thinking of it sooner. He should have stayed by the pen, waited for Herbert to come out, and then taken the road along with him. "Not to think of that, Crambo! How very stupid of me!" muttered the Maroon, pacing nervously to and fro, for his impatience had long since started him up from the log. "Like enough, he's lost his way. I shall go back along the path. Perhaps I may find him. At all events, If he's taken the right road, I must meet him." And as he said this, he glided rapidly across the glade, taking the back track towards the pen. The conjecture that Herbert had strayed was perfectly correct. The young Englishman had never revisited the scene of his singular adventure since the day that introduced him to the acquaintance of so many queer people. Not but that he had felt the inclination, amounting almost to a desire, to do so, and more than once had he been upon the eve of satisfying this inclination, but otherwise occupied, the opportunity had not offered itself. Not greatly proficient in forest lore, as Kubina had also rightly conjectured, especially in that of the West Indian forest, he had strayed from the true path almost upon the instant of entering upon it, and was at that very moment wandering through the woods in search of the glade where grew the gigantic cotton tree. No doubt, in the course of time, he might have found it, or perhaps stumbled upon it by chance, for, made aware, by the earnest invitation he had received, that time was of consequence, he was quartering the ground in every direction, with the rapidity of a young pointer in his first season with the gun. Meanwhile the Maroon glided rapidly back along the path leading to the pen, without seeing aught either of the Englishman or his track. He re-entered the ruined fields of the old sugar estate, and continued on till within sight of the house, still unsuccessful in his search. Proceeding with caution, he stepped over the dilapidated wall of the old orchard. Caution was now of extreme necessity. It was broad day, and but for the cover which the undergrowth afforded him, he could not have gone a step further without the risk of being seen from the house. He reached the ruin from which he had before commanded a view of the veranda, and once more stealing a glance over its top, he obtained a full view of the long, rambling corridor. Jessaron was in it, not as when last seen, asleep in his armchair, but on foot, and hurrying to and fro with quick step and excited mien. His black, bearded overseer was standing by the stair, as if listening to some orders which the Jew was issuing. The hammock was still hanging in its place, but its collapsed sides showed that it was empty. Kubina could see that, but no signs of its late occupant, neither in the gallery nor about the buildings. If still there, he must be in some of the rooms. But that one which opened nearest the hammock, and which Kubina conjectured to be his bedroom, appeared to be unoccupied. Its door stood ajar, and no one seemed to be inside. The Maroon was considering whether he should stay a while longer upon the spot, and watch the movements of the two men, when it occurred to him that if the young man had gone out and up the right path, he must have crossed a track of muddy ground just outside the garden wall. Being so near the house, and in the expectation of seeing something there to explain Herbert's delay, he had not stayed to examine this on his second approach. Crouching cautiously among the trees, he now returned to it, and almost at the first glance his eye revealed to him the truth. A fresh footprint was in the mud, with its heel to the house, and its toe pointing to the path. It was not his own. It must be that of the young Englishman. He traced the tracks as far as they could be distinguished, but that was only to the edge of the damp earth. Beyond, the ground was dry and firm, covered with a close-cropped carpet of grass, upon which the hoof of a horse could scarcely have left an impression. The tracks, however, on leaving the moist ground, appeared as if trending towards the proper path, and Kubina felt convinced that, for some distance at least, the young Englishman had gone towards the glade. That he was no longer by the house was sufficiently certain, and equally so that he had kept his promise and followed Kubina into the woods. But where was he now? "He may have reached the glade in my absence, and be now waiting for me," was the reflection of the Maroon. Stimulated by this, as well as by the chagrin which his mischances or mismanagement were causing him, he started back along the path at a run, as if struggling in a match against time. Far quicker than before he reached the glade, but, as before, he found it untenanted. No Englishman was under the ceiba, no human being in sight. As soon as he had fairly recovered breath, he bethought him of shouting. His voice might be of avail in guiding the wanderer to the glade, for Kubina now felt convinced that the young Englishman was straying, perhaps wandering through the woods at no great distance from the spot. His shouts might be heard, and although the stranger might not recognize the voice, the circumstances were such that he might understand the object for which it was put forth. Kubina shouted, first at a moderate pitch, then hallooed with all the strength of his lungs. No answer, save the wood echoes. Again and again, still no response. "Crambo!" exclaimed he, suddenly thinking of a better means of making his presence known. "He may hear my horn. He may remember that, and know it. If he's anywhere within a mile, I'll make him hear it." The Maroon raised the horn to his lips and blew a long, loud blast, then another and another. There was a response to that signal, but not such as the young Englishman might have been expected to make. 3 shrill bugle blasts, borne back upon the breeze, seemed the echoes of his own. But the Maroon knew they were not. On hearing them, he let the horn drop to his side and stood in an attitude to listen. Another, this time a single wind, came from the direction of the former. 3 and 1, muttered the Maroon. "It's Quaco. He needn't have sounded the last, for I could tell his tongue from 1,000. He's on his way back from Savannah-la-Mer, though I didn't expect him to return so soon. So much the better. I may want him." On finishing the muttered soliloquy, the Maroon captain stood as if considering. "Crambo," he muttered after a pause, and in a tone of vexation. "What has become of this young fellow? I must sound again, lest Quaco's horn may have misled him. This time, Lieutenant, hold your tongue." So saying, and speaking as if he, the lieutenant, was by his side, he raised the horn once more to his lips and blew a single blast, giving it an intonation quite different from the others. After an interval of silence he repeated the call in notes exactly similar, and then, after another pause, once again. To none of these signals did the tongue of Quaco make reply, but shortly after, that worthy responded to the original summons by presenting himself in propria persona. End of section 77. Section 78 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 7. Quaco's Queer Encounter. Quaco came into the glade carrying a large bundle upon his back, under which he had trudged all the way from Savannah-la-Mar. He was naked to the breechcloth, excepting the hogskin greaves upon his shanks and the old brimless hat upon his head. This, however, was all the costume Quaco ever wore, all indeed that he owned, for notwithstanding that he was the lieutenant, his uniform was no better than that of the meanest private of the band. His captain therefore exhibited no surprise at the scantiness of Quaco's clothing, but what did surprise Kubina was the air with which he entered the glade, and some other circumstances that at once arrested his attention. The skin of the colossus was covered with a white sweat that appeared to be oozing from every pore of his dark epidermis. This might have been occasioned by his long walk, the last hour of it under a broiling sun, and carrying weight as he was, for the bag upon his back appeared a 50-pounder at least, to say nothing of a large musket balanced upon the top of it. None of these circumstances, however, would account for that inexplicable expression upon his countenance, the wild rolling of his yellow eyeballs, the quick, hurried step, and uncouth gesticulations by which he was signalizing his approach. Though, as already stated, they had arrested the attention of his superior, the latter, accustomed to a certain reserve in the presence of his followers, pretended not to notice them. As his lieutenant came up, he simply said, "I am glad you are come, Quaco." "And I'm glad, Captain Kubina. I've found ye har. War hurrying home fast as my legs could carry me, 'specting to find ye thar." "Ha!" said Kubina. "Some news, I suppose. Have you met anyone in the woods? That young Englishman from the Jew's pen? I'm expecting him here. He appears to have missed the way." "Hadn't seen no Englishman, Cap'n. Kosovan, am that. I's a met him." "Crambo!" cried Kubina, starting as he uttered the exclamation. "You've met Custos Van? When and where?" "When dis mornin'. Where? 'Bout 4 mile beyond the crossing on the Carrion Crow Road. That's where I met him." The emphasis upon the last word struck upon the ear of Kubina. It seemed to imply that Quaco, on his route, had encountered others. "Anybody else did you meet?" he inquired hurriedly, and with evident anxiety as to the answer. "Yas, Cap'n," drawled out the lieutenant, with a coolness strongly in contrast with his excited manner on entering the glade. But Quaco saw that his superior was waiting for the coming of the young Englishman, and that he need not hurry the communication he was about to make. "Yas, I met old Plute, the head driver at Mount Welcome. He was riding alongside of the Cussos, by way of his escort." "Nobody else?" "Not just then," answered Quaco, evidently holding back the most interesting items of news he had to communicate. "Not just then, Cap'n Kubina." "But afterwards? Speak out, Quaco. Did you meet anyone going on the same road?" The command, with the impatient gesture that accompanied it, brought Quaco to a quicker confession than he might have volunteered. "I met Cap'n Kubina," said he, his cheeks bulging with the importance of the communication he was about to make, while his eyes rolled like twin jelly balls in their sockets. "I met next, not a man, but a ghost." "A ghost?" said Kubina incredulously. "A duppy? I swar by the great Akampang, same as I saw before, the ghosts of old Chakra." The Maroon captain again made a start, which his lieutenant attributed to the surprise at the announcement he had made. Kubina did not undeceive him as to the cause. "And where?" interrogated he, in hurried phrase. "Where did you meet the ghost?" "I didn't exactly meet it," answered Quaco. "I need seated on the road afore me, 'bout 100 yards or thereaway. I were near enough to be sure of it, and it was Chakra's ghost, just as I seed them together day up there by the duppy hole. The old villain can't sleep in his grave. He's about these woods yet." "How far was it from where you met Mr. Vaughan?" "Not a great way, Cap'n. 'Bout a quarter mile, I shed think. Soon as it spied me, it took to the bushes, and I seed no more on it. It was arter daylight, and the cocks had crowed. I heard 'em crowing at old Jobson's plantation close by, and maybe that sent the duppy a scuttling into the river." "We must wait no longer for this young man. We must be gone from here, Quaco." And as Kubina expressed this intention, he appeared about to move away from the spot. "Stop, Cap'n," said Quaco, interrupting with a gesture that showed he had something more to communicate. You han't heard all. I met more of 'em. More of whom? The same queer sort, but 2 mile arter I'd passed the place where I seed the duppy, the old Mayo man. Who do ye think I met next?" "Who?" inquired Kubina, half guessing at the answer. "Dem devil's kind, like enough company for the duppy, dem damn Spaniards of de Jews' pen." "Ah, maldito!" cried the Maroon captain in a voice of alarm, at the same time making a gesture as if a light had suddenly broken upon him. "The Spaniards, you say? They, too, after him? Come, Quaco, down with that bundle. Throw it in the bush anywhere. There's not a moment to be lost. I understand the series of encounters you have had upon the road. Luckily, I've brought my gun, and you yours. We may need them both before night. Down with the bundle, and follow me." "Stop and take me with you," cried a voice from the edge of the glade. "I have a gun, too." And at that same moment, the young Englishman, with his gun upon his shoulder, was seen emerging from the underwood and making towards the Seba. End of section 78. Section 79 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 8. An Uncle in Danger. "You appear to be in great haste, Captain Kubina," said Herbert, advancing in double-quick time. "May I know what's the matter? Anything amiss?" "Amiss, Master Vaughan? Much, indeed. But we shouldn't stand to talk. We must take the road to Savannah, and at once." "What? You want me to go to Savannah? I'm with you for any reasonable adventure, but my time's not exactly my own, and I must first have a reason for such a journey." "A good reason, Master Vaughan. Your uncle, the Custos, is in trouble." "Ah!" exclaimed the young Englishman, with an air of disappointment. "Not so good a reason as you may think, Captain. Was it he you meant when you said just now, the one who should be dear to me was in danger?" "It was," answered Kubina. "Captain Kubina," said Herbert, speaking with a certain air of indifference, "this uncle of mine but little deserves my interference." "But his life's in danger," urged the Maroon, interrupting Herbert in his explanation. "Ah!" ejaculated the nephew. "Do you say that? If his life's in danger, then—" "Yes," said the Maroon, again interrupting him. "And others, too, may be in peril from the same enemy. Yourself, perhaps, Master Vaughan. Aye, and maybe those that might be dear to you as yourself." "Ha!" exclaimed Herbert, this time in a very different tone of voice. "You have some evil tidings, Captain. Pray tell me all at once." "Not now, Master Vaughan, not now. There's not a moment to be wasted in talk. We must take the route at once. I shall tell you as we go along." "Agreed, then," cried Herbert. "If it's a life-and-death matter, I'm with you, even to Savannah. No bookkeeping today, Master Gisseron, and," the speaker only mentally pronounced the name, "Judith may well spare me for one day, especially for such a purpose as the saving of lives." "All right, I'm with you, Captain Kubina." "Vamos!" cried the Maroon, hastily moving off. "For want of horses we must make our legs do double-quick time. These skulking scoundrels have sadly got the start of us." And saying this, he struck into the uphill path, followed by Herbert, the taciturn lieutenant, no longer embarrassed by his bundle, keeping close in the rear. The path Kubina had chosen appeared to conduct to Mount Welcome. "You're not going there?" required Herbert in a significant way, at the same time stopping and appealing to his conductor for an answer. It had just occurred to the nephew that a visit to his uncle's house might place him in a position both unpleasant and embarrassing. "No," answered the Maroon. "There is no longer any need for us to go to the house. Since the Custos has left it long hours ago, we could learn nothing there more than I know already. Besides, it's 1/2 mile out of our way. We should lose time, and that's the most important of all. We shall presently turn out of this path into one that leads over the mountain by the Jumba Rock. That's the shortest way to the Savannah Road. Vamos!" With this wind-up to his speech, the Maroon again moved on, and Herbert, his mind now at rest, strode silently after. Up to this time the young Englishman had received no explanation of the object of the journey he was in the act of undertaking, nor had he asked any. The information, though as yet only covertly conveyed, that those dear to him were in danger, was motive enough for trusting the Maroon. Before long, however, it occurred to him that he ought to be informed of the nature of that danger, over whom it impended, and what was the signification of the step they were now taking to avert it. These questions he put to his conductor as they hastened together along the path. In hurried phrase the Maroon made known to him much, though not all, of what he himself knew of the position of affairs, more especially of the peril in which the Custos appeared to be placed. He gave an account of his own descent into the Duppy's Hole, of the conversation he had overheard there, and, though still ignorant of the motives, stated his suspicions of the murderous plot in which Herbert's own employer was playing a principal part. It is needless to say that the young Englishman was astounded by these revelations. Perhaps he would have been still more astonished, but that the development of these wicked dealings was only a confirmation of a whole series of suspicious circumstances that for some days before had been constantly coming under his notice, and for which he had been vainly seeking an explanation. From that moment, all thoughts of returning to dwell under the roof of Jacob Jezzeron vanished from his mind. To partake of the hospitality of such a man, a murderer, at least by intent, was completely out of the question. He at once perceived that his fine sinecure situation must be given up, and, despite the scandal his desertion might bring about, he could never again make his home in the Happy Valley. Even the fascinations of the fair Judith would not be strong enough to attract him thither. Kubina listened to these resolves, and apparently with great satisfaction. But the Maroon had not yet made known to Herbert many other secrets, of which he had become the depository, and some of which might be to the young Englishman of extremest interest. The communication of these he reserved to a future opportunity, when time might not be so pressing. Herbert Vaughan, now apprised of the peril in which his uncle stood, for the time forgot all else, and only thought of pressing onward to his aid. Injuries and insults appeared alike forgotten and forgiven, even that which had stung him more sharply than all, the cold, chilling bow at the Smythje ball. Beyond the Jumba Rock, and at no great distance from the bypath by which they were traveling, lay the proper country of the Maroons. By winding a horn, it might have been heard by some of the band, who at that hour would no doubt be engaged in their usual occupation, hunting the wild hog. Kubina knew this, and on arriving at that point on the path nearest to his town, he halted and stood for a moment, reflecting. Then, as if deeming himself sufficiently strong in the companionship of the robust young Englishman and the redoubtable lieutenant, he gave up the idea of calling any of them to his assistance, and once more moved forward along the route towards the Savannah Road. End of section 79. Section 80 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 9, An Equestrian Excursion. Throughout the day the pen-keeper kept to his pen. The unexplained absence of his protégé rendered it prudent to postpone his proposed visit to the minister. Besides, Cynthia was expected. From the mulatta he hoped to obtain much information. Her knowledge of events must be fresher than even that of Chakra, else would he have gone up to the Duppy's hole to consult the oracle of Obi. Cynthia would be likely to know all. She could at least tell him whether the spell had been administered, how, and when. These were facts worth knowing, and Jesseron stayed at home to await the advent of Cynthia. Not so Judith. Devoured by spleen, inaction was too irksome. She could not content herself in the house, and resolved to seek outside, if not solace, at least distraction to her thoughts. Shortly after breakfast she ordered her steed to be saddled, and prepared to set forth. Strange it was that he should be absent himself on that day above any other, just after his uncle had departed on a journey. That was strange. Judith summoned the herdsman who had discovered the tracks in the mud. "You are sure it was the track of young Master Vaughan you saw?" "Sartin sure, Missa Jesseron. One of 'em war." "And the other? What was it like? Was it also the track of a man?" "Ya, Missa. 'Twere a man's track. Leastwise, I never seed a woman track big as dat ere. Sartin de soul dat make it were de foot of a man, though it warn't a boot of a gentleman like young Massa Vaughan." Whip in hand, the Jewess stood reflecting. A messenger, might it be? From whom, if not from Kate Vaughan? With whom else was he acquainted? Such strange conditions of relationship. The mysterious mode by which the messenger must have approached him. For fresh mud upon the bark of the tree told that he who had climbed up must have been the same who had made the footmarks by the garden wall. The articles found in the hammock had been flung down to awake and warn the sleeper. Clearly a secret message delivered by a crafty messenger. Clearly a surreptitious departure. And the motive for all this? No common one? It could not be. No errand after game. The fowling piece was gone, but that was no evidence of an intention to spend the day in sporting. Herbert was in the habit of taking his gun whenever he strolled out into the fields or forest, but the other and necessary paraphernalia had been left behind. A shooting excursion? Nothing of the sort. A messenger with a love message, a summons willingly accepted, promptly responded to. "Oh, if it be," cried the proud, passionate woman, as she sprang upon the back of her steed, "if it be, I shall know it. I shall have revenge." The horse came in for a share of this jealous indignation, a spiteful cut of the whip, and a fierce dig from her spurred heel set the animal in rapid motion, his head toward the hills. Judith Jesseron was a splendid equestrian, and could manage a horse as well as the best breaker about her father's pen. In the saddle, she was something to be seen and admired, her brilliant beauty enhanced by the charm of excitement, exhibiting itself in the heightened color of her cheeks and the stronger flashing of her dark Jewish eyes. The outline of her form was equally attractive, of full womanly development, and poised in the saddle with an air of piquant abandon, it illustrated the curve of Hogarth in all its luxuriant gracefulness. Such a spectacle was calculated to elicit something more than ordinary admiration, and it required a heart already preoccupied to resist its fascinations. If Herbert Vaughan had escaped them, it could only have been from having his heart thus defended from a danger that few men might have tempted with a chance of safety. Galloping across the old garden, with a single leap she cleared the ruined wall, and arriving at the spot where were still to be seen those telltale tracks, she reined up and leaned over to examine them. Yes, that was his track. His small foot was easily distinguished. The other? There it was, the footprint of a Negro, pegged brogans. White men do not wear them. Some of the slave people of Mount Welcome? But why twice back and forward? Was not once sufficient? Had there been a double message? There might have been a warning, and afterwards an appointment. Perhaps to meet in the forest. Perhaps at that moment. The bitter conjecture brought her reflections to an abrupt ending, and once more plying whip and spur, the jealous equestrian dashed rapidly on, up the sloping path that trended toward the hills. The purpose of this expedition on the part of the Jewess was altogether indefinite. It simply sprang from that nervous impatience that would not permit her to rest, a faint hope that during her ride she might discover some clue to the mysterious disappearance. Wretchedness might be the reward of that ride. No matter, uncertainty was unendurable. She did not go exactly in the direction of Mount Welcome, though thither went her thoughts. She had never been a guest of the Custos, and therefore had no colorable excuse for presenting herself at the mansion, else she would have ridden direct to it. Her design was different. Though she might not approach the house, she could reconnoiter it from a distance, and this had she determined upon doing. She had fixed upon the Jumba Rock as the best point of observation. She knew that its summit commanded a bird's-eye view of Mount Welcome Estate, lying under the mountain like a spread map, and that any movement by the mansion or in the surrounding enclosures might be minutely marked, especially with the aid of a powerful lorgnette, with which she had taken the precaution to provide herself. With this intent did she head her horse towards the Jumba Rock, urging the animal with fierce, fearless energy up the difficult acclivity of the mountain. End of section 80. Section 81 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 10. Smythje Among the Statues. At that hour, when the heart of Judith Jesseron was alternately torn by the passions of love and jealousy, a passion equally profound, though apparently more tranquil, was burning in the breast of Lily Quashiba, inspired by the same object, Herbert Vaughan. In vain had the young Creole endeavored to think indifferently of her cousin. In vain had she striven to reconcile her love with what her father had taught her to deem her duty, and think differently of Mr. Smythje. In vain. The effort only ended in a result the very opposite to that intended, in strengthening her passion for the former, and weakening her regard for the latter. And thus must it ever be with the heart's inclinings, as well as its disinclinings. Curbed or opposed, it is but its instinct in both cases to rebel. From that hour in which Kate had yielded to the will of her father and consented to become the wife of Montague Smythje, she felt more sensibly than ever the sacrifice she was about to make. But there were none to step forth and save her, no strong hand and stout heart to rescue her from her painful position. It had now become a compromise, and in summoning all the strength of her soul, she awaited the unhappy issue with such resignation as she could command. She had but one thought to cheer her, if cheer it could be called. She had not sacrificed her filial affection. She had performed the wishes of her father, that father who, however harsh he might be to others, had been ever kind and affectionate to her. Now more than ever did she feel impressed with his kindness, when she considered the errand on which he had gone forth. Though thus resigned, or trying to feel so, she could neither stifle her passion for Herbert, nor conceal the melancholy which its hopelessness occasioned. And during all that morning, after her father had left her, the shadow appeared upon her countenance with more than its wonted darkness. Her lover, that is, her fiancé, for Smythje now stood to her in that relationship, did not fail to observe her unusual melancholy, though failing to attribute it to the true cause. It was natural that the young lady should feel sad at the absence of her worthy parent, who for many years had never been separated from her beyond the period of a few hours' duration, or at most a single day. She would soon get used to it, and then all would be right again. With some such reflections did Smythje account for the abstraction which he had observed in the behavior of his betrothed. During all the morning he had been assiduous in his attentions, more than wontedly so. He had been left by the custos in a proud position, that of protector, and he was desirous of showing how worthy he was of the trust reposed in him. Alas, in the opinion of Kate, he was by far too assiduous. The protégé felt importuned, and his most well-meant intentions had the effect only to weary her. Too glad would she have been to be left alone to her sighs and her sadness. Shortly after breakfast, Smythje proposed a stroll, a short one. He had no zest for toilsome excursions, and since the day of his shooting adventure, no zeal again to attempt any distant traverse of the forest. The stroll was only to extend to the shrubbery and among the statues set there. The weather was temptingly fine. There was no reason why Kate Vaughan should refuse, and with a mechanical air she acceded to the proposal. Smythje discussed the statues, drawing largely from the stock of classic lore which his university had afforded him, dilating more especially on those of Venus, Cupid, and Cleopatra, all suggestive of the tender sentiments that were stirring within his own romantic bosom, and to which, more than once, he took occasion to allude. Though narrowly did he watch to see what effect his fine speeches were producing, he failed to perceive any that gave him gratification. The countenance of his companion obstinately preserved that air of preoccupation that had been visible upon it all the morning. In the midst of one of his scholastic dissertations, the classical exquisite was interrupted by the advent of his valet, Tom's, who appeared coming from the house with the air of a servant who brings a message for his master. The message was declared, a gentleman friend of Mr. Smythje, for he had now many such in the island, had called to see him. No particular business, merely a call of compliment. The name was given. It was one which should be honored by a polite reception, else the proud owner of Montague Castle might have declined leaving the company in which he was upon so trivial a purpose. But the visitor was one of note, a particular friend, too. Miss Vaughan would not deem him rude, leaving her only for a moment. "By no means," said Kate, with a free haste that almost said as much as that she was only too glad to get quit of him. Smythje followed his valet into the house, and the young Creole was left among the statues alone, herself the fairest shape in all that classical collection. End of section 81. Section 82 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 11. A Strange Determination. For some moments after Smythje was gone, Kate Vaughan remained where he had left her, silent and motionless as the sculptured marbles by her side. Niobe was near, and, as if by accident, the eyes of the young Creole turned upon the statue of the weeping daughter of Dione. "Ah," muttered she, struck with a strange thought, "unhappy mother of a murdered offspring, if thy sadness was hard to endure as mine, thy punishment must have been a pleasure. Would that I, like thee, were suddenly turned into stone. Ah, me!" And finishing her apostrophe with a profound sigh, she stood for some time silently gazing upon the statue. After a while her thoughts underwent some change, and along with it her eyes wandered away from the statues and the shrubbery. Her glance was turned upward towards the mountain, and rested upon its summit, the Jumba rock now glittering gaily under the full sheen of the sunlight. "There," soliloquized she in a low murmur, "upon that rock, and there only, have I felt 1 hour of true happiness, that happiness of which I have read in books of romance, without believing in, but which I now know to be real, to gaze into the eyes of him you love, and think, as I then thought, that you are loved in return. Oh, it was bliss! It was bliss!" The remembrance of that brief interview with her cousin, for it was to that her words referred, came so forcibly before the mind of the impassioned young Creole as to stifle her utterance, and for a moment or two she was silent. Again she continued, "An hour, have I said? Ah, scarce a minute did the sweet delusion last, but had I my choice, I would rather live that minute over again than all the rest of my past life, certainly than all of it that is to come." Again she paused in her speech, still gazing upon the rock, whose sparkling surface seemed purposely presented to her eyes, as if to cheer her heart with the sweet souvenir it recalled. "Oh, I wonder," she exclaimed at length, "I wonder how it would be, were I but up there again, to stand on the spot where I stood. Could I fancy him as then, beside me? Could I recall the look he gave me, and my own sweet thoughts as I returned it? Oh, it would be like some delicious dream." Passion again called for a pause, but soon after her reflections found speech. "And why should I not indulge in it? Why not? What harm can it do me? Even if the souvenir should bring sadness, it cannot add to that which now overwhelms me. No, I need not fear to tempt the trial, and I shall. This very hour shall I go up and stand upon that same spot. There shall I invoke the past, and give to memory, to fancy, its fullest play. I need not fear. There will be no witness but the heaven above and the God who dwells in it. A like witness to the sacrifice of a broken heart made in the fulfillment of my duty." On completing this impassioned speech, the young girl raised a kerchief of white cambric which she carried in her hand, and hastily adjusting it over the luxuriant plaits of her hair, glided towards the rear of the mansion. She did not turn aside to enter the house, nor even to warn anyone of her sudden determination, but, hastening on, soon reached the back of the garden. There a small wicket gave her egress into the woods, a path from that point trending in traverses, zigzag fashion, up the mountain slope. It was the same path she had followed upon the day of the eclipse, but how different were the thoughts that now agitated her bosom from those she had indulged in upon that memorable occasion. Even then, it is true, her spirits were far from being cheerful, but still there was hope ahead. She had not then arrived at the full knowledge of Herbert's indifference towards her, of his determination towards her more fortunate rival. The circumstances that had since transpired, the scenes that had come under her own observation, the rumors heard and too substantially confirmed, all had combined to extinguish that little gleam of hope so faint and feebly flickering. Indeed, there was upon that very morning a new thought in her mind, calculated still further to render her sad and humiliated. The revelations which her father had made before starting on his journey, the admissions as to the inferiority of her race, and contingently of her social rank, which he had been compelled to make, had produced, and no wonder, a painful impression upon the spirits of the Quinteroon. She could not help asking herself whether Herbert's disregard of her had aught to do with this. Was it possible that her own cousin was slighting her on account of this social distinction? Did he, too, feel shy of the taint? More than once during that day had she mentally put these interrogatories without being able to determine whether they merited a negative or affirmative answer. And what was her errand now? To resuscitate within her soul the memory of one moment of bliss, to weave still more inextricably around her heart the spell that was threatening to strangle it, to stifle the happiness of her whole life. But that was already gone. There could be no daring now, no danger worth dread. The zigzag path she ascended with free step and air undaunted, her fair bright form gleaming meteor-like amid the dark green foliage of the forest. End of section 82. Section 83 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 12. A Jealous Reconnaissance. The ravine leading up the rear of the Jumba Rock, the only way by which its summit could be reached, though easily scaled by a pedestrian, was not practicable for a person on horseback. On reaching the base of the cliff, the jealous equestrian dismounted, made fast her bridle to the branch of a tree, and after unbuckling the little spur and removing it from her heel, continued the ascent uphead. Arrived at the summit, she took her stand near the edge of the platform, in a position that commanded an unbroken view of the mansion of Mount Welcome, its shrubberies and surroundings. Satisfied with the situation, she instantly commenced her reconnaissance. She did not at first make use of her lorgnette. Any human figures that might be moving around the house could be seen by the naked eye. It would be time enough to use the magnifying lens should there be a difficulty of identifying them. For some moments after she had taken her stand, no one made appearance near or around the dwelling. A complete tranquility reigned over the spot. A pet axis deer skipping over the lawn, some peafowl moving amidst the shrubbery of the parterre, their purple gorgets gaily glittering in the sun, were the only objects animate that could be seen near the house. Farther off in the fields, gangs of negroes were at work among the cane, with what appeared to be a white overseer moving in their midst. These had no interest for the observer upon the rock, and her eye, scarce resting on them for a second, returned to scan the enclosed space approximate to the dwelling, in the hope of their seeing something, form, incident, or scene, that might give her some clue to the mystery of the morning. In respect to the former, she was not disappointed. Forms, scenes, and incidents were all offered in succession, and though they did but little to elucidate the enigma which had carried her to that aerial post of observation, they had the effect of calming, to some extent, the jealous thought that was distressing her. First she saw a gentleman and a lady step out from the house and take their stand among the statues. At the sight she felt a slight flutter of uneasiness, until through the lorgnette she looked upon hay-colored hair and whiskers, enabling her to identify the owner as Smythje. This gave her a species of contentment, and her jealous spirit was still further tranquilized when the glass revealed to her the features of Kate Vaughan, overspread with an expression of extreme sadness. "Good," muttered the delighted spy. "That tells a tale. She cannot have seen him? Surely not, or she would not be looking so woebegone." At this moment another figure was seen approaching across the parterre towards the two who stood among the statues. It was that of a man in a dark dress. Herbert Vaughan wore that color. With a fresh flutter of uneasiness, the lorgnette was carried back to the eye. "Bah! It is not he. A fellow with a common face, a servant, I suppose. Very likely the valet I've heard of. He has brought some message from the house. Ha! They're going in again. No, only the master. She stays. Odd enough he should leave her alone. So much for your politeness, Mr. Montague Smythje." And with a sneering laugh as she pronounced the name, the fair spy again took the glass from her eye, and appeared for a moment to give way to the gratification which she had drawn from what she had succeeded in observing. Certainly there were no signs of the presence of Herbert Vaughan about the precincts of Mount Welcome, nor anything to indicate that he had an interview with his cousin. If so, it must have ended just as the Jewess might have wished, since the expression observable on the countenance of Kate showed anything but the traces of a reconciliation. Pleased to contemplate her in this melancholy mood, her jealous rival again raised the glass to her eye. "Ha!" she exclaimed on the instant. "Whatever is the nigger doing in front of the statue? She appears to be talking to it. An interesting dialogue, I do declare. Ha, ha, ha! Perhaps she is worshipping it. Ha, ha! She seems as much statue as it. Patience upon a monument, smiling. Ha, ha, ha!" "Ah, now," resumed the hilarious observer, still gazing through the glass, "she turns from the statue. As I live, she is looking up this way. She cannot see me. No, not with the naked eye. Besides, there is only my head and hat above the edge of the rock. She won't make them out. How steadfastly she looks this way, a smile upon her face. That, or something like it. One might fancy she was thinking of that pretty scene up here, the interesting tableau, Smythje on his knee. Ha, ha, ha!" "Ah, what now?" she continued, interrogatively, at the same time suddenly ceasing from her laughter as she saw the young Creole adjust the scarf over her head and glide towards the back of the house. "What can it mean? She appears bent on an excursion. Alone, too. Yes, alone as if she intended it. See, she passes the house with stealthy step, looks towards it, as if fearing someone to come forth and interrupt her. Through the garden, through the gate in the wall. Ha! She's coming up the mountain. As the Jewess made this observation, she stepped a pace forward upon the rock, to gain a better view. The lorgnette trembled as she held it to her eye. Her whole frame was quivering with emotion. "Up the mountain," muttered she. "Yes, up the mountain, and for what purpose? To meet Herbert Vaughan?" A half-suppressed scream accompanied the thought, while the glass, lowered by her side, seemed ready to fall from her fingers. End of section 83. Section 84 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 13. A Spy in Ambush. You have seen a proud bird whose wing has been broken by the fatal bullet drop helpless to the earth. So fell the heart of Judith Jesseron from the high confidence that but the moment before had been buoying it up. The sight of Kate Vaughan coming up the mountain path at once robbed it of exultation, even of contentment. What errand could the young Creole have up there, unless that of an assignation, and with whom but the man who was so mysteriously missing? Her surreptitious departure from the dwelling, the time chosen when Smythje was out of the way, her quick gait and backward glances as she stole through the shrubbery, all indicated a fear of being seen and followed. And why should she fear either, if bent upon an ordinary errand? Mr. Smythje was not her father, nor as yet her husband. Why should she care to conceal her intentions from him, unless indeed they were clandestine, and pointing to that very purpose which the jealous Jewess had conjectured, a rendezvous with Herbert Vaughan? Judith felt convinced of it, so fully that as soon as she saw the young Creole fairly started up the sloping path, she glided to the rear edge of the platform and looked down, expecting to see the other party to the assignation. True, she saw no one, but this did little to still the agitation now vibrating through every nerve of her body. He was not in sight, but that signified not. Perhaps he was at that moment within hearing, and might be seen, but for the forest screen that covered the facade of the mountain. Where was it their design to meet? Where had they named their appointment? Judith did not doubt that there was design. Jealousy did not stay to ask the question. She was convinced that an arrangement had been made, and on that very morning. What else could be the meaning of the double message? First, to demand a meeting. Secondly, to appoint the place. Yes, that would explain the repetition of those footmarks that had gone twice to and fro. What spot had they chosen for the scene of their clandestine encounter? A sudden apprehension seized upon the spy. She might lose sight of them, and then they would enjoy their meeting in secret and uninterrupted. By heavens, that must not be. Her spirit, now roused to the extreme pitch of jealousy, cared not for consequences. End as the scene might, she was resolved on its interruption. The only chance of discovering the place of assignation would be to keep Kate Vaughan in sight. Perhaps Herbert was already there, waiting for her. He would be there. The lover is always first upon the ground. Obedient to this thought, the Jewess rushed back across the platform and once more directed her glance down the mountain. She saw what she looked for, the snow-white snood, easily distinguishable among the dark green foliage, now hidden as the wearer walked under the tall trees, again appearing at the open angles where the road zigzagged. Most of the path could be seen from the summit of the rock, for although rarely used, it had once been cleared by the axe, and formed an open tract through the timber, narrow but perceptible from above. Judith, still marking the movements of the kerchief, swept the path with her glance and her glass, up to the point where it reached the base of the rock, and ran round to the rear. Repeatedly she scanned the track, far in advance of the climber, expecting to see someone appear, Herbert Vaughan, of course. If aught showed among the trees, a bird fluttering in the foliage, frayed by the approach of the gentle intruder, the heart of the jealous Jewess experienced a fresh spasm of pain. Though certain she was soon to see it, she dreaded to behold the first blush of that clandestine encounter, to see them come together, perhaps rush into each other's arms, their lips meeting in the kiss of mutual love. Oh, agony unendurable! As she surmised the scene before her fancy, for a moment her proud spirit shrank, quailed, and cowed within her, and her form of bold, noble development shook like a fragile reed. Up the steep, with springy step, climbed the young Creole, lightly as a bird upon the wing, unconscious that she was observed, and of all others, by the rival she had most reason to dread. After completing the numerous windings of the path, she at length arrived within some 20 paces of the rock, where the road turned round to the rear. She knew the way, and without pausing, kept on until she stood within the embouchure of the sloping ravine. Up to this point, the Jewess had marked her every movement, watching her along the way. Not without some surprise had she perceived her intention to climb the Jumba rock, which by the direction she had taken was now evident. The surprise soon passed, however, with a quick reflection. The summit of the rock, that place already hallowed by a love scene, was the spot chosen for the meeting. On discovering Kate's determination to ascend the rock, which she had now divined by seeing her pass round to the rear, the Jewess stayed no longer upon the platform. That would have necessarily led to an encounter between the two. Not that Judith would have shunned it, however awkward, however contra tiempo. It was not from any feeling of delicacy that she determined on leaving the place. On the contrary, the action that followed betrayed a motive of a very opposite character. Just where the ravine debouched upward on the platform, a lateral cleft opened to one side. Its bottom was but a few feet below the summit level, covered with a thick growth of evergreen bushes whose tops, rising to an equal height with the table above, completely filled the hollow with their dense frondage. The quick eye of Judith Jesserand at once detected the convenience of this covert. There concealed, she could see without being seen. From under the grim shadow of those dark evergreens, she could behold what was like enough to wring her heart, though she was now reckless of the result. Watching her opportunity when the eyes of the young Creole were turned downwards, she glided into the lateral ravine and concealed herself behind the curtain of leaves. Cowering within the covert, she awaited the ascent of her rival. Amidst the tumult of her emotions, there was no chance to reason calmly. Suspicion of Herbert's perfidy, for it is not to be denied that the young man had shown her attentions, or, at all events, had passively permitted her to think so. Suspicion of his faithlessness had now become certainty. There could be no mistake about the intended meeting between him and his cousin. At least, so Judith, blinded by her passions, believed. There was Kate coming upon the ground, and Herbert he would soon be after. Strange he had not arrived first, but that had not much significance. He could not be far off, and no doubt would be there in good time, perhaps overtake his sweetheart, ere she could reach the summit of the rock. Thus ran the reflections of the rival. She listened for Herbert's voice, expecting every moment to hear him hailing from below. She cast listless glances down the ravine, in the belief she should presently see him following frantically upon the footsteps of his cousin, and chiding himself for not being foremost at the tryst. End of section 84. Section 85 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 14. A Fell Purpose Defeated. Judith had as yet traced out no definite plan of action, trusting to circumstances to suggest what course she should pursue. Only on one thing had she come to a determination: to permit both to pass up on the rock before showing herself. She resolved, as long as possible, to restrain her instinct of revenge. She would see them meet, be witness of their mutual endearments, be sure of it, and then would be her time to launch forth into the full torrent of recrimination. Something of this kind was the course she had shaped out for herself, still but vaguely, still dependent on chance. The young Creole, little suspecting the proximity of her spiteful rival, ascended the ravine, close passing the spot where the latter was concealed. Altogether unconscious of being observed, she stepped lightly upon the platform, and crossing over, stopped near the opposite edge, precisely upon the spot where she had stood during the eclipse, hallowed by such sweet remembrance. Undoing the slight knot that had confined her kerchief under her chin, and holding it in both hands so as to shade her eyes from the sun, she stood for some time gazing into the valley below, not the one where lay the mansion of her father, but that in which dwelt a relative still dearer. As before, her eyes were bent upon the pen, that sombre pile which, despite the dim shadows that surrounded it, seemed to her the brightest spot upon the earth. The sun in the sky above was nothing in brightness to the light that circled there, the light of Herbert's love. What would she not have given to have lived in that light? What to have been that favorite who now basked in it? "Would that I could see him once again," she murmured, "before that hour when we must meet no more, for then even the thought would be a crime. If I could only see him once, only speak with him, I feel as if I should tell him all. Though he cannot love me, I am sure he would pity me. Even that, it seems to me, would soothe. It could not cure. Oh, why did he upon this very spot, why those glances I can never forget? I can see them now, his eyes as they were then, gazing into mine, as if something passed between us, something that sank into the very depths of my soul. Oh, Herbert, why did you so regard me? But for that it might have passed, but now, never. Ah, Herbert, Herbert." In her anguish the young Creole pronounced the last words aloud. Only the name was heard by Judith Jesseron, but they fell upon her ear with fearful effect, piercing through her heart like a poisoned arrow. If she had any doubts about the purpose of Kate's presence, that word had decided them. The Creole had now declared it with her own tongue. On the instant a thought, dread, and desire commenced taking shape in the heart of the jealous woman. She felt her bosom stirred to a purpose bold and black as hell itself. That purpose was nothing less than the destruction of her rival, the death of Kate Vaughan. The circumstances suggested the mode. The young Creole was standing upon the escarpment of the cliff, scarce 3 feet from its edge. A slight push from behind would project her into eternity. Not much risk either in the committal of the crime. The bushes below would conceal her body, at least for a length of time, and when found, what would be the verdict? What could it be but filo de se? The circumstances would give color to this surmise. Even her own father might fancy it, as the consequence of his forcing her to be wedded against her will. Besides, had she not stolen surreptitiously from the house, taking advantage of an opportunity when no eye was upon her? Other circumstances equally favored the chances of safety. No one seemed to know that Kate had come up to the Jumba Rock, and not a soul could be aware that she, Judith, was there, for she had neither passed nor met anyone by the way. No eye was likely to be witness of the act, even though the forms of the actors might be descried from the valley below. It would be at too great a distance for anyone to distinguish the character of the proceeding. Besides, it was 1 chance in 1,000 if any eye should be accidentally turned toward the summit of the mountain. At that hour, the black laborers in the fields were too busy with their task to be allowed the freedom of gazing idly upon the Jumba Rock. With a fearful rapidity coursed these thoughts through the mind of the intending murderess, each adding fresh strength to her horrible purpose, and causing it to culminate towards the point of execution. Her jealousy had long since become a strong passion, to which she had freely abandoned her soul. Already was it yearning for revenge, and now that an opportunity seemed to offer for gratifying it, she could no longer restrain herself. The chance was too tempting. The demoniac desire became uncontrollable. Casting a glance down the ravine to make sure that no one came that way, and another towards Kate, to see that her face was still turned away, Judith stole softly out of the bushes and mounted upon the rock. Silently, as treads the tigress approaching her prey, did she advance across the platform towards the spot where stood her intended victim, utterly unconscious of the dread danger that was so nigh. Was there no voice to warn her? There was, the voice of Smythje. "Ah-ha, dear Kate, that you up there on the rock? Ah, by Jove, what a precious chase I've had after ya. There isn't a breath left in my body. Ha, ha." Judith heard the voice, and, like a cheated tigress, was about to retreat to her lair, when Kate, half facing about, compelled her to keep her ground. With the suddenness of a thought, she had changed her terrific attitude, and, as the eyes of the Creole rested upon her, she was standing with her arms hanging negligently downward, in the position of one who had just stepped forward upon the spot. Kate beheld her with surprise, not unmixed with alarm, for the wild look that still lingered in the eye of the disappointed and balked murderess could not escape observation. Before either could say a word, the voice of Smythje was again heard speaking from below. "Dear creature, I am coming. I shall presently be up," continued he, his voice constantly changing its direction, proclaiming that he continued to advance round the rock towards the ravine in the rear. "I beg your pardon, Miss Vaughan," said the Jewess with a sweeping curtsy and a cynical glance towards Kate. "Most emphatically I beg your pardon. The second time I have intruded upon you in this delightful place. I assure you my presence here is altogether an accident, and to prove that I have no desire to interfere, I shall bid you a very good morning." So saying, the daughter of Jacob Jessaron turned towards the downward path, and had disappeared from the platform before Kate could command words to express either her astonishment or indignation. "By Jove!" gasped Smythje, breathless, on reaching the platform. "Had your company up here? Surely I saw someone going out from the ravine, a lady in a riding dress." "Miss Jessaron has been here." "Ah, Miss Jessaron, that very remarkable creature, going to be married to your cousin, 'tis reported. By Jove, she'll make the young fellow a fine wife, if she don't want too much of her own way. Ha, ha! What do you think about it, dear Kate?" "I have no thoughts about it, Mr. Smythje. Pray let us return home." Smythje might have noticed, though without comprehending it, the anguished tone in which these words were uttered. "Ah, very well. Am ready to go back. But, dear Kate, what a womp you are, to be sure. You thought to play me a trick, like the young bride in the minstrel bow. Ha, ha! Very amusing. Never mind. You are not so unfortunate as that fair creature was. I saw your white scarf amid the green trees, and that guided me to your secret hiding-place. Ha, ha!" Little suspected Smythje how very near had been his affianced to a fate as unfortunate as that of the bride of Lovell. As little as Kate that Smythje had been her preserver. End of section 85. Section 86 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.com. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 15. Cynthia's Report. Cynthia was not slow in responding to the summons of the Jew, who possessed an influence over her which, if not so powerful, was also less mysterious than that wielded by the Mile man, since it was the power of money. The mulatta liked money, as most people do, and for the same reason as most, because it afforded the means for indulging in dissipation, which with Cynthia was a habit. Very easily did she find an opportunity for paying a visit to the pen, the more easily that her master was absent. But even had he been at home, she would have had but little difficulty in framing an excuse, or rather, she would have gone without one. In the days of which we write, slavery had assumed a very altered phase in the West Indies, more especially in the island of Jamaica. The voices of Wilberforce and Clarkson had already reached the remotest corners of the island, and the plantation negroes were beginning to hear the first mutterings of the emancipation. The slave trade was doomed, and it was expected that the doom of slavery itself would soon be declared. The black bondsman had become emboldened by the prospect, and there was no longer that abject submission to the wanton will of the master and the whip of the driver, which had existed of yore. It was not uncommon for slaves to take leave of absence without asking it, often remaining absent for days, returning without fear of chastisement, and sometimes staying away altogether. Plantation revolts had become common, frequently ending in incendiarism and other scenes of the most sanguinary character. And more than one brand of runaways had established themselves in the remote fastness of the mountains, where, in defiance of the authorities, and despite the preventative service, somewhat negligently performed by their prototypes, the Maroons, they preserved a rude independence, partly sustained by pilfering and partly by freebooting of a bolder kind. These runaways were in effect playing a role, in complete imitation of what at an earlier period had been the meteor of the original Maroons, while, as already stated, Maroons themselves, employed upon the sage but infamous principle of set a thief to catch a thief, had now become the detective police of the island. Under such conditions of slavery, the bold Cynthia was not the woman to trouble herself about asking leave of absence, nor to be deterred by any slight circumstance from taking it. Therefore, at an early hour of the day, almost on the heels of Blue Dick, the messenger, she made her appearance at the pen. Her conference with Jessaron, though it threw no light either on the whereabouts of the missing bookkeeper or on the cause of his absence, was not without interest to the Jew, since it revealed facts that gave him some comfort. He had already learnt from Blue Dick that the Custos had started on his journey, and from Cynthia he now ascertained the additional fact that before starting he had taken the spell. It had been administered in his Stirrup-Cup of swizzle. This intelligence was the more gratifying, in view of the apprehensions which the Jew was beginning to feel in regard to his Spanish employees. If the spell should do its work as quickly as Chakra had said, these worries would be anticipated in the performance of their dangerous duty. Another important fact was communicated by Cynthia. She had seen Chakra that morning, just after her master had taken his departure. There had been an arrangement between her and the Mile Man to meet at their usual trysting place, contingent on the setting out of the Custos. As this contingency had transpired, of course the meeting had taken place, its object being that Cynthia might inform Chakra of such events as might occur previous to the departure. Cynthia did not know for certain that Chakra had followed the Custos. The Mile Man had not told her of his intention to do so, but she fully believed he had. Something he had let fall during their conference guided her to this belief. Besides, on leaving her, Chakra, instead of returning towards his haunt in the Duppy's Hole, had gone off along the road in the direction of Savannah. This was the substance of Cynthia's report, and having been well rewarded for the communication, the mulatta returned to Mount Welcome. Notwithstanding the gratification which her news afforded, it was far from tranquilizing the spirit of Jacob Jessaron. The absence of Herbert Vaughan still continued, still unexplained, and as the hours passed and the night drew near, without any signs of his return, Jessaron, and it may be said Judith as well, became more and more uneasy about his disappearance. Judith was puzzled as well as pained. Her suspicion that Herbert had had an appointment with his cousin Kate had been somewhat shaken by what she had seen, as well as what she had not seen, for on leaving the Jumba Rock she had not ridden directly home. Instead of doing so, she had lingered for a length of time around the summit of the mountain, expecting Herbert to show himself. As she had neither encountered him nor any traces of him, she was only too happy to conclude that her surmises about the meeting were, after all, but fancy, and that no assignation had been intended. Kate's coming up to the Jumba Rock was a little queer, But then Smythje had followed her, and Judith had not heard that part of the conversation, which told that his being there was only an accident, the accident of having discovered the retreat to which the young Creole had betaken herself. These considerations had the effect of soothing the jealous spirit of the Jewess, but only to a very slight extent, for Herbert's absence was ominous, the more so, thought Judith, as she remembered a conversation that had lately passed between them. Nor did she feel any repentance for the dark deed she had designed, and would certainly have executed, but for the well-timed appearance of Smythje upon the scene. The words which had fallen from the lips of Kate Vaughan had been a sufficient clue to her reflections, and though he whose name she had mentioned was not present in person, the Jewess did not doubt that he, and only he, was the subject of that soliloquy. There might have been remorse for the deed, had it been accomplished, but there was no repentance for the design. Jealousy, bitter as ever in the breast of Judith, forbade this. Judith's return did not make the matter any clearer to Jessaron. She had no story to tell, except that which she deemed it more prudent to keep to herself. Her not having encountered Herbert during her ride only rendered his absence more difficult of explanation. End of section 86. Section 87 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 16. A Day of Conjectures. Toward sunset a fresh inspection was made of the tracks, Jessaron going in person to examine them. The skilled herdsman was again questioned, and on this occasion a fresh fact was elicited, or rather a conjecture, which the man had not made before, since he had not noticed the circumstance on which he rested it. It was some peculiarity in the sole of the shoe that had made the strange track, and which guided the herdsman to guess who was the owner. In scouring the forest paths in search of his cattle, he had observed that footmark before, or one very like it. "If it be de same, massa," remarked he, in reply to the cross-questioning of the Jew, "den I knows who owns dat foot. It longs to that ere cap'n of the Maroons." "Cubina? Ah, that's just the berry man." The Jew listened to this conjecture with marked inquietude, which was increased as another circumstance was brought to his knowledge, that Quaco, the Maroon, who had been arrested along with Herbert on the day of his first appearance at the pen, had been lately seen in communication with the latter, and apparently in a clandestine manner. Blue Dick was the authority for this piece of incidental intelligence. The pen-keeper's suspicions had pointed to Cubina at an earlier hour of the day. These circumstances strengthened them. It needed but another link to complete the chain of evidence, and this was found in the tobacco pipe left in the hammock, a rather unique implement, with an iron bowl and a stem made out of the shank bone of an ibis. On being shown the pipe, the herdsman recognized it on sight. It was the cuddy of Captain Cubina. More than once had he met the Maroon with the identical instrument between his teeth. Jessaron doubted no longer that Cubina had been the abductor of his bookkeeper, nor Judith either, for the Jewess had taken part in the analytical process that guided to this conclusion. Judith was rather gratified at the result. She was glad it was no worse. Perhaps after all the young Englishman had only gone on a visit to the Maroon, with whom she knew him to be acquainted, for Judith had been informed of all the circumstances connected with their first encounter. What was more natural than a sort of attachment between them, resulting from such an odd introduction? Curiosity may have induced Herbert to accompany the Maroon to his mountain home, and this was sufficient to explain his absence. True, there were circumstances not so easily explained. The presence of the Maroon at the pen, his track twice to and fro, the hurried departure of Herbert, without any previous notice either to herself or to her father. All these circumstances were suspicious, and the spirit of the jealous Judith, though partially tranquilized by a knowledge of the new facts that had come to light, was nevertheless not quite relieved from its perplexity. The same knowledge had produced an effect on the spirit of her worthy parent altogether different. So far from being gratified by the idea that his bookkeeper was in the company of the Maroon captain, he was exceedingly annoyed by it. He at once remembered how pointedly Herbert had put certain questions to him in relation to the fate of the flogged runaway, the prince. He remembered also his own evasive answers, and he now foresaw that in the case of the questioner being in the company of Kubina, the latter would give him a very different account of the transaction. In fact, such a statement as could not fail to bring about the most crooked consequences. Once in the possession of those damning facts, the young Englishman, of whose good moral principles the old Jew had become cognizant, would be less likely to relish him, Jessaron, for a father-in-law. Such an awkward affair coming to his knowledge might have the effect not only to alienate his much-coveted friendship, his equally solicited love, but to drive him altogether from a house whose hospitality he might deem suspicious. Was it possible that this very result had already arisen? Was the whole scheme of the pen-keeper to prove a failure? Had murder, the blackest of all crimes, been committed in vain? There was but little doubt left on the mind of Jacob Jessaron that the deed was now done. Whether by the poison of Chakra or the steel of the Caçadores, so far as Custos himself was concerned, that part of the program would, by this time, be complete, or so near its completion that no act of the instigator could stay its execution. How, when, and where was it done? And had it been done in vain? During the early part of that same night, and on through the midnight hours, thus interrogatively reflected the Jew. He slept not, or only in short spells of unquiet slumber, taken in his chair, as on the night before, in the open veranda. It was care, not conscience, that kept him awake, apprehension of the future rather than remorse for the past. After midnight and near morning, a thought became uncontrollable, a desire to be satisfied, if not about the last of these interrogatories, at least in relation to the former. In all likelihood, Chakra would, by that time, have returned, would be found in his lair in the Duppy's hole. Why he had followed the Custos, Jessaron could not tell. He could only guess at the motive. Perhaps he, Chakra, was in fear that his spell might not be sufficient, and, failing, he might find an opportunity to strengthen it. Or was it that he wished to be witness to the final scene, to exult over his hated enemy in the last hour of life? Knowing as the Jew did the circumstances that had long existed between the two men, their mutual malice, Chakra's deadly purposes of vengeance, this conjecture was far from improbable. It was the true one, though he also gave thought to another, that perhaps the mild man had followed his victim for the purpose of tendering him. To ascertain that he had succeeded in the preliminary step, that of murdering him, the Jew forsook his chair couch, and having habited himself for a nocturnal excursion, proceeded in the direction of the Duppy's Hole. End of section 87. Section 88 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 17. The Sick Traveler. After passing beyond the precincts of his own plantation, and traversing for some distance a by-road known as the Carrion Crow, Mr. Vaughan at length reached the main highway, which runs between Montego Bay on the north and Savannah-la-Mer on the southern side of the island. Here, facing southward, he continued his route, Savannah-la-Mer being the place where he intended to terminate his journey on horseback. Thence he could proceed by sea to the harbor of Kingston, or the Old Harbor, or some other of the points having easy communication with the capital. The more common route of travel from the neighborhood of Montego Bay to Spanish Town, when it is desired to make the journey by land, is by the northern road to Falmouth Harbor, and thence by St. Anne's and across the island. The southern road is also traveled at times without the necessity of going to the port of Savannah, by Lacovia and the parish of St. Elizabeth. But Mr. Vaughan preferred the easier mode of transit, on board ship, and knowing that coasting vessels were at all times trading from Savannah to the ports on the southern side, he anticipated no difficulty in obtaining a passage to Kingston. This was one reason why he directed his course to the seaport of Savannah. He had another motive for visiting this place, and one that influenced him to an equal or greater extent. Savannah-la-Mer, as already stated, was the assize town of the western district of the island, otherwise the county of Cornwall, including under its jurisdiction the 5 great parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Trelawney, and St. Elizabeth, and consequently the town of Montego Bay. Thus constituted, Savannah was the seat of justice, where all plaints of importance must be preferred. The process which Mr. Vaughan was about to institute against the Jew was one for the consideration of a full court of assize. A surreptitious seizure of 24 slaves was no small matter, and the charge would amount to something more than that of mere malversation. Loftus Vaughan had not yet decided on the exact terms in which the accusation was to be made, but the assize town, being not only the seat of justice, but the headquarters of the legal knowledge of the county, he anticipated finding there the counsel he required. This, then, was his chief reason for traveling to Spanish Town via Savannah-la-Mer. For such a short distance, a journey that might be done in a day, a single attendant sufficed. Had he designed taking the land route to the capital, then it would have been different. Following the fashion of the island, a troop of horses, with a numerous escort of servants, would have accompanied the great custos. The day turned out to be one of the hottest, especially after the hour of noon, and the concentrated rays of the sun, glaring down upon the white chalky road, over which the traveler was compelled to pass, rendered the journey not only disagreeable, but irksome. Added to this, the custos, not very well on leaving home, had been getting worse every hour. Notwithstanding the heat, he was twice attacked by a severe chill, each time succeeded by its opposite extreme of burning fever, accompanied by thirst he knew no quenching. These attacks had also for their concomitants bitter nausea, vomiting, and a tendency towards cramp, or tetanus. Long before night, the traveler would have stopped had he found a hospitable roof to shelter him. In the early part of the day he had passed through the more settled districts of the country, where plantations were numerous, but then, not being so ill, he had declined making halt, having called only at one or two places to obtain drink, and replenish the water canteen carried by his attendant. It was only late in the afternoon that the symptoms of his disease became specially alarming, and then he was passing through an uninhabited portion of the country, a wild corner of Westmoreland parish, where not a house was to be met with, for miles alone, the highway. Beyond this tract, and a few miles further on the road, he would reach the grand sugar estate of Content. There he might anticipate a distinguished reception, since the proprietor of the plantation, besides being noted for his profuse hospitality, was his own personal friend. It had been the design of the traveler before starting out to make Content the halfway house of his journey, by stopping there for the night. Still desirous of carrying out this design, he pushed on, notwithstanding the extreme debility that had seized upon his frame, and which rendered riding upon horseback an exceedingly painful operation. So painful did it become that every now and then he was compelled to bring his horse to a halt, and remain at rest, till his nerves acquired strength for a fresh spell of exertion. Thus delayed, it was sunset when he came in sight of the Content. He did get sight of it from a hill, on top of which he had arrived just as the sun was sinking into the Caribbean Sea, over the far headland of Point Negre. In a broad valley below, filled with the purple haze of twilight, he could see the planter's dwelling, surrounded by its extensive sugar works and picturesque rows of negro cabins, so near that he could distinguish the din of industry and the hum of cheerful voices, borne upward on the buoyant air, and could see the forms of men and women, clad in their light-colored costumes, flitting in mazy movement about the precincts of the place. The custos gazed upon the sight with dizzy glance. The sounds fell confusedly on his ear, as the shipwrecked sailor who sees land without the hope of ever reaching it, so looked Loftus Vaughan upon the valley of Content. For any chance of his reaching it that night, without being carried thither, there was none, no more than if it had been 100 miles distant, at the extreme end of the island. He could ride no further. He could no longer keep the saddle, and slipping out of it he tottered into the arms of his attendant. Close by the roadside and half hidden by the trees appeared a hut, surrounded by a kind of rude enclosure that had once been the garden or provision ground of a negro. Both hut and garden were ruinate, the former deserted, the latter overgrown with that luxuriant vegetation which, in tropic soil, a single season suffices to bring forth. Into this hovel the custos was conducted, or rather carried, for he was now unable even to walk. A sort of platform or banquette of bamboos, the usual couch of the negro cabin, stood in one corner, a fixture seldom or never removed on the abandonment of such a dwelling. Upon this the custos was laid, with a horse blanket spread beneath, and his camlet cloak thrown over him. More drink was administered, and then the attendant, by command of the invalid himself, mounted one of the horses and galloped off to Content. Loftus Vaughan was alone. End of section 88. Section 89. Of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 18. A Hideous Intruder. Loftus Vaughan was not long alone, though the company that came first to intrude on the solitude that surrounded him was such as no man, either living or dying, would desire to see by his bedside. The black groom had galloped off for help, and ere the sound of his horse's hoofs had ceased to reverberate through the unclayed chinks of the cabin, the shadow of a human form, projected through the open doorway, was flung darkly upon the floor. The sick man, stretched upon the cane couch, suffering extreme pain, and giving way to it by incessant groaning. Nevertheless, he saw the shadow as it fell upon the floor, and this, with the sudden darkening of the door, admonished him that someone was outside and about to enter. It might be supposed that the presence of any living being would at that moment have pleased him, as a relief to that lugubrious loneliness that surrounded him, and perhaps the presence of a living being would have produced that effect. But in that shadow which had fallen across the floor, the sick man saw, or fancied he saw, the form of one who should have been long since dead, the form of Chakra, the Mile Man. The shadow was defined and distinct. The hut faced westward. There were no trees before the door, nothing to intercept the rays of the now sinking sun that covered the ground with a reddish glare, nothing save that sinister silhouette, which certainly seemed to betray the presence of Chakra, or a duplication of his ghost, of late so often seen. The sick man was too terrified to speak, too horrified to think. It scarce added to his agony when, instead of his shadow, the Mile Man himself, in his own proper and hideous aspect, appeared within the doorway, and without pause stepped forward upon the floor. Loftus Vaughan could no longer doubt the identity of the man who had made this ill-timed intrusion. Dizzy though his sight was, from a disordered brain, and dim as it had been rapidly becoming, it was yet clear enough to enable him to see that the form which stood before him was no fantasy, no spirit of the other world, but one of this, one as wicked as could well be found amid the phalanx of the fiends of darkness. He had no longer either fancy or fear about Chakra's ghost. It was Chakra's self he saw, an apparition far more to be dreaded. The scream that escaped from the lips of Loftus Vaughan announced the climax of his horror. On uttering it, he made an effort to rise to his feet, as if with the intention of escaping from the hut, but finally overpowered by his own feebleness, and partly yielding to a gesture of menace made by the Mile Man, and which told him that his retreat was intercepted, he sank back upon the banquette in a paralysis of despair. "Ah!" shouted Chakra, as he placed himself between the dying man and the door. "No use for try escape, no use whatsomedever. If ye were able to get way from here, you no go fur. For you walk 100 yard, you fall down in your track, like dewdrop calf. No use, you old fool. Wah!" Another shriek was the only reply which the enfeebled man could make. "Ha, ha, ha!" vociferated Chakra, showing his shark-like teeth in a fiendish laugh. "Ha, ha, ha! Shriek away, Cusses Vaughan. Shriek till you bust your windpipe. Chakra tell you it no use. De death pell am pon you. It am in you. And jes' when dat ar sun ab cease shine upon de floor, you go join you two brudder justices in de other world. What you no find buckra no better den brack man. Dey gone afore. Both go by the death pell. Chakra send you just the same, only he you keep for the last, 'cause you the grand cusses, and he keep him best victim for the last. The devil him better like that way." "Mercy! Mercy!" cried the dying man. "Ha, ha, ha!" scornfully answered Chakra. "What for you cry mercy? Do you give mercy to the old Mayo man? When you him chain up dar to the cabbage tree? You show no mercy then. Chakra show none now. You got die." "Oh, Chakra! Good Chakra!" cried the custos, raising himself upon the couch and extending his arms in a passionate appeal. "Save me! Save my life, and I will give you whatever you wish. Your freedom, money—" "Ha!" interrupted Chakra in a tone of triumphant exultation. "Gib me freedom, would you? You gib me dat already. You money dis higher nigger don't care about, not the shell of a cocoa. He have plenty money. He get what he want for the love spell and the death spell. Wha! The only ting you have that he care about, you know can gib. Chakra take dat without you gibbin." "What?" mechanically asked the dying man, fixing his eyes upon the face of Chakra with a look of dread import. "Lily Quashiba!" cried the monster in a loud voice, and leering horridly as he pronounced the name. "Lily Quashiba!" he repeated, as if doubly to enjoy the fearful effect which his words were producing. "The daughter of the Quadroom. Das only fair, Casas," continued he in a mocking tone. "You had the mother yourself, that is, after the Maroon. You know that. I am only turning 'em turn about. Now you go die. Chakra, he come him for the daughter. Ha, ha, ha!" "Wha!" he exclaimed, suddenly changing his tone, and bending down over the form of the custos, now prostrate upon the couch. "Wha! I believe the buckra gone dead." He was dead. On hearing the name Lily Quashiba, accompanied by such a fearful threat, a wild cry had escaped from his lips. It was the last utterance of his life. On giving tongue to it, he had fallen back upon the bamboo bedstead, mechanically drawing the cloak over his face, as if to shut out some horrid sight. And while the Mayo man, gloating over him, was endeavoring to procrastinate his pangs, the poison had completed its purpose. Chakra, extending one of his long arms, raised the fold from off his face, and holding it up, gazed for a moment upon the features of his hated foe, now rigid, blanched, and bloodless. Then, as if himself becoming frightened at the form and presence of death, the savage miscreant dropped the cover quickly to its place, rose from his stooping position, and stole stealthily from the hut. End of section 89. Section 90 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 19. To Speculative Travelers. The sun was sinking out of sight into the bosom of the blue Caribbean, and the twilight, long since extended over the valley below, was now spreading its purple robe around the summit of the hill on which stood the hut. The shadows by the huge forest trees were being exchanged for the more somber shadows of the coming night, and the outlines of the hovel, now a house of death, were gradually becoming obliterated by the crepusculous obscurity. Inside that deserted dwelling, tenanted only by the dead, reigned stillness solemn and profound, the silence of death itself. Outside were sounds such as suited the solemnity of the scene, the mournful loo-hoo-ah of the eared owl, who had already commenced quartering the aisles of the forest, while from the heaven above came the wild wail of the potoo as the bird went across the fast darkening sky in search of its insect prey. To these lugubrious utterances there was one solitary exception. More cheerful was the chomping of the steel bit, proceeding from the horse that had been left tied to the tree, and the quick, impatient stroke of his hoof, as the animal fretted under the stings of the mosquitoes, becoming more bitter as the darkness descended. The body of Loftus Vaughan lay upon the bamboo bedstead, just as Chakra had left it. No hand had been there to smooth that rude pillow, no friendly finger to close those eyes that were open, and saw not, those orbs glassed and coldly glaring from their sunken sockets. As yet the attendant had not returned with that succour which would come too late. Nor was it possible for him to get back in much less than an hour. Content, though in actual distance scarcely a mile from the hut, was full 5 in point of time. The slope of the mountain road was at an angle with the horizon of at least 50 degrees. There could be no rapid riding on that road, neither up nor down, upon the most urgent errand, and the black groom was not going to risk life by a broken neck, even to save the life of a custos. It would be a full hour, then, before the man would return. As yet only 20 minutes had passed, and 40 more were to come. But it was not fated that even for those 40 minutes the body of Custos Vaughan should be permitted to rest in peace. 20 minutes had scarcely elapsed after Chakra had stolen away from the side of the corpse, when there came others to disturb it, and with a rude violence almost sufficient to arouse it from the slumber of death. Had Chakra, on leaving the hut, only taken the main road back to Montego Bay, and that was the direction in which he intended going, he would have met 2 strange men, not so strange but that they were known to him, but strange enough to attest to the attention of an ordinary traveler. But among the proclivities of the mile man, that of traveling along main roads, was one in which he did not indulge, except under the most unavoidable circumstances. Following his usual practice, as soon as he had cleared the precincts of the negro cabin, he struck off into a bypath leading through the bushes, and by so doing lost the opportunity of an encounter with 2 individuals, who, although of a different nationality, were as great villains as himself. The brace of worthies thus described are already known. They were the man-hunters of Jacob Jesseron, Manuel and Andres, Caçadores de Cimarrones, from the island of Cuba. With the object for which they were journeying along the Savannah road, the reader is equally au fait. Jesseron's talk with them, on starting them off, has plainly proclaimed the vile intent of his 2 truculent tools. All day long had these human bloodhounds been following upon the track of the custos, now nearer to him, now further off, according to the halts which the traveler had made, and the relative speed of horseman and pedestrian. More than once had they sighted their intended victim afar off on the white, dusty road. But the presence of the stout negro attendant, as well as the broad open daylight, had deterred them from proceeding in their nefarious purpose, and they had postponed its execution till that time which gives opportunity to the assassin, the going down of the sun. This hour had at length arrived, and just as the real murderer was hastening away from the hut, the intending assassins were hurrying towards it, with all the speed in their power. "Carambo!" exclaimed he who was the older, and in consequence the leader of the two. "I shouldn't be surprised, Andres, if the Ingeniero was to slip out of our clutches tonight. Not far beyond lies Content, and owner of that Ingenio is a friend of his. You remember Senor Jacob said he would like to put up there for the night?" "Yes," replied Andres. "The old Julio was particular about that." "Well, if he gets there before we can overhaul him, there'll be nothing done tonight. We must take our chance on the road between that and Savannah." "Carajo!" responded Andres, with somewhat spiteful emphasis. "If it wasn't for them ugly pistols he carries, and that big buck nigger by his side, we might have stopped his breath before this. Supposing he gets to Savannah before we can have a talk with him, what then, compadre?" "Then," answered he thus godfatherly addressed, "then our lines won't lie in pleasant places. Savannah's a big city, and it isn't so easy to murder a man in the street of a town as among these trees. People prowling about have tongues, where the trees haven't, and £50 Jamaica money ain't much for killing a man, more especially a custos, as they call him. Carajo! We must take care, or we may get our necks twisted for this simple trick. These custoses are like our alcaldes. Kill one, and a dozen others will spring up to prosecute you." "But what?" inquired Andres, who, although the younger of the two, appeared to be gifted with a greater degree of prudence than his companion. "What if we don't find a chance, even in Savannah?" "Then," replied the other, "we stand a good chance of losing our £50, shabby currency as it is." "How that, Manuel?" "How that? Why, because the Ingeniero, once in Savannah, will take ship and travel by sea. The dueño said so. We may bid adieu to him, for I wouldn't make another sea voyage for 5 times £50. That we had from Barabano was enough to last me for my life. Carajo! I thought it was the vomito prieto that had seized upon me, but for the fear of another such puking spell, I'd have gone home with the rest, instead of staying in this nest of Jews and nigger drivers. And now I'm ever to get back to Barabano, let alone making a voyage for the purpose of—" The Cubano refrained from finishing his speech, not from any delicacy he had about declaring the purpose, but because he knew that the declaration would be supererogatory to an associate who already comprehended it. "In that case," counseled the more sagacious Andres, "we must finish our business before Savannah comes in sight. Perhaps, compadre, by pushing on rapidly now, we may overtake the party before they get anchored in Content." "You're right, hombre. You're right about that. Let us, as you say, push on, and if it suits you as it does me, let our motto be Noche o Nunca, this night or never." End of section 90. Section 91 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 20. No Blood. The sun had already hidden his red disk under the sea horizon when the man-hunters mounted the hill and approached the hut where Custos Van had been compelled to make halt, and in which he was now lying lifeless. "Mira, Manuel," said Andres, as they came within sight of the hovel, and at the same instant saw the horse standing tied to the tree. "Un cavallo, saddled, bridled, and with alforjas." "A traveller's horse," rejoined Manuel. "And that very traveller we've been tracking?" "Yes, it's the horse of the great alcalde of Mount Welcome." "Don't you remember when we saw them before us at midday, that one of the horses was a bay, and the other a grey? There's the grey, and it was on that very animal the Custos was riding." "Quite true, compadre. But where's the other?" "Maybe among the trees, or tied round the other side of the hut. The riders must be inside." "Both, do you think, Manuel?" "Of course both. Though where Blackskin's horse can be is more than I can say. Carambo! What's halted them here? There's nobody lives in the ranche. I know that. I came this way about a week ago, and it had no tenant then. Besides, the ingenio where he was to put up for the night is just below. What in the name of St. Mary has stopped them here?" "Por Dios, compadre," said the younger of the two Caçadores, looking significantly at the saddlebag still hanging over the cantle of the Custos's saddle. "There ought to be something valuable in those alforjas." "Caval, you're right, but we mustn't think of that just yet, camarado. After the other's done, then we shall have the opportunity. I wonder whether they're both inside. It's very odd we don't see the Negro's horse." "Ha!" rejoined Andres, apparently struck with an idea. "What if he's gone on to the plantation for some purpose? Suppose an accident has happened to the Custos's steed, or, caray, suppose he's himself taken sick? You remember the man we met, who told us about them ugly pistols? He said that one of the travelers, the white man, looked sick. Didn't the fellow say he saw him puking? Por Dios, he did. As you say, there may be something in it. If Blackskin's out of the way, now's our time. For there is more to be feared from that big buck nigger than his master, when it comes to a struggle. If it should prove that the Custos is sick, I hope it is so, he won't be in a condition to make much use of his weapons. And carambo, we must get hold of them before he knows what we're after." "Hadn't we better go round first?" counseled the sagacious Andres. "Let us explore the back of the hut and see whether the other horse is there. If he's not, then certainly the Negro's gone off on some errand. We can steal through the bushes to the other side, and get right up to the walls without any danger of being seen." "That's our plan, camarado." "Let's lose no time, then, for if it be so that Blackskin's abroad, we're in luck. We mayn't find such another chance, not between here and the world's end. Follow me, hombre, and set down your feet as if you were stepping upon eggs with young birds in them. Vamos." So saying, the chief of the two Caçadores skulked in among the trees, closely followed by his companion. After making a circuit through the underwood, the assassins stole silently in towards the back of the hovel. They saw no other horse, only the grey, which stood tied to the tree in front. The bay was gone, and in all probability his rider. Andres already congratulated himself upon his conjecture being correct. The Negro had ridden off upon some errand. This was put beyond all doubt by their perceiving the fresh tracks of a horse leading away from the hut, along the road toward Content. The hoof-prints were so plain as to be visible at some distance. The turf on the road edge was torn up and deeply indented, where the Negro groom had urged his horse into a gallop. The assassins saw this even without returning to the road, and were now satisfied that the attendant was gone away. It only remained to make sure that the traveler himself was inside the hut. Creeping cautiously up to the wall, the Caçadores peeped through the unclayed chinks of the cabin. At first the darkness inside hindered them from distinguishing any object in particular. Presently, as their eyes grew more accustomed to the obscurity, they succeeded in making out the bamboo bedstead in the corner, with something that resembled the figure of a man stretched lengthwise upon it. A dark cloak covered the form, the face as well, but the feet, booted and spurred, protruding from under the cover, told that it was a man who was lying in that outstretched attitude, the man who was to be murdered. He appeared to be sound asleep. There was no motion perceptible, not even as much as would indicate that he breathed. Lying on the floor at some distance from the couch was a hat, and beside it a pair of pistols in their holsters, as if the traveler had unbuckled them from his belt and flung them down before going to sleep. Even if awake, he could scarce get hold of the pistols before his assailants could spring upon him. The assassins looked towards one another with a significant glance. The fates appeared to favor their attempt, and as both on the instant were actuated by the same sanguinary instinct, they leaped simultaneously to their feet, drew their sharp machetes, and rushed together through the doorway. "Matello! Matello! Kill him!" cried both, in the same voice, each with a view of encouraging the other, and as they uttered the cruel cry, they buried the blades in the body of the unresisting traveler, stabbing it repeatedly through the cloak. Convinced that they had finished their bloody work, the murderers were about to rush out again, probably with an eye to the saddlebags outside, when it occurred to them as strange that the victim of their hired villainy should have kept so quiet. In their frenzied excitement, while dealing what they supposed to be his death blows, they had not stopped to notice anything odd in the behavior of the man whom they were murdering. Now that the deed was done, and they could reflect more coolly, a sudden surprise seized upon them, springing from the circumstance that the wretched man had made not the slightest motion, had neither stirred nor cried out. Perhaps the first stab had gone right through his heart, for it was so intended by Andres, who had given it. But even that does not produce instantaneous death, and the manhunters knew it. Besides, on the blade of Andres' machete, as well as that of his comrade, there was no blood. It was very strange. Could the cloak or undergarments have wiped it off? Partially they might, but not altogether. Their blades were wet, but not with blood. Of that they showed scarce a stain. "It's a queer thing, comrade," exclaimed Manuel. "I could almost fancy. Vaya, lift the cloak, and let's have a look at him." The other, stepping closer to the couch, stooped forward and raised the fold of the camlet from the face of the murdered man. As he did so, his hand came in contact with the cold skin, while his glance fell upon the stiffened features of a corpse, upon eyes whose dull blank film showed that the light had long since forsaken them. The assassin stayed not for a second look. With a cry of terror he let go the garment and rushed towards the door, followed by his equally terrified companion. In another moment both would have escaped outside and perhaps have taken the back track, without thinking any more about the saddlebags. But, just as Andres had set foot upon the door-sill, he saw before him something that caused him to pull up, and with a precipitancy that brought his comrade with a violent concussion against his back. The something which had led to this sudden interruption was the presence of 3 men, standing in a triangular row, scarce 5 paces from the door. Each was holding a gun in such position that its dark hollow tube was visible to the eyes of the assassin, pointing directly upon himself. The 3 men were of 3 distinct colors, white, yellow, and black, all 3 known to the manhunter and his companion. They were Herbert von Kubina, captain of Maroons, and Quaco, his lieutenant. End of section 91. Section 92 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 21. The Capture of the Caçadores. The black, though presumably the lowest in rank, was the first to break speech. "No, ye don't," cried he, moving his musket up and down, while still keeping it levelled upon the foremost of the Caçadores. "No, Mr. Jack Spaniard, not a foot you'd set outside that door till we see what you've been a-doin' ithin there. Steady now, or there's an ounce of lead into your garlicky inside. Steady!" "Surrender!" commanded Kubina, in a firm, authoritative voice, and with a threatening gesture, which, though less demonstrative than that of his lieutenant, was equally indicative of determination. "Drop your machetes, and yield at once. Resistance will only cost you your lives." "Come, my Spanish worthies," said Herbert. "You know me. I advise you to do as you're bid. If there's nothing against you, I promise no harm. Ha! War heals," he continued, in sharp haste, observing that the Spaniards were looking over their shoulders, as if intending to escape by the back of the hut. "Don't attempt to run away. You'll be caught, no matter how fast you go. I've got 2 barrels here, and each is good for a bird on the wing. Show your backs, and they'll be preciously peppered. I promise you." "Carajo!" hissed the older of the Caçadores. "What did you want with us?" "Aye," added the other, in a tone of innocent reproach. "What have we been doing to make all this fanfaron about?" "What have you been doing?" rejoined the Maroon captain. "That's just what we desire to know, and are determined upon knowing." "There is nothing to be known," answered the man, speaking with an air of assumed simplicity. "At the least, nothing that's very particular. We were on our way to Savannah, me and my comrade here." "Start your palaver," cried Quaco, becoming impatient, and pushing the muzzle of his musket within an inch of the Spaniard's ribs. "Did ye hear the cap'n tell ye to drop your toastin' forks and surrender? Down with 'em this minute, I say, and do your jaw waggin' atterwards." Thus threatened either with a poke in the ribs or perhaps a bullet between them, Andres sulkily let fall his machete upon the floor, an action that was instantly imitated by his senior and superior. "Now, my braves," proceeded the black lieutenant, still holding his huge gun to the Spaniard's breast, "lest ye mout be wantin' to gie us leg bail, you must submit to be trussed a trifle. Down upon your behinds, both o' ye, and keep that way till I get the cords and skewers ready. The Caçadores perfectly understood the order, and perceiving that there was no chance for disobedience, squatted down upon the floor, each on the spot where he had been standing. Quaco now picked up the two machetes, placing them beyond the reach of their ci-devant owners. Then, handing his great gun over to the care of Cubina, who with Herbert was left to guard the prisoners, he walked off to a short distance among the trees. Presently he returned, trailing after him a long, creeping plant that resembled a piece of cord, and carrying two short sticks, each about 3 feet in length. All this was accomplished with as much celerity, and in as brief a space of time, as if he had simply taken the articles from an adjacent storeroom. Meanwhile, Cubina and Herbert had kept their guns still pointed upon the two Caçadores, for it was evident that the villains were most eager to get off, and as it was now nearly night, had the least chance been allowed them, they might have succeeded in escaping through the darkness. Their captors were determined they should have no chance, for although neither Herbert nor Cubina could see into the obscure interior of the cabin, and were as yet ignorant of the fearful spectacle that there awaited them, they had reason to suspect that the Spaniards had either intended some dark deed, or had already committed it. They had learnt something along the road of the progress of the Caçadores, and their mode of journeying, which to more than one whom they met had appeared mysterious. The horse standing tied to the tree, caparisoned as he was for travel, that was the most suspicious circumstance of all, though none of the 3 pursuers recognized the animal as belonging to Custos Van. As soon as they set eyes upon it, they had felt a presentiment that they had arrived too late. The wild haste with which the Spaniards were rushing from the cabin when intercepted at the door almost confirmed their unpleasant foreboding, and before any of the 3 had entered the hut, they were half prepared to find that it contained a corpse, perhaps more than one, for the disappearance of Pluto was not yet explained. Quaco, habile in handling cordage of all kinds, more especially the many sorts of supple withes with which the trees of a Jamaica forest are laced together, soon tied the 2 Spaniards wrist to wrist and ankle to ankle, as tightly as could have been done by the most accomplished jailer. A long practice in binding runaway blacks had made Quaco an expert in that department, which indeed constitutes part of the professional training of a Maroon. The captors had already entered within the cabin, now dark as death itself. For some moments they stood upon the floor, their eyes endeavoring to read the gloom around them. Silent they stood, so still that they could hear their own breathing, with that of the 2 prisoners upon the floor. At length in the corner they could dimly make out something like the form of a man lying stretched upon a low bedstead. Quaco, though not without some trepidation, approached it. Stooping down, he applied his hand to it with cautious touch. "A man," muttered he, "either asleep or dead." "Dead," he ejaculated the instant after, as in groping about his fingers chanced to fall upon the chill forehead. "Dead and cold." Cubina and Herbert, stepping forward and stooping over the corpse, verified the assertion of Quaco. Whose body was it? It might not be that of Loftus Vaughan. It might be the black attendant, Pluto. No, it was not a black man. It needed no light to show that. The touch of the hair was sufficient to tell that a white man lay dead upon the couch. "Catch me one of those cocuyos," said the Maroon captain, speaking to his lieutenant. Quaco stepped outside the hut. Low down along the verge of the forest were flitting little sparks that appeared to be a galaxy of stars in motion. These were the lampridae, or small fireflies. It was not with these Quaco had to do. Here and there, at longer intervals, could be seen much larger sparks, of a golden green color. It was the great winged beetle, the Cucuyo, Phyrophorus nectilicus, that emitted this lovely light. Doffing his old hat crown, Quaco used it as an insect net, and after a few strokes succeeded in capturing a Cucuyo. With this he returned into the hut, and crossing over, held it near the head of the corpse. He did not content himself with the gold-green light which the insect emits from the two eye-like tubercles on its thorax. The forest craft of Quaco enabled him to produce a brighter and better. Holding open the elytra with his fingers, then bending back the abdomen with his thumb, he exposed that oval disk of orange light, only seen when the insect is on the wing. A circle of a yard in diameter was illuminated by the phosphoric glow. In that circle was the face of a dead man, and sufficiently bright was the lamp of the Cucuyo to enable the spectators to identify the ghastly lineaments of those of the Custo's fawn. End of section 92. Section 93 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 22. A Double Murder. None of the three started or felt surprise. That had been gradually passing, for before this their presentiment had become almost a conviction. Quaco simply uttered one of those exclamations that proclaim a climax. Kubina felt chagrined, disappointed in more ways than one, while Herbert gave way to grief, though less than he might have done had his relative more deserved his sorrow. It was natural they should inquire into the circumstances of the Custoso's death. It was natural they should inquire into the circumstances of the Custos's death, now firmly believing he had been murdered, and by the Caçadores. They proceeded to make an examination of the body. Mystery of mysteries, a dozen stabs by some sharp instrument, and no blood. Wounds through the breast, the abdomen, the heart, all clean-cut punctures, and yet no gore, no extravasation. Who gave the stabs? You did this, you wenches, cried Herbert, turning fiercely upon the employees of Gesseron. Carrambo! Why should we do such a thing, master? Innocently inquired Andres. The alcalde was dead before we came up. Spanish palaver, cried Quaco. Look at these blades, he continued, taking up the two machetes. They're wet now. 'Tain't blood exactly, but something. See? He exclaimed, holding his Cucuyo over the wounds and presenting one of the machetes to the light. They fit to these holes like a cork to a bottle. 'Twere they that made them, nothing but they, and you did it, ye ugly skinks. By the Virgin, Señor Quaco, replied Andres, you wrong us. I'll swear on the holy evangelists, we didn't kill this alcalde. Custos, I mean. Carrambo, no. We were as much surprised as any of you when we came in here and found him lying dead, just as he is now. There was an air of sincerity in the declaration of the wench that rendered it difficult to believe in his guilt. That is, the guilt of him and his companion, as the real murderers, though their intention to have been so was clear enough to Kubina. Grambo, why did you stab him? Said he to the two prisoners. You need not deny that you did that. Señor Capitan, answered the crafty Andres, who in all delicate questions appear to be spokesman. We won't deny that. It is true. I confess it with shame, that we did run our blades once or twice through the body. 12 times, you John Crow, corrected Quaco. Well, Señor Quaco, continued the Spaniard, I won't be particular about the number. There may have been a thrust or two less or more. It was all a whim of my comrade Manuel, here. A little bit of a wager between us. A wager? For what? Asked Herbert. Well, you see, master, we'd been journeying, as I've said already, to Savannah. We saw the horse tied outside this little rancho, and thought we would go in and see who was inside. Carambo! What should we see but the body of a dead man lying stretched out on the bamboos? Santissima! Señores, we were as much startled as you. Terribly surprised, I suppose, sarcastically spoke Cubina. Nearly out of our senses, I assure you, señor. Go on, you wench, commanded Herbert. Let us hear what tale you have to tell. Well, said the Caçadore, resuming his narration, after a while we got a little over our fright, as one naturally does, you know, and then Manuel says to me, Andres, what is it, Manuel? Said I. Do you think, said he, that blood would run out of a dead body? Certainly not, said I. Not a drop. I'll bet you 5 pesos it will, challenged my camarado. Done, said I, and then to settle the thing I acknowledge it, did run our machetes through the body of the custos. Of course, we could do him no harm then. Monsters, exclaimed Herbert. It was almost as bad as killing him. What a horrid tale! Ha! You wretches! Notwithstanding its ingenuity, it'll not save your necks from a halter. Oh, señorito, said Andres appealingly, we've done nothing to deserve that. I can assure you we were both right sorry for what we've done. Ain't you sorry, Manuel? Caray, that I am, earnestly answered Manuel. We both regretted it afterwards, continued Andres, and to make up for what we had done, we took the cloak and spread it decently over the body, in order that the poor alcalde should rest in peace. Liar, cried Quaco, throwing the light of his cocuyo on the corpse. You did no such thing. You stabbed him through the cloak. Look there. And as Quaco gave this indignant denial, he pointed to the cuts in the cloth to prove the falsehood of the Spaniard's statement. Caray, stammered out the confounded Andres. Sure enough, there's a cut or two. Oh, now I recollect. We first covered him up. It was after we did that. We then made the bet, didn't we, Manuel? Manuel's reply was not heard, for at that instant the hoof-strokes of horses were heard in front of the hut, and the shadowy forms of 2 horsemen could be distinguished just outside the doorway. It was the black groom, who had returned from Content, accompanied by the overseer of the estate. Shortly after, a number of negroes appeared on foot, carrying a stretcher. Their purpose was to convey the sick man to Content. Circumstances had occurred to make a change in the character of their duty. End of section 93. Section 94 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 23. Chakra on the Backtrack. Of the 3 magistrates who condemned the Coromantee, One had been slumbering in his grave for 6 months, the second about that number of days, and the third, the great Custos himself, was now a corpse. Of all three had the Mile man been the murderer, though in the case of the first two there had been no suspicion of foul play, or at least not enough to challenge inquest or investigation. Both had died of lingering diseases, bearing a certain resemblance to each other, and, though partaking very much of the nature of a wasting, intermittent fever, yet exhibiting symptoms that were new and strange, so strange as to baffle the skill of the Jamaican disciples of Aesculapius. About the death of either one Chakra had not felt the slightest apprehension, nor would he even had an investigation arisen. In neither murder had his hand appeared. Both had been accomplished by the invisible agency of Obi, that at this period held mysterious existence on every plantation in the island. With the assassination of the Custos, however, it was different. Circumstances had caused that event to be hurried, and there was danger, as Chakra himself had admitted, that the spell of Obi might be mistaken for a spell of poison. A death so sudden and by natural causes inexplicable would, undoubtedly, provoke speculation and lead to the opening and examining of the body. Chakra knew that inside would be found something stronger than even the sap of the savanna flower or the branched callaloo, and that in all probability the malady to which the Custos had succumbed would be pronounced murder. With this upon his mind, he was not without apprehension, his fears pointing to Cynthia. Not that he suspected the honesty of his confederate, but only that her consistency might be too weak to withstand the cross-questioning of a coroner. Fearing this, he had scarce got out of sight of the Custos corpse before he commenced contriving how Cynthia's tongue could be tied. In other words, how the mulatta was to be made away with. Upon this design his thoughts were, for the moment, bent. He had less, if any, apprehension about his other accomplice in the crime. He fancied that Jessaron was himself too deeply dyed to point out the spots upon his fellow conspirator, and this rendered him confident of secrecy on the part of the Jew. Neither did he dwell long upon the danger to be apprehended from Cynthia, and so trivial a matter as the silencing of her tongue soon became obliterated or blended with another and far more important project, to the execution of which he was now hastening. On leaving the hut where lay the dead body of his victim, he had taken to by-paths and bushes. Only for a short time did he keep to these. The twilight rapidly darkening into night left the highway free to him, and availing himself of this privilege, he returned to it, showing by his hurried steps, as he regained the road, that he was glad to escape from a circuitous path. His face once more set towards the Trelawney Hills, he walked in silence and with a rapidity scarce credible, his long ape-like legs split trestle fashion to the center of his body, enabling him to glide over the ground almost as fast as a mule could mince. Whenever anyone appeared upon the road before him, he adopted his customary plan of betaking himself to the bushes until they had passed. But when travelers chanced to be going the same way, which more than once did happen, he avoided an encounter by making a circuit through the woods and coming out far ahead of them. The trouble thus taken to gain time, as well as the earnest manner with which the Milo man was hastening forward, proved that the crime just committed was not the crisis of Chakra's villainies, but that some other evil purpose, to him of equal or greater import, was yet before him, and soon to be achieved or at least attempted. Following back the main route between Savannah-la-Mar and the bay, he at length arrived at the Carrion Crow Road, and after traversing this for some distance, came within view of the Jumba Rock, now glancing with vitreous sheen in the clear moonlight. Almost as soon as he had caught sight of the well-known landmark, he forsook the road and struck off into a bypath that led through the woods. This path, trending diagonally up the side of the Jumba mountain and passing near the base of the rock, was the same which Herbert Vaughan and the two Maroons had traversed on their way from the Happy Valley on that same morning. Chakra, however, knew nothing of this, nor aught either of the design or expedition of Kubina and his comrades. Equally ignorant was he of the errand on which Jessaron had dispatched his Cuban emissaries, by way of having his bow twice stringed. The Curramante, fancying himself the only player in that game of murder, had no idea that there were others interested in it as much as he, and although once or twice during the day he had seen men moving suspiciously behind him along the road, it had never occurred to him who they were, much less that they had been deputed to complete his own job, should the spell fail to prove sufficiently potent. A somewhat long detour, which he had taken after leaving the hut, had brought him out on the main road behind both parties, and thus had he remained ignorant of their proximity, at the same time that he had himself escaped the observation both of the villains who intended to assassinate the Custos, and of the men who were pressing forward to save him. Still continuing his rapid stride, Chakra climbed the mountain slope with the agility of one accustomed to the most difficult paths. On arriving under the Jumba Rock, he halted, not with any intention of remaining there, but only to consider. He looked up towards the summit of the cliff, in whose dark shadow he was standing, and then, raising his eyes still higher, he gazed for a short while upon the sky. His glance betrayed that interrogative scrutiny characteristic of one who, not being furnished with a watch, endeavors to ascertain the time. Chakra needed no watch. By day the sun was sufficient to inform him of the hour. By night the stars, which were old and familiar acquaintances. The sinking of Orion towards the silvered surface of the sea told him that in 2 hours, or thereabout, no stars would be seen. "Couple of hour," muttered he, after making the observation. "Won't do. By the time I get to the duppy hole for the lamp, and then back to the rock for fix 'em, it won't do. Adam and his men the better part of an hour for they could climb up and then it might be daylight. That won't do nohow. Must be done in the night, else we get follered, and the duppy hole no longer safe treat for Chakra. Mustn't risk that, whatsoever ado." "Wha," he continued, after reflecting a moment, and with a look of villainous chagrin overspreading his countenance. "Damn a piece of cuss crooked luck for me, no be a here about 2 hours sooner. That 'ud been sufficient to get 'em all up in time, and there would then have been gobs of time to accomplish the whole business." "Never mind," cried he after a pause, and rousing himself from the attitude of reflection. "Never mind, ye old Curramante fool. More a night, do just as well. Then there be plenty of time. 'Tain't like they get the dead corpus of the Cusses back to the buff afore 2-3 day, and if that ere nigger fetch the news, it do no harm. Maybe no good. In diffusion it make 'bout the place. Never mind, it will be all right for morrow night. For this time of the morning, de lily Kushiba, the beautiful daughter of that proud quadroon. She sleep in the brace of old Chakra, the Mayo man. Whoa! 2 hour 4 day, added he, after a longer pause, in which he appeared to gloat over his fiendish expectations. 2 hour. I's just have time go down to the Jew pen, and then back to the duppy hole for daylight. That old sinner, he want know what's been done, and want get the balance of that £50. I must stand need of the money, now as a gwin to have a wife, and take to the keeping of a establishment. Ha, ha, ha. And as he gave utterance to the laugh, the prospective bridegroom once more put his hideous form in motion, and followed the path leading to the Jew's pen. End of section 94. Section 95 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 24. The Vigil of Love and the Vigil of Jealousy. Yola, true to her tryst, set forth to meet her beloved Maroon. The hour of midnight was the time that had been appointed, but in order to secure punctuality, she took her departure from Mount Welcome long before that hour, leaving herself ample time to reach the rendezvous. Of late, these after-night expeditions had become known to Miss Vaughan, and their object as well. To her young mistress, the Fula maiden had confessed her penchant for Kubina, her belief of its being reciprocated. In short, had told the whole story of her love. Common report spoke well of the young Maroon captain, Yola warmly, and as everything contributed to proclaim his intentions honorable, Miss Vaughan made no objection to his meetings with her maid. There was something in her own sentiments to incline her to this liberal line of conduct. The young Creole could sympathize with hearts that truly loved, all the better that, by experience, her own heart had learnt the bitterness of being thwarted. At all times, therefore, so far as she was concerned, the brown-skinned sweetheart of Kubina had free leave to meet her lover. On that particular night permission was granted to the maid more freely than ever, since, for a certain reason, the mistress herself desired the interview to take place. The reason may be guessed without difficulty. On the previous night Kubina had thrown out a hint, which his sweetheart had communicated to her mistress. She had spoken of some news he might have that would interest the latter, and although there was nothing definite in that, still the hint had led to an indulgence in speculations, vague as dreams, it is true, but tinged with a certain sweetness. Kate knew something of the romantic friendship that had been established between Herbert and Kubina. Yola had long ago told her of this, as well as the incident that had given origin to it. Perhaps that knowledge may explain the interest, almost amounting to anxiety, that she now felt to ascertain the nature of the communication which the Maroon had hypothetically promised to make. It was only in the afternoon of the day, after the excursion to the Jumba Rock, that the maid had imparted this piece of intelligence to her mistress, and the altered demeanor of the latter during the rest of the evening proved how interesting it must have been to her. Her anxiety was scarce of the sorrowful kind, but rather tinged with an air of cheerfulness, as if some secret instinct had infused into her spirit a certain buoyancy, as if on the dark horizon of her future there was still lingering, or had suddenly arisen, a faint ray of hope. Yola had not told all she knew. She said nothing of certain surmises that had escaped the lips of Kubina. With a woman's tact, she perceived that these, being only conjectural, might excite false hopes in the breast of her young mistress, for whom the girl felt a true affection. In fear of this, she kept back the allusion to the marriage of Herbert and Judith, and its probable failure, which Kubina had so emphatically illustrated by a proverb. Yola intended this reserve to be only temporary, only until after her next meeting with her lover, from which she hoped to return with a fuller power of explaining it. Neither had she made known to her mistress the circumstance of having seen Cynthia in company with the Jew, and the conference that had occurred between them, overheard by herself and Kubina, much less the suspicions to which the latter had given expression. Under the apprehension that a knowledge of these strange facts and suspicions might trouble her young mistress, she had withheld them. The young Creole had not retired to rest when Yola took her departure from the house, nor yet for long after. Anxious to know the result of the interview between her maid and the Maroon, she remained awake within her chamber, burning the midnight lamp far into the hours of morning. Notwithstanding the more than permission that had been accorded to her, the princess slave stole softly from the house, passing the precincts of the mansion, and traversing the grounds outside with considerable caution. This party arose from the habit of that half-barbaric life, to which, in her own country, and from earliest childhood, she had been accustomed. But there was also, perhaps, some suspicion of present danger, or, at all events, that fear of interruption natural to one on the way to keep an appointment of the kind towards which she was now betaking herself. From whatever motive sprung her cautious behavior, it was not sufficient to prevent her departure from being observed. Nor did it enable her to perceive that thing of woman's shape that, like an evil shadow, flitted after her across the fields, and went following her along the forest path. Whenever she turned, it also turned, only not preserving an erect bearing, nor going in the same continuous gait, but every now and then pausing upon the path, sometimes in crouched attitude, as if seeking concealment under the shadow of the bushes, then gliding rapidly onward to make stop as before. After having got beyond the surroundings of the house, and some distance into the pimento forest, the Fula walked with more freedom, as if no longer fearing interruption. She was, therefore, less likely to perceive that ill-omened shadow that still continued on her track, following as before by a series of progressive traverses, and in death-like silence. On reaching the glade, the young girl advanced toward the ceiba, and took her stand within its shadow, on a spot, in her eyes, hallowed down to earth's profound and up to heaven. She merely glanced round to satisfy herself that Kubina was not there. She scarce expected him yet. The hour, though late, was earlier than the time appointed. It had not yet gone 12. Else she would have heard the plantation clock announcing it. Allowing her eyes to drop to the ground at her feet, she stood for some minutes buried in a reverie of reflection, a sweet reverie, as befitted her situation of pleasant expectancy. She was startled from this abstraction by the behavior of a bird, a scarlet tanager, that rose fluttering and frightened out of a small clump of bushes about 10 paces from the ceiba, and in which it had been reposing. The bird, uttering a cry of alarm, forsook the shelter, and flew off into the forest. Yola could see nothing that should have caused the creature to make so abrupt a departure from its roosting place. Her own presence could scarce have been the cause, since she had been some minutes upon the ground, and standing in tranquil pose. Some of its natural enemies had frayed the bird, perhaps a rat, an owl, or a serpent. Thus reasoned she, and was so satisfied. If instead of contenting herself with this conjecture, she had stepped 10 paces forward and looked into the little copse, she would have seen there something very different from any of the 3 creatures her fancy had conjured up. She would have seen the form of a woman, crouching within the shadow, with features set in suppressed rage, and eyes glowing indignantly upon herself. Easily, too, would she have recognized the face as that of her fellow slave, Cynthia. But she saw it not, though Cynthia saw her, though for hours did the two remain in this singular juxtaposition, one occupied with the vigil of love, the other absorbed in the vigil of jealousy. For long hours did the Fula maid wait for the coming of her beloved Kubina, her ear keenly bent to catch any sound that might announce his approach, her bosom every moment becoming more and more a prey to painful impatience. Equally long stayed the spy in her place of concealment, equally suffering torture from jealous imaginings. To both it was a relief when a footstep upon the path and a rustling of branches proclaimed the approach of someone towards the spot. It was but a momentary relief, mocking the anticipations of both, thwarting the joy of the one and the vengeful design of the other. Instead of the expected lover, a very different personage made his appearance, and almost at the same instant another coming from the opposite side. Both at the same time advanced towards the middle of the glade, and without exchanging a word, stopped face to face near the Ceiba, as if they had met by appointment. They were out in the open ground and under the full light of the moon. Both were men, and the faces of both could be distinctly seen. Yola knew only one of them, and the sight of him hindered her from staying to look upon the other. She merely glanced at a countenance that was fearful, though not more fearful to her than the one she had already recognized, and which had once determined her to get away from the ground. Keeping the great trunk between herself and the newcomers, and retreating silently under its shadow, she glided back into the underwood of the forest, and was soon far from the presence of the 2 intruders, who had brought her long and vain vigil to such an unsatisfactory termination. Cynthia could not have followed her example, even had she been so inclined. The 2 men had stopped within 6 paces of the spot in which she lay concealed. On every side of it the ground was clear of cover, with the moon shining full upon it. A cat could not have crept out of the copse without attracting the attention of one or the other. Cynthia knew both the men, was the confederate of both, though not without fearing them. At first sight of them she would have discovered herself, but disliked to come under the observation of her rival. Afterwards, when the 2 men had entered into conversation, she was held in her place by a dread of a different kind. She had already overheard part of what they were saying, and she feared they might punish her for eavesdropping, involuntary though it was. Better for Cynthia had she then declared herself, but dreaming not of discovery, or the fearful fate that might be involved in it, she determined to be still, and listen to the dark dialogue to its ending. End of section 95. Section 96 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 25. Cynthia in Trouble. The two men who had thus interrupted the silent tableau by the ceiba tree were Jacob Jessaron and Chakra the Coromantee. Just at the time that Chakra departed from the Jumba Rock to pay his nocturnal visit to the Jew, the latter was leaving his pen to honor the Coromantee with a similar call. As both were traveling the same path and in adverse directions, it was more than probable, a necessity in fact, that each should meet the other before reaching the end of his journey. Also, as the glade where stood the great ceiba was on the same path, and midway between the Jumba Rock and the Jew's pen, it was natural this encounter should take place not far from that noted trysting place. In effect, it occurred within the glade, the two men having entered it almost at the same instant of time. The Jew had got first into the open ground, and was first seen. The Mile man might have had these advantages had he wished. He had been the first to arrive on the edge of the opening, but, true to his instinct of caution, he had kept under cover until making a reconnaissance, in which he saw and recognized his advancing vis-a-vis. They met near the middle of the glade, just outside the shadow of the great tree, stopping face to face when within a pace or two of each other. Not the slightest salutation was exchanged between the two men, any more than if they had been two tigers who had just come together in the jungle. The secret compact between them precluded the necessity for compliment or palaver. Each understood the other, and not a word was spoken to introduce the dialogue, except that which was pertinent to the business between them. "Well, good Chakra, you hash news for me?" interrogated the Jew, taking the initiative in the conversation. "You hash been in the direction of Savannah? Ish all right on the road?" "Wha!" vociferated the Mile man, throwing out his breast and jerking up his shoulders with an air of triumphant importance. "All right, eh? Well, not exactly on the road, but by de side ob dat same, dar lie a corp, which by dis time oughter be as cold as de heart ob de watermelon, and tiff as de skeleton ob old Chakra. Ha, ha, ha!" And the speaker uttered a peal of fierce laughter at the simile he had so much difficulty in conceiving, but which, when found, recalled the sweet triumph of his vengeance. "Bless my soul, then it ish all over?" "Dat's all over, is a be bound." "And the spell did it? There wash no need?" With a start, the Jew paused in his speech, as if about to say something he had not intended, and which had been very near escaping him. "There wash no need for you to have gone after?" This was evidently not the question originally upon his tongue. "No need," repeated Chakra, a little puzzled at the interrogatory. "No need so far as dat war concerned. Of course de pell did de work, as it knowed it would, and jes' as I told you it would. 'Twain't for dat went arter, but a purpose ob my own. Who told ye, Master Jake, dat I war gone arter?" "Good Chakra, I wasn't quite sure till now. The wench Cynthia thought as how you had followed the Custos." "Whoa! Dat ere girl talk too much. She hab her tongue top for long. She must hab her tongue top. Else she gets both of us in trouble. Never mind. I'll make dat all right, too, by and by. Now, Master Jake, I want dat other £25. De job am finish, and de work am done. Now's de time for de pay." "That ish right, Chakra. I hash the monish here in red gold. There it ish." As the Jew said this, he passed a bag containing gold into the hands of Chakra. "You'll find it ish all counted correct. 25 pounds currency, 50 pounds altogether as agreed. A deal of monish, a great deal of monish, so help me." Chakra made no reply to this significant insinuation, but, taking the bag, deposited it in the lining of his skin karos. As he did so, giving utterance to his favorite ejaculation, "Whoa!" the meaning of which varied according to the accentuation given to it. "And now, good Chakra," continued the Jew, "I hash more work for you. There ish another spell wanted, for which you shall have another 50 pounds. But first tell me, hash you seen anyone today on your travels?" "Seed anyone, eh? Well, dat am a question, Masser Jake. A seed a good ween on me travels. More'n seed me, I's be boun'. But hash you seen anyone as you know?" "Sartin a did, de cussus for one, though by de gollies, I hardly would a knowed him. He was so fur gone, moas to be bone. He am almost as much a skeleton as old Chakra hisself. Ha, ha, ha!" "Anyone else that you hash a knowledge of?" "No, nobody. Neary one as I know anything 'bout, 'ceppin' de cush's attendant. I seed other men on de road, but dey were far off, and I keep dem far off as I could. Ah, yes, there was one who'd come near, most too near. Him I knowed. Dat was one of dem Trelawney Maroon. Quaco, they call 'em." "Only Quaco, you say? You hash seen nothing of his cap'n Kubina, nor of a young white gentlemansh along with him?" "Neither de one nor de t'other of dem two people. What for you ask dat, Masser Jake?" "I hash a good reason, Chakra. The young fellow I speak of ish a bookkeeper of mine. He hash left the pen this very morning. I don't know for why, or whither he ish gone, but I hash a reason to think he ish in company of Cap'n Kubina. Maybe not, and maybe he'll be back again, but it looks suspicious. If he's gone for good, the spell will be all for nothings. So help me, for nothings." "That's a pity. I'm sorry for dat, Masser Jake. I hope he no gone. Whether or not, I mustn't go to sleep about it. There ish another spell that will be more needed now ish ever. De obi am ready. Who do ye want 'em set for next?" "For this rascal, Kubina." "Ah, dat air'n welcome. De got him best to pell him. He hash trouble for me. It is not like to come so soon now, as de custos is out of the way, but who knows how soon, and better as the spell should be set at once. So, good Chakra, if you can manage to do for Kubina in as short a time as you hash done the custos, there ish another 50 pounds ready for you." "I'll do my best, Masser Jake, to earn you money. I'll do my best. De best can do no mo'." "That ish true, good Chakra. Don't you think this wench Cynthia can help you?" "Not a bit of help from dat quarter, not worth a traw for pelling Kubina. He no let da mulata come nigh him for no consideration. He's sick of de sight of her. Besides, dat gal, she know too much now. She one of dese days fetch de white folk to de duppy hole. Dat never do. No further use now. She hab served her turn, and must be got rid of. Must go long with de others, long with de cussus. That's my way. The only way keep a woman tongue-tied am to top 'em wagon altogether. Whoa! After uttering the implied threat, the monster stood silent a moment, as if reflecting upon some mode by which he could make away with the life of the mulatta. "You think, Chakra, you ish likely to find somebody else to assist you? Never fear, Master Jake. Leave that to old Chakra. Old Chakra and old Obi. They do this business without help from any other. 50 pounds, then, Chakra. I'd give twice the moneys, yes, so help me, 10 times the moneys, if I knew it was all right with young Volkan. Where is she gone?" The expression of bitter chagrin, almost anguish, with which the villainous old Jew, for at least the 10th time on that day, repeated this interrogative formula, told that, of all the matters upon his mind, the absence of his bookkeeper was the one uppermost, and deemed by him of most importance. "Bless my soul," continued he, lifting his umbrella high in air, and continuing to hold it up. "Bless my soul, if he ish gone for good, I shall have all this trouble for nothing, all the inconvenience." It was crime he was about to have said, but he changed the word, not from any delicacy in the presence of Chakra, but rather to still a shuddering within himself, to which the thought had given rise. "Never mind, Massa Jake," said his confederate encouragingly. "You have got rid of an enemy, same's myself. Dat am something anyhow, and I promise you soon get shot of one another. Go at once bout dat berry business. Yes. Soon, good Chakra, soon as you can. I won't keep you any longer. It is near daylight. I must go back and get some sleep. So help me, I has not had a wink this night. I can't sleep so long as he's not found. I must go home and see if there is any news of him." So saying, and turning on his heel, without good night or any other parting salutation, the Jew strode abstractedly off, leaving Chakra where he stood. End of section 96. Section 97 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 26, A Fatal Squeeze. "Whoa!" ejaculated the Coromantee, as soon as his confederate was out of hearing. "Dar's something heavy on de mind ob dat ere old Jew. Something wuss dan de death ob de cusses van. Wonder now what am be all about. 'Bout dis yar bookkeeper, I knows it am, but what 'bout him? I all found out for am many hour older, dat I'll do. Gollies, I must go and get some sleep, too. Am just like de Jew massif. Hadn't had ne'er a wink dis night, nor de night fore needer, nor don't expect it de half ob a wink morrow night. Dat will be night ob all udder. Morrow night, if all ting go well, Chakra, he no sleep him lone. He sleep no more by hisself. He had for him bedfellow de beauty of all de island of Jamaica. He sleep with de Lily." Ere the full name of the victim threatened with this horrid fate had passed from his lips, the menace of the Mile Man was interrupted. The interruption was caused by a sound proceeding from the little clump of bushes close to where Chakra stood. It sounded exactly as if someone had sneezed, for it was that in reality. Cynthia had sneezed. She had not done so intentionally, far from it. After what she had heard, it was not likely she would have uttered any sound to proclaim her presence. At that instant she would have given all she possessed in the world, all she ever hoped to possess, even the love of Kubina, to have been miles from the spot, within the safe kitchen of Mount Welcome, anywhere but where she then was. Long before the conversation between the Jew and Chakra had come to a close, she had made up her mind never to see the Mile Man again, never willingly. Now an encounter appeared inevitable. He must have heard the sneeze. The wretched woman reasoned all right. He had heard it. A fierce "whoa" was the ejaculation it called forth in response, and then the Mile Man, turning suddenly in the direction whence it appeared to have proceeded, stood for a short time silent and listening. "By golly," said he, speaking aloud, "dat air sound berry like a sneeze. Some of dem dere trees have been a-taking snuff. I'd just like know what sort of varmint made dat obstropolous noise. Wa'n't a bush, that's sartain. Nor yet was it a bird. What then? It wa'n't all unlike de sneeze of de nigger wench. But what would a wench be a-doing in there? That's what puzzles me. Looky here," added he, raising his voice, and addressing himself to whoever or whatever might have produced the noise. "Let's hear dat again. Whomsoever you be, take another pinch of de snuff. Louder dis time, so I can tell whether you am a man or whether you be feminine." He waited for a while to see if his speech would elicit a response, but none came. Within the copse all remained silent, as if no living thing was sheltered under its sombre shadows. "You want knees again," continued he, seeing there was no reply. "Den by golly I make you. If you am what I spec you is, somebody hid in dar to listen. No snake can a sneeze dat way, no, yet a lizard. You must be either man, woman, or child. And if you be, and hab heard what's been say, by de great Accompang, you life no be worth. Ha, ha." As he entered upon this last paragraph of his apostrophe, he had commenced moving towards the copse, which was only 6 paces from his starting point. Before the speech was completed, he had passed in among the bushes, and, bending them over with his long, ape-like arms, was scrutinizing the ground underneath. The exclamation was called forth by his perceiving the form of a woman in a crouching attitude within the shadow. In another instant he had seized the woman by the shoulder, and with a quick wrench jerked her into an erect position. "Cynthia!" he exclaimed, as the light fell upon the countenance of the mulatta.
"Yes, Chakra,"
cried the woman, screaming ere she spoke.
It's me.
What do you do here? You be a-listening? What for you listen?"
"Oh, Chakra, I did not intend it. I came here."
"How long you been here? Tell that quick."
"Oh, Chakra, I came."
"You high 'fore we came in de glade? Needn't ax dat. You no could get higher atterward. You hear all been said? You must have hear it."
"Oh, Chakra, I couldn't help it. I would have gone."
"Den you nebber hear nudder word more. Won't do let you go now. You come here. You stay here. You nebber go out of dis spot. Whoa!" And giving to the monosyllable an aspirate of fierceness that caused it to sound more like the utterance of a wild beast than a human being, the monster threw out his long dark arms and rushed towards his intended victim. In another instant his long muscular fingers were clutched round the throat of the mulatta, clamping it with the tightness and tenacity of an iron garrote. The wretched creature could make no resistance against such a formidable and ferocious antagonist. She tried to speak. She could not even scream. "Chakra, dear Chakra," came forth in a prolonged thoracic utterance, and this was the last articulation of her life. After that there was a gurgling in her throat, the death rattle as the fingers relaxed their long-continued clutch, and the body, with a sudden sound, fell back among the bushes. "You lie there," said the murderer, on seeing that his horrid work was complete. "Dar you tell no tale. Now for de duppy hole, and a good long sleep to fresh me for de work of de morrow night. Wooh!" And turning away from the image of death he had just finished fashioning, the fearful Coromantee pulled the skirts of his skin mantle around him, and strode out of the glade, with as much composure as if meditating upon some abstruse chapter in the ethics of Obi. End of section 97. Section 98 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 27. Chakra Trimming His Lamp. Day was dawning when the tiger Chakra returned to his lair in the Duppy's hole. With him, night was day, and the dawn of the morn the twilight of evening. He was hungry, having eaten only a morsel of food since starting out on his awful errand, just 24 hours ago. The remains of a pepper pot, still unemptied from the iron skillet in which it had been cooked, stood in a corner of the hut. To warm it up would require time and the kindling of a fire. He was too much fatigued to be fastidious, and drawing the skillet from its corner, he scooped up the stew and ate it cold. Finally, before retiring to rest, he introduced into his stomach something calculated to warm the cold pepper pot, the heel tap of a bottle of rum that remained over from the preceding night, and then flinging himself upon the bamboo bedstead, so heavily that the frail reeds scrunched under his weight, he sank into a profound slumber. He lay upon his hunched back, his face turned upward. A protuberance of the trunk of the tree, of larger dimensions than that upon his own person, served him for a bolster. A few handfuls of the silk cotton laid loosely upon it, constituting his pillow. With his long arms extended loosely by his side, one of them hanging over until the murderous fingers rested upon the floor, and his large mouth, widely agape, displaying a double serrature of pointed, shining teeth, he looked more like some slumbering ogre than a human being. His sleep could not be sweet. It was far from being silent. From his broad, compressed nostrils came a sonorous snoring, causing the cartilage to heave outward, accompanied by a gurgling emission through his throat that resembled the breathing of a hippopotamus. Thus slumbered Chakra throughout the livelong day, dreaming of many crimes committed, or perhaps only of that, the sweetest crime of all, which was yet in abeyance. It was near night when he awoke. The sun had gone down. At least he was no longer visible from the bottom of the Duppy's hole, though some red rays, tinting the tops of the trees upon the summit of the cliff, told that the orb of day was still above the horizon. Extended on his couch, Chakra saw not this. His hut was dark, the door being shut close. but through the interstices of the bamboos he could see to some distance outside, and perceived that twilight was fast deepening among the trees. The cry of the bittern, coming up from the lagoon, the shriek of the potu, heard through the sough of the cataract, and the hoot of the great-eared owl, all three true voices of the night, reaching his ears, admonished him that his hour of action had arrived. Springing from his couch, and giving utterance to his favorite ejaculation, he set about preparing himself for the adventure of the night. His first thought was about something to eat, and his eyes fell upon the skillet, standing where he had left it, near the middle of the floor. It still contained a quantity of the miscellaneous stew, enough for a meal. "Want to eat 'em cold," he muttered, proceeding to kindle a fire. "Not for the second time. Give me the auger chills, it would. Must fortify the belly with something warm, else no be fit to do the work that am to be done." The kindling of the fire, the warming up of the pepper pot, and its subsequent consumption were three operations that did not take Chakra any very great amount of time. They were all over just as the darkness of night descended over the earth. "Now for get ready to signal," soliloquized he, moving about over the floor of his hut, and looking into crannies and corners as if in search of some object. "As the good luck have it, there be no moon to-night, leastways till arter midnight. Arter then, don't care she shine as bright as the sun hisself. There be plenty of dark fo' Adam to see the signal, and plenty for the other business at Mount Welcome. There'll be light enough 'bout that there, 'fore we takes leave of the place. Won't that be a blaze? Whoa! What have I put there telegraph lamp?" said he, still searching around the hut. "Is I forgot all 'bout what it am. So long since I used the darn thing. Must be under the bed. Yah, here it am." As he said this, he drew from under the bamboo bedstead a gourd shell of nearly egg shape, but of the dimensions of a large melon. It had a long, tapering shank, part of the fruit itself, where the pericarp narrowed toward its peduncle, and through this a string had been passed, by which the gourd could be suspended upon a peg. Holding it by the handle, he raised the shell to the light of his lard lamp, already kindled, and stood for some time silently inspecting it. The gourd was not perfect. That is, it was no longer a mere empty shell, but a manufactured article, containing within a most singular apparatus. On one side appeared a hole, several inches in diameter, and cut in a shape nearly pyramidal, the base being above the thick end of the oval, and the apex, somewhat blunt or truncated, extending towards the shank. Up to the level of the opening the shell was filled with lard, in the middle of which appeared a wick of silk cotton staple, and behind this were two hits of broken looking-glass, set slanting to each other. The whole apparatus bore some resemblance to a reflecting lamp, and that was in reality the purpose for which the rude contrivance had been constructed. After a careful examination, its owner appeared to be satisfied that it was in good order, and having trimmed it by adding a little fresh lard and straightening up the wick, he set the lamp aside and proceeded with the preparation of some other paraphernalia necessary for the night's expedition. A stick some 4 feet in length and a piece of strong cord were the next articles procured, and these were also put on one side. To these succeeded a long-bladed knife and a stout pistol, with flintlock, which the Coromantee loaded and primed with great care. Both were stuck behind a belt which he had already buckled around his ribs, under the skin kaross. "Don't anticipate," said he, as he armed himself with these formidable weapons. "Dar goin' be much need for either of 'em. Dar ain't nobody down dar am like show fight. Dat ar Grand Bukra ob late come to Mount Welcome. De say he be 'fraid ob de shadda ob danger, and as fo' de brack folks, de look up dis weapon be sufficient fo' dem. Ef dat won't do, den throw off my mask. De sight of old Chakra, dat drive 'em into fits, dat send ebby nigger on de plantation into de middle of next week. Whoa!" Another weapon appeared to be wanting, in the shape of a large black bottle containing rum. With this the Camerante soon supplied himself, drawing one out from its secret hiding place and holding it before the light to make sure that it was full. "Dis bottle," said he, as he thrust it into a pouch on his carrosse, "I have kept for de special 'casion. It am de best weapon for me purpose. When dem fellows get dar dose ob de rum, dar be no back out in 'em den. Golly," he added, glancing out, and seeing that it was now quite dark, "I must be gone fro higher. By dem time old Adam sees de telegraph and gets cross dem air mountains, it be late 'nough for de business to begin." Finishing with this reflection, the sable conjurer took up his telegraphic apparatus, and stepping over the threshold, hurried away from the hut. End of section 98. Section 99 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 28. Setting the Signal. The short tropic twilight had passed, and night had descended upon the island of Jamaica. It promised to be a night of deepest darkness. The moon would not rise before midnight, and even then she might not be seen. As the canopy was covered with a thick curtain of black cumulus clouds, through which neither star nor speck of blue sky was visible. Alike lay valleys and mountains shrouded in amorphous darkness, and even the Jumba Rock, the highest and most conspicuous summit for miles around, was wrapped in complete obscurity. Its vitreous flanks no longer sparkled in the light, since there was none, and its dark mass was so dimly outlined against the equally somber background of the sky as to be invisible from the valley below. The form of a man, groping his way up the narrow ravine that debouched upon the summit of the rock, could not have been distinguished, much less the black hue of his skin, the deformity that marked his figure, or the hideous aspect of his countenance. And yet a man so characterized climbed up there, about half an hour after the going down of the sun. It need scarce be said that the man was Chakra, the Coromantee. Who else would be seeking the Jumba Rock at that hour? What was his errand up there? Let the sequel declare. On setting foot upon the platform, he undid the knot that fastened the skin mantle over his shoulders, and then, taking off the garment, he spread it out upon the rock. The stick he had brought up with him he placed along one edge, and there made it fast with some pieces of string. When this was accomplished, he lifted both stick and cloak from the rock, and, proceeding to the palm, he laid the stick transversely across the stem, at about the height of his own hand, and then lashed it fast to the tree. The kaross now hung down the stem in a spread position, the transverse stick keeping it extended to its full width. While arranging it thus, Chakra evidently had an eye to the direction, that is, the plane represented by the spread garment had one face fronting the valley of Mount Welcome, and the cultivated lowlands between that and Montego Bay, while the reverse side was turned towards the black grounds of Trelawney, a tract of wild country in which not a single estate, plantation, or pen had been established, and where no such thing as a white settlement existed. In this solitude, however, there were black colonies of a peculiar kind, for that was the favorite haunt of the absconded slave, the lurking place of the outlaw, the retreat of the runaway. There even might the assassin find an asylum, secure from the pursuit of justice. There had he found it, for among those dark, forest-clad mountains more than one murderer made his dwelling. Robbers there were many, even existing in organized bands and holding the authorities of the island at defiance. All these circumstances were known to Chakra, and some of the robbers, too, were known to him, some of the fiercest who followed that free calling. It was to communicate with one of these bands that the preparations of the Mile Man were being made. Chakra was preparing the signal. Satisfied that the skin cloak was extended in the proper direction, the Coromantee next took up his reflector lamp, and having attached it against that side of the kaross facing towards the mountains, he took out his flint, steel, and tinder, and after striking a light, set the wick on fire. In an instant the lamp burned brightly, and the light, reflected from the bits of looking-glass, might have been seen from the back country to the distance of many miles, while at the same time it was completely screened from any eye looking from the side of the plantations. The projecting edges of the calabash hindered the rays from passing to either side, while the interposed disk of the spread kaross further prevented the sheen that otherwise might have betrayed the presence of the signal. It was not meant for the eyes of honest men in the direction of Montego Bay, but for those of the robbers among the far hills of Trelawney. "Just the sword of night fo dem see it," muttered the Mile Man, as with folded arms Foe stood contemplating the light. "The sky, brack as the devil's pitch-pot. Old Adam, he sure hab someone on the lookout. De sure see him soon." Chakra never looked more hideous than at that moment. That to some extent aided in concealing his deformity of scant shirt, of coarse crimson flannel, alone covering the hunch, most part of his body naked, exposing to the strong light of the reflector his black corrugated skin. The aspect of his ferocious features compressed by the snake-encircled turban upon his temples, the long-bladed knife and pistol appearing in his waist-belt, all combined to produce a fearful picture that could not fail to strike terror into whoever should have the misfortune to behold it. Standing immovable under the glare of the lamp, his misshapen figure projected across the surface of the summit platform. He might easily have been mistaken for a personification of the Fiend, that African fiend after whom the rock had been named. In this situation he remained, observing perfect silence, and with his eyes eagerly bent upon the distant mountains, dimly discernible through the deep obscurity of the night. Only for a few minutes was this silence preserved, and the attitude of repose in which he had placed himself. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, dropping his arms out of their fold, as if to set about some action. I knowed they would soon see 'em. Yonner go the answer." As he spoke, a bright light was seen suddenly blazing up on the top of a distant eminence, which was suddenly extinguished. After a short interval another, exactly similar, appeared in the same place, and in a similar manner went out again, and then, when an equal interval had elapsed, a third. All three resembled flashes produced by powder ignited in a loose heap. The moment the third response had been given to his signal, the Coromantee stepped up to his reflector and blew out the light. "There's no use for you any mo'," said he, apostrophizing the lamp. "There am some danger keeping you dar. Beside, it am getting cold up here. I want my old cloak." So saying, he took down the reflector, and after it the kaross, and separating the latter from the piece of stick, he once more suspended the garment around his shoulders. This done, he moved forward to the front of the platform, and dropping his legs over, sat down upon the edge of the rock. End of section 99. Section 100 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 29. The Cry of the Solitaire. From the spot where he had seated himself, the mansion of Mount Welcome was in view. That is, it would have been, had it been daytime, or even a moonlight night. As it was, however, darkness veiled the whole valley under its opaque shadows, and the situation of the house could only have been guessed at, had it not been for the light streaming through the jalousied windows. These revealed its position to the eyes of the Coromantee. More than one window showed light, several that were side by side giving out a strong glare. These Chakra knew to be the side windows of the great hall, or drawing-room. Its front windows could not be seen from the Jumba rock, since they faced towards the valley and not to the mountain. The Mile Man knew all this. Of 40 years' residence on the estate of Mount Welcome had rendered perfectly accurate his knowledge of the topography of the place. So much light shining out suggested the idea of cheerfulness, as if company were entertained within. "Whoa!" ejaculated Chakra, as his eye caught the lights. "Don't look very much like they were grieving. They can't have heard of that fair yet. Perhaps they have take the body to the plantation of content. Little they know down there what's been done. Little they dream that the proud master of that 'ere buff am just at this minute a cold corpus. That's no house of mourning. There's feastin' a-goin' on da, I'll be bound. Never mind, patience, old nigger. Maybe you come in for share of them whittle before it gets cold, and maybe you have share of the dishes on which the whittle am saved up, the forks and the spoons and the silver plate generally. That will be a haul. Whoa! But what care I for the forks and the spoons? Nuffin. There's but one thing I care for, and that am more than silver, more than gold, more than Mount Welcome itself. That am the lily Quashiba. Whoa! I have loved her for many long year, loved her more than ever. Yes, I love her with the whole strength of my soul. Once I get that beautiful gal in these arms, I no care for de forks and de spoons. Old Adam be welcome take all dem rubbish. No, continued he, after a pause, apparently relenting of his liberality. Dat no do neither. I soon need both de forks and de spoons. I'll want him for de housekeeping. I'll want de silver and de gold to buy other ting. Must have my share, long with de rest. What am de best place take my wife to? Muttered the intended husband, continuing the same strain of reflections. Must leave de duppy hole. Dat place no longer safe. Too near de old plantation. Bound to be a devil of a rumpus after she carried away. Dat R.F. they believe she am carried away. Guess I know de way make 'em believe different. Never mind. I know how manage dat. At this moment the reflections of the Coromantee were interrupted by a sound that caused him to draw his legs up on the rock, and assume an attitude as if about to spring to his feet. At the repetition of the sound he started up, and rapidly recrossed to the opposite side. At the point where the upward path debouched upon the platform, he stopped to listen. For the third time the sound was repeated. There was nothing strange in it, at least to ears familiar with the voices of a Jamaica forest. It was the call of a common yet peculiar bird, the solitaire. The one thing strange was to hear it at that hour of the night. It was not the time when the soft and flute-like note of the solitaire should fall upon the ear of the forest wanderer. Hearing it at that hour was by no means strange to Chakra. It was not that which had startled him from his seat and caused him to cross quickly to the other side of the platform. On the contrary, it was because he knew that what he had heard was not the note of the solitaire, but a counterfeit call from his confederate, Adam. Chakra's private slogan was different, more mournful and less musical. It was an imitation of that melancholy utterance heard at night from the sedgy shores of the dark lagoon, the cry of the wailing bittern. With a small reed applied to his lips, the Coromantee produced an exact imitation of this cry, and then remained silent, awaiting the result. At the bottom of the ravine could be heard a murmur of voices, as if several men were together, talking in guarded tones. Following this came a sound of scratching against the stones, and a rustling of branches, each moment becoming more distinct. Shortly after, the form of a man emerged out of the shadowy cleft, stepping cautiously upon the platform. Another followed, and another, until 6 in all stood upon the summit of the rock. "Dat you, Brother Adam?" said Chakra, stepping forward to receive the first, who presented himself at the head of the sloping path. "Ya, am it Chakra? Dat same old nigger. All right, camarade. We've see your signal as soon as it war hoisted. We want long a-comin', war we? Very quick. I didn't spec you for half an hour more. Well, now we are here. What's the game? I hope there's a good big stake to play for. Our stock of stuff wants replenishing very badly. We haven't had the chance of a job for more than a month. We are most in want of wittles." "Wittles!" exclaimed the mile man, laying a scornful emphasis on the word. "Dar's a ting for you to do this night that'll give ye more than whittle. It give you wealth, every one of ye. Whoa!" "Good!" ejaculated Adam, simultaneously with a chorus of like exclamations. "Glad to hear dat ere bit o' intelligence. Am it dat ere little job you speak me 'bout last time I see you? Dat it, old Humpy?" "Dat same," laconically answered Chakra. "Only with this difference," added he. Dat a call de big job instead of de little un. Big or little, rejoined the other, we've come ready to do it. You see we have. The speaker, who appeared to be the leader of the party who accompanied him, pointed to the others as he made this remark. The hint was scarce regarded by Chakra, notwithstanding the murky gloom that enveloped the forms of Adam and his companions. The Mile Man could see that they were all armed and equipped, though in the most varied and uncouth fashions. The weapons of no two were alike. One carried an old musket, red with rust, another a fowling piece in like condition. Others were provided with pistols, and nearly all had long knives or machetes. Thus provided, it was scarce probable that the job for whose execution Chakra had summoned them could be one of a pacific character. Had a light been thrown upon the group that surrounded Chakra, it would have revealed a collection of faces, each provided with a set of features but little less sinister than those of Chakra himself. In not one of them would have been found a line indicative of either peace or mercy, for it was the band of the black robber Adam, celebrated as the most notorious cutthroats in the island. Chakra expressed no surprise at seeing them armed, nor felt any. He had expected it, and the flourish which their leader had made of this fact was only intended to make manifest that they were ready for the ordinary requirements of their vocation. Eagerly willing were they for the extremest action, but in order to make more certain of their compliance, Chakra thought it prudent to ply them with a little rum. "My friends," said he, in an affectionate tone, "you have had the fatigue of a long walk through the darkness of the night. I have got here a little drop of something that's very good for keep the cold out of you. Suppose we all take a wet from this bottle." To this proposition there was a general assent, expressed in varied phraseology. There was no teetotaler in that crowd of worthies. Chakra had not thought of providing himself with either drinking cup or calabash, but the want was scarcely felt. The robbers each in turn refreshed himself directly from the neck of the bottle, until the rum ran out. "Well, oh Humpy," said Adam, drawing Chakra aside, and speaking in that familiar phrase that betokened a thickness of thieves between them, "I suppose the chance you spoke about have come round at last." "That's a fact, brother Adam. It have come now. The great Bukra gone from home? He gone from home, and gone to home. Ha, ha! Come, that's a riddle. What do you mean by gone to home? To him long home, that's what I mean." "Ha!" exclaimed Adam. "You don't say the Caçadores?" "Never mind 'bout the Caçadores now, brother Adam. That you know all 'bout afterwards. It am the cusses silver plate that consarn you now, and there's no time to waste in palaverin'. By the time we gets down there, and puts on the masks, they'll be a-goin' to bed. Better they was gone to bed, but at that time, you see, the moon 'ud be up, and for all these clouds mout shine out. That, as you know, won't never do. We must 'ticipate the risin' of the moon." "True enough. All right, I'm ready, and so are the rest. Then follow me, all of you. We can plan the mode of attack as we travel long. Plenty of time for that. When we find out how the land lie down below. Follow me." And with this injunction, the Coromantee commenced descending the ravine, followed by Adam and his band of burglars. End of section 100. Section 101 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 30. A Sad Procession. On that same evening, about half an hour before sunset, a singular procession was seen moving along the Carrion Crow Road, in the direction of Mount Welcome. Its slow progress, with the staid looks and gestures of those who composed the procession, betokened it to be one of a melancholy nature. A rude litter carried upon the shoulders of 4 men confirmed this impression, more especially when the eye rested upon a human form stretched along the litter, and which could easily be identified as a dead body, notwithstanding the camlet cloak that covered it. There were 10 individuals forming this funeral cortege, though all were not mourners. 2 were on horseback, a little in advance of the rest. 4 followed, carrying the litter, while close behind these came 4 others, 2 and 2, the foremost pair being lashed arm in arm to one another, each also with his hands tied behind his back, and both evidently prisoners. The 2 that brought up the rear appeared to be guarding them. The individuals composing this mournful procession may be easily identified. The 2 riding in advance were Herbert Vaughan and the Maroon captain, the horses they bestrode being the same that had passed over that road the day before, carrying the custos and his negro attendant. The prisoners were the Spanish Caçadores, their guards, Quaco, and the before-mentioned attendant, while the 4 men bearing the body were slaves belonging to the plantation of Content. It need scarce be added that the corpse, stretched stark and stiff upon the litter, was all that remained of the Grand Custos Vaughan. Strictly describing them, not one of the procession party could be called a mourner. None of them had any reason to be greatly aggrieved by the fate that had befallen the owner of Mount Welcome, not even his relative. Notwithstanding this absence of a cause for grief, the faces of all, the prisoners excepted, wore a look of decent gravity becoming the occasion. Perhaps the nephew would have more keenly felt the situation, for now that his uncle was no more, every spark of hostility had become extinguished. Perhaps he might even have mourned, but for certain circumstances that had just come to his knowledge, and which had the effect not only to counteract within his heart all tendency towards sorrow, but also to overpower it with joy. It was only with an effort, therefore, that he could preserve upon his features that expression of sadness, due to the melancholy position in which he was placed. Despite the presence of death, his heart was at that moment filled with a secret satisfaction, so sweet that he could not deny himself its indulgence. The source of this satisfaction may be easily traced. It will be found in the information communicated to him by the Maroon captain. During their journey of the preceding day, their vigil of the night, and, still further, their long, slow march of that morning, Kubina had made known to him many circumstances of which he had been hitherto ignorant. Among other items of intelligence, one of the most interesting that language could have imparted. It need scarce be said what this was. It may be guessed at by recalling the conversation between the Maroon and his mistress Yola, occurring at the last tryst under the ceiba, that part of it which related to the lily Quashiba. Though Kubina's knowledge was only second-hand, it was sufficiently definite to inspire Herbert with hope, something more than hope, and hence that secret joy whose outward manifestation he found it difficult to suppress. Every word of the conversation that had passed between the Maroon and his mistress, every word that referred to her mistress, Kubina had been compelled to repeat over and over again, till Herbert knew it as well as if he had been present during the dialogue. No wonder he was not in a condition to feel very profoundly for the sad fate that had befallen his uncle, hitherto only known to him as a relative harsh and hostile. Other secrets had Kubina disclosed to him, among the rest the true character of his patron, Jessaron, which Herbert had already begun to suspect, and which was now revealed to him in all its hideous wickedness. The history of the Fula Prince, hitherto unknown to Herbert, besides his own experiences during the last 24 hours, was sufficient to confirm any suspicion that might point to Jacob Jessaron. Though it was plain that the two prisoners in the custody of Quaco had not actually assassinated the custos, it was equally clear that such had been their intention, anticipated by a death of another kind. This both Kubina and Herbert conjectured to have proceeded from the same hand, the hand of Herbert's ci-devant host. The phrase is appropriate. Long before Herbert had heard one half of Kubina's disclosures, he had resolved nevermore, voluntarily, to set foot in the Happy Valley, much less return to seek shelter under the roof of Jessaron. If he should hereafter have aught to do with the Israelite, it would be in the course of justice, as avenger of the death of his murdered relative. That Loftus Vaughan was the victim of assassination, neither he nor the Maroon for a moment doubted. The conversation which the latter had listened to between Chakra and the Jew, and which unfortunately at the time he had not clearly comprehended, was no longer mysterious. Only its motive remained so. The deed itself had now furnished the terrible interpretation. Neither Herbert nor Kubina had any idea of permitting the matter to drop. An event of such fearful significance called for the fullest investigation, and they were now proceeding with the preliminary step, carrying the body to Mount Welcome, in order that the authorities might be called together and an inquest instituted. How different were the feelings of Herbert from those he experienced on his former and first approach to the mansion of his haughty relative. He was now the victim of emotions so varied and mingled as to defy description. End of section 101. Section 102 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 31, The Abduction. To Chakra, viewing them from the summit of the Jumba Rock, the well-lighted windows of Mount Welcome had proclaimed the presence of company within the mansion. In this, however, the Coromantee was mistaken. In the past, such an appearance might have had that signification, or up to a very late period, that is, up to the date of the arrival of the distinguished Smythje. Since the latter had become the guest of Mount Welcome, however, the illumination of the mansion with chandelier and candelabra was not only not unusual, but had been the nightly practice. This was Mr. Vaughan's pleasure, which in his absence the house steward had injunctions to carry out. The grand hall was only lit up as usual, its lustrous floor glistening in a brilliant light, while the profusion of cut glass and silver plate sparkled upon the sideboards. loudly proclaiming the opulence of the platter. There was no strange company present, none expected, no one who did not belong to the family, except Mr. Smythje, and he would scarcely be considered a stranger. Rather might he be regarded, for the time at least, as the master of the mansion, since in that charge had the custos left him. The only individuals occupying this splendid apartment were Smythje and the young mistress of Mount Welcome, both yet ignorant of what had occurred upon the Savannah road, that fearful event which had left Kate Vaughan a fatherless orphan, at the same time depriving her of the proud title we have just bestowed upon her. Yola, her attendant, went and came at intervals, and Tom's occasionally presented himself in the apartment, in obedience to a summons from his master. Notwithstanding the absence of company, Smythje was in full evening dress, body coat, breeches, silk stockings, and pumps, with silver buckles. It was his custom to dress or be dressed every evening, a custom so scrupulously observed that had there been no one in the house except the negro domestics of the establishment, Smythje would have appeared in full fashionable costume all the same. With him the exigencies of fashion were as rigorous as to a holy friar would be the observances of his religion. The gentleman was in high spirits, merry indeed, and strange to say, his companion was less melancholy than of late. No doubt this had given him his cue for mirth. Why she had been enabled to escape from her habitual dejection was not known to Smythje, but he was fain to attribute the improvement in her spirits to the near prospect of that pleasant ceremony which in a few days must indubitably take place. In a week, or a fortnight at most, Mr. Vaughan might be expected back, and then it was understood by all, tacitly by the young lady herself, that the union of Mount Welcome and Montague Castle should be no longer delayed. Smythje had even begun to talk of the wedding trousseau, of the honeymoon tour, which was to extend to the grand metropolis, and as Kate, at his request, seated herself to the harp, suggesting a musical conversation, he commenced enlarging upon the theme of the Grand Opera, and its attractions, so dear and delightful to himself. This sort of talk, upon other occasions, had invariably the effect of making his listener more sad, but, strange to say, on that evening it produced no such disagreeable consequence. Kate's fingers flitted over the strings of the instrument, drawing music from them that was far from melancholy. In truth, the young Creole was not listening to the couleur de rose descriptions of the metropolis and its opera, which Smythje was so strenuously endeavoring to impart to her. Though seated by the harp, and striking mechanically upon its strings, she was dwelling upon thoughts of a far different character, thoughts that suggested by some further intelligence which Yola had communicated to her, and which was the true source of that joy, perhaps but a transitory gleam, that overspread her countenance. Little did Kate Vaughan suspect that the corpse of her father, lying cold and lifeless upon a stretcher, and surrounded by strange mourners, was at that moment scarce 5 miles distant from where she sat, and slowly approaching the now masterless mansion of Mount Welcome. Little did she suspect, while making that music for Smythje, that from another direction monsters in human form were moving towards that mansion, their dark shadows projected across the glare of the window lights, now stationary, now flitting stealthily onward, at each progressive movement drawing nearer and nearer to the walls. She saw not these shadowy demon-like men, had no suspicion either of their approach or intent, an intent which comprehended robbery, rapine of a far more fearful kind, murder, if need be. Neither its mistress, neither Smythje, nor anyone else of Mount Welcome saw or suspected this mysterious circumvallation until the movement had been successfully executed. Not a word of warning, not a sign or gesture, was given to the occupants of the apartment until, with wild, unearthly yells, half a dozen fiend-like forms, men of horrid aspect, some with black masks, others with naked visage, even more hideous to behold, burst into the grand hall and commenced the work of pillage. One of gigantic size, masked from crown to throat, and wrapped in an ample covering of skin, though not sufficient to conceal the deformity of a hunched back, rushed directly up to where the fair musician was seated, and, dashing the harp to one side, seized upon her wrist before she could disengage herself from her chair. "Whoa!" came the ejaculation, in loud aspirate, from behind the mask. "I's got ye at last, my little Quashiba. Atter's many de year I've been longing for hab ye. Ef de quadroom, your mudder, she cape and corn me. I's a take care of de daughter, do and get ye same chance. You come long with me." And as the ravisher pronounced these words, he commenced dragging his shrieking victim across the room towards the stair entrance. Smythje's half irresolute interposition was of no avail. With one sweep of his long, flail-like arm, he in the skin cloak sent the exquisite sprawling upon the floor. The terrified Cockney no longer thought of resistance, but after scrambling a while over the polished planks at length succeeded in gaining his feet. Then, without waiting to receive a second knockdown, he shot out through the open doorway, and descending the stone stairs, in a couple of skips, disappeared in the darkness below. Meanwhile the alarm had been communicated to the kitchen and all over the house. Shouts of surprise were succeeded by screams of terror. The domestics came running in from all directions, but a shot or two from the muskets and pistols of the black burglars, fired for the purpose of increasing the confusion, scattered the whole establishment of servants, Tom's among the rest, and sent them in full flight towards the sugar-works and negro village beyond. In less than a score of seconds, Adam and his confederates had the mansion to themselves. It was but the work of a few minutes to fling open the buffet and sideboards and plunder them of their most valuable contents. In less than a quarter of an hour, the black burglars had finished their job and were ready to depart. While his confederates were thus engaged, Chakra had secured his victim at the bottom of the front stairway, where he was impatiently awaiting the completion of the pillage. Though determined upon having his share of the booty, he cared less for that than for the gratification of that wicked desire that had so long possessed his savage soul, so long by circumstances restrained. Notwithstanding his eagerness for this demoniac indulgence, he still possessed a certain degree of prudence. As soon as Adam and his associates made their appearance, loaded with spoils, he placed his prisoner under the charge of one of the robbers, and, commanding the others to follow him, rapidly reascended the stairway, and once more entered the plundered apartment. In an incredibly short space of time the harp, the chairs, the ottomans, and other articles of light furniture were piled up in the middle of the floor. The jalousies were wrenched from their fastenings, flung upon the heap, and then set on fire. Quick as tinder the dry wood blazed up, and in 5 minutes the noble mansion of Mount Welcome was in flames. In 5 minutes more, under the red glare, flung far out into the distant fields, the robbers were seen, slowly and laboriously seeking concealment within the shadows beyond, 6 of them burdened with shining utensils that gave back the gleam of the blazing mansion, while the 7th, the most formidable figure of all, carried in his arms an object of a far different kind, the body of a beautiful woman, the fainting form of Lily Quashiba. End of section 102. Section 103 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 32. Burglars, Robbers, Murderers. In solemn pace, the procession which accompanied the corpse of Custos Vaughan moved silently along the lonely road. The Jumba Rock was now in sight, encarmined by the last rays of the sinking sun. Beyond lay Mount Welcome, a house to which the sad cortege was about to carry the cue for wailing and desolation. Ah, little dreamt they who composed it, that the demon was already there before them, if not of death, of a doom equally dark. Could Herbert only have known that at that moment the beautiful being he loved with his whole heart, and now more than ever, she who loved him, was struggling in the arms. No matter, the terrible truth will reach him but too soon. It will meet him on his way. In another hour the sweet dreams in which, throughout that long day, he has been indulging, will meet with a dread dissipation. At a turning of the road there stood several gigantic trees, offering a grand canopy of foliage. Under these the party halted, by the joint command of Herbert and Kubina, who at the same moment dismounted from their horses. It was not the shade that had tempted them, for the sun had now gone down, nor yet that the bearers might obtain rest. The men were strong, and the wasted form was far from being a heavy burden. It was not for that reason that the halt had been ordered, but on account of a thought that had suggested itself to Herbert, and which was approved of by Kubina. It was the apprehension of the dread impression which their arrival might produce at Mount Welcome, of course, on whose father's corpse they were carrying. They had stopped to consider what was best to be done. A plan soon suggested itself. A messenger could be sent forward upon one of the horses to communicate the sad tidings to Trusty, the overseer, and through him the melancholy news might be more gradually made known to her whom it most concerned. Herbert would have gone himself, but was hindered by certain delicate considerations, based on the conflicting emotions that were stirring within him. It mattered little who should bear the melancholy tidings to Trusty, and the negro attendant was finally chosen. The man received his instructions, and, having mounted his own horse, rode off at such speed as the darkness, now down upon the earth, would permit. For another hour the party remained in the place where they had halted, to give time for the messenger to execute his commission. Then, once more taking the road, they moved forward at a slow pace, Herbert alongside Kubina, now afoot, and leading the horse upon which he had hitherto ridden. Quaco alone guarded the prisoners, a duty to which the Maroon lieutenant was quite equal, and which he had rendered the more easy of accomplishment by pressing into his service a piece of rope attached round the neck of the one that was nearest, and which, held halter fashion in his hand, enabled him to prevent either of them from straying in the darkness. Neither, however, made any attempt to escape, knowing, as both did, that the slightest movement in that direction would cost them a thwack from the stout cudgel, an additional implement carried in the hands of Quaco. In this way the cortege had proceeded for some half-mile or so beyond its last resting place, when it was again brought to a halt by the orders of those in the lead. The cause of this interruption was declared to all of the party at once. All heard the hoof-strokes of a horse coming rapidly along the road, and from the opposite direction to that in which they were moving. Going, as he appeared to be, at full gallop, in 5 minutes more, or in half the time, the horseman should be in their midst. Was he a stranger, or could it be their own messenger coming back? He had not been directed to return. It was deemed sufficient for him to see Mr. Trusty, and make known the news which he had been entrusted to communicate. It was not without a feeling of surprise, therefore, as the horseman dashed forward upon the ground and pulled up in front of the procession, that Herbert and Kubina recognized the returned attendant. He left them no time to speculate on the mystery of his reappearance. The white froth upon the flanks of his steed, shining through the gloom, told of fast riding, while the stammering and terrified accents in which the man proclaimed the purpose of his return rendered more startling the news he had come to communicate. Mount Welcome was, at that moment, attacked by a band of burglars, robbers, and murderers. There were men in masks and men without them, equally terrible to look upon. They were plundering the great hall, had murdered Mr. Smythje, were ill-treating the young mistress of the mansion, and firing guns and pistols at every one who came in their way. The messenger had not stayed to see Mr. Trusty. He had learnt all this from the domestics, who were hurrying in flight from the mansion. Confounded by the shouting and shots he had himself heard, and thinking that the likeliest chance of assistance would be found in the party he had just left, and which he believed to be much nearer, he had galloped back along the road. These were the main facts of the attendant's story, not communicated, however, with any regard to sequence, but in the most incoherent manner, and liberally interspersed with exclamations of alarm. It was a fearful tale, and fell with a terrible effect upon the ears of those to whom it was told, Herbert and Kubina. Burglars, robbers, murderers. Mr. Smythje killed. The young mistress of Mount Welcome in the act of being abused. And Yola? She, too. Quaco! Cried the Maroon captain, rushing to the rear and addressing himself to his lieutenant. Think you our men can hear us from here? Sound your horn on the instant. Your blast is stronger than mine. There is trouble at Mount Welcome. We may need every man of them. Quick! Quick! The devil! Cried Quaco, dropping his hold of the halter and raising the horn to his mouth. I'll make them hear, if they're in the island of Jamaica. You keep your ground, ye pair of John Crows, he added, as he held the horn an inch or two from his lips. If either of you budge a foot out of your places, I'll send a brace of bullets through your stinking carcages and stop you that-a-way. See if I don't. And with this emphatic admonition, the Colossus applied the horn to his mouth, and blew a blast that might have been heard for miles. In echoes it rang from the sides of the Jumba Rock, and from many a peak lying far beyond. So loud and shrill rang it, that one might almost have believed in Quaco's affirmation, that it could be heard to the extremities of the island. At all events it was heard by some not so far off, for scarce had its echoes ceased to reverberate, when a half-dozen similar sounds, proceeding from different directions, and apparently from different distances, came back in response. Kubina waited not to hear their repetition. "Enough!" cried he. "There are half a dozen of them anyhow. That will no doubt be enough. You, Quaco, stay here till they come up, and then follow to Mount Welcome. Sound again to direct them, and see that these two murderous villains don't escape you. Hadn't I better put a brace of bullets through them? naively inquired Quaco. "It'll save trouble if I do that. What do you say, Captain Kubina?" "No, Quaco. Justice will settle accounts with them. Bring them along with you, and follow as soon as our men get up." Before Quaco could offer any further suggestions, the Maroon captain had mounted the messenger's horse, Herbert having already leaped into the saddle of the other, and both, without further speech, rode forward as fast as their steeds could carry them. End of section 103. Section 104 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 33. Dread Conjectures. Observing a profound silence, the two young men pressed forward. Neither liked to put question to the other. Each dreaded the answer the other might make. Each was thinking only of the danger of her who was dearest to him. They urged on their steeds with equal eagerness, for both were alike interested in the denouement of the dreadful drama at that moment being enacted at the mansion of Mount Welcome. Their reflections were similar, and similarly painful. They might be too late. Ere they could arrive upon the scene, the stage might be deserted, the tragedy played out, the players gone. It needed not these thoughts to stimulate them to increased speed. They were already riding as if life or death rested on the issue. They had neared the flank of the Jumba Mountain, and were heading for the ridge that separated the estates of Montague Castle and Mount Welcome. At this point the road debouched from the forest, and the ridge came in sight. At the same instant a cry escaped from the lips of Kubina, as with a quick wrench he drew his horse to a halt. Herbert echoed the cry of his comrade, at the same time imitating his action. Neither thought of questioning the other. Both had halted under the same impulse. The evil omen had been seen simultaneously by both. Over the summit of the ridge, a yellow light glared halo-like against the sky. "Fire!" exclaimed Kubina. "Just over Mount Welcome. Santa Madre! The mansion is in flames." "Oh, heavens!" cried Herbert. "We shall be too late." Not another word passed between the two horsemen. Stirred by the same instinct, they renewed their gallop, and silently, side by side, urged their horses up the hill. In a few minutes they had attained the summit of the ridge, whence they could command a full view of the valley of Mount Welcome. The mansion was in flames. There was no further utterance of surprise. That was past. It was scarce a conjecture which Kubina had pronounced on seeing that glare against the sky, but a conviction. And the crackling sounds which had assailed their ears as they were riding upward to the crest of the ridge fully confirmed the event before their eyes looked on the fire itself. There was no more a mansion of Mount Welcome. In its place a blazing pile, a broad sheet of flame rising in gigantic jets to the sky, crowned with huge sparks and murky smoke, and accompanied by a continuous roaring and crackling of timbers, as if fiends were firing a feu de joie in the celebration of some terrible holocaust. "Too late! Too late!" muttered both the horsemen in the same breath, and then, with despair on their faces and black fear in their hearts, they once more gave rein to their steeds, and riding recklessly down the slope, galloped on towards the conflagration. In a few seconds' time they had crossed the enclosures and halted in front of the blazing pile, as near to it as their frayed steeds would consent to carry them. Both at the same instant sprang from their saddles, and with guns grasped and ready to defend themselves against whatever enemy, approached nearer and nearer to the building. No one appeared in front of the house. They hurried round to the rear. No one was there. Equally deserted were the grounds and the garden. Not a soul was to be seen anywhere, not a voice to be heard except their own, as they called aloud, and this only feebly, through the hissing and roaring of the flames. Back and forth rushed the two men in eager haste, going round and round the house, and exploring every spot that might be expected to conceal either fiend or foe. But in spite of their most eager search, and the constant summons of their shouts, not a creature appeared, and no response reached them. For a moment they paused to consider. It was evident the conflagration had been going on for some time. The upper story, which was but a framework of light timber, was now nearly consumed, and only the stonework below left standing. Over this the larger beams had fallen, no longer emitting flame, but lying transversely upon each other, charred, red, and smoldering. On finding no one near the dwelling, Kubina and Herbert made for the works. These were all standing untouched, and it was evident that no attempt had been made to fire them. Only the mansion had been given to the flames. On arriving among the outbuildings, the two men again raised their voices, but, as before, without receiving a reply. Here everything was dark and silent as the tomb, a silence more impressive by contrast with the awe-inspiring sounds of the conflagration raging at a distance. Neither in the curing house, nor the mill, nor the mash house, nor the stable could anyone be discovered, not an individual to be seen, not a voice to respond to their oft-repeated halloos. On rushed they to the negro cabins. Surely there someone would be found. All could not have fled through fear of the robber band. As the two men turned in the direction of the negro village, a figure started up in the path, having just emerged out of the bushes. In that semblance to the imp of darkness, seen under the distant glare of the conflagration, Herbert recognized his old acquaintance Quashy. Quashy had already identified him. "Oh, young masser!" cried the darky, as he rose to his feet. "De buff a-blazin'! It be all burn up." "Crumbo, tell us something we don't know," impatiently demanded Kubina. "Who has set it on fire? Do you know that?" "Did you see the incendiaries?" hurriedly added Herbert. "See who, massa?" "Those who set the house on fire," inquired Herbert, still speaking with anxious haste. "Yes, massa, I see dem. When they first rush up de front stairway." "Well, speak quickly. Who and what were they? What were they like?" "Law, massa, they were like so many devils. They were nigger men, and some had mask on dar faces. Folks say it war de Maroon ob de mountains. Black Bet she deny dat, and say no. She say 'twar some robbers of de mountains, and dat dey come for carry off." "Your young mistress, Miss Vaughn? Where? Where?" interrupted Herbert, gasping out the unfinished interrogatory. "And Yola, my lad, have you seen her?" added Kubina. "No, genlums," replied Quashy. "I seen neither de young missa no de brown gal Yola. Dey war both up in de great hall. I no go up dar myself. I's afeard dey'd kill dis chile ef he go up there. I stayed down below till I see Mr. Smythje a-comin' down de stair. Lor, how did he streak it down dem dare stone step. He run in under de arch below. I guess he go hide there. Den I took to my heels, long wif de older folk, and we all go hide in de bushes. Massa Tom and de house people, dey all run for de woods. Dey none of dem neber come back yet." "Oh, heavens!" exclaimed Herbert in a voice of anguish. "Can it be possible? You are sure?" said he, once more appealing to the darky. "You are sure you saw nothing of your young mistress, nor of Yola?" asked the Maroon, equally as distressed as his companion. "I declare I didn't, neither of them two," emphatically exclaimed Quashy. "See yonder," he added, pointing towards the burning pile, and speaking in an accent of alarm. "Golly, dey ain't gone way yet, de robbers, de robbers!" Herbert and Kubina, who, while in conversation with Quashy, had been standing with their backs towards the fire, faced suddenly around. As they did so, they perceived several dark forms moving between them and the bright background of the flames. Their shadows projected in gigantic outlines up to the spot where the spectators stood. There were about half a dozen in all, just about the number at which Quashy had roughly estimated the incendiaries. Both sprang forward, regardless of consequences, resolved upon knowing the worst, and if their apprehensions should prove true, determined upon death or vengeance. End of section 104. Section 105 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 34. Smythje Still Living. With their pieces cocked and ready for instant execution, Kubina and Herbert were pressing to get within range, when the notes of a horn, sounded by one of the men before the fire, came swelling upon their ears. The sounds were reassuring. Kubina knew the signal of his lieutenant, and they were now near enough to recognize the colossal Quaco standing in the glare of red light, surrounded by some half-dozen of his comrades. Quaco had left the corpse upon the road, and the prisoners well guarded by a couple of his followers, and thinking he might be wanted at Mount Welcome, had hurried forward close upon the heels of the horsemen. This accession of strength might have proved useful had the enemy been upon the ground. Where were the robbers? The incendiaries? Perhaps the murderers? Where was Miss Vaughan? Where the maid Yola? Had they escaped among the domestics, or— The alternative thought was too horrible for utterance, if either Herbert nor Kubina could trust themselves to give speech to it. Only in their minds did the interrogatory shape itself. Had they perished in the flames? Fearful as was the thought, it could not fail to be entertained, and in the solemn silence which the reflection produced, all stood hopelessly gazing upon the ruthless fire that was fast reducing the noble mansion to a shapeless and smoldering ruin. At that moment the stillness was interrupted by a voice proceeding from an unexpected quarter. It appeared to come from out of the great arched vault, under the stone stairway. From a corner shrouded in comparative darkness, it was partly an exclamation, partly a groan. Quaco was the first to seek an explanation. Seizing a faggot that still flared, he rushed under the archway, regardless of the scorching heat. Herbert and Kubina quickly followed, and all three stood within the vault. Quaco waved the torch in front of his body to illuminate the place. The eyes of all three simultaneously rested upon an object that, at any other time, might have elicited from them peals of laughter. In the corner of the vault stood a half-hogshead, or large tub, its head covered with a heavy lid. Near the upper edge a square hole had been sawed out. so that a hand containing a quart measure might be inserted, without the necessity of raising the lid. Inside and directly opposite this opening appeared the face of a man, with ample whiskers and mustaches, with face, despite the bedaubment of something that resembled treacle or tar, was at once identified as that of the aristocratic Smythje. "Mr. Smythje!" cried Quashy, who had followed the others under the archway. "I seed him." "Fact, my friends, it's nobody else but myself," interrupted the ludicrous image within the hog's head, as soon as he recognized his ancient deliverer, Quaco. "Took refuge here from those Harwood robbers. Be so good as raise the lid, and permit me to get out of this queer situation. I was afraid I should be drowned. By Jove, I believe it's Twickle." Quaco, endeavoring to suppress his laughter, lost no time in throwing up the lid and extracting the sufferer from his sweet, though unpleasant position, for it was in reality a hogshead of molasses into which the terrified Smythje had soused himself, and in which, during the continuance of the tragedy enacted over his head, he had remained buried up to the neck. Placed upright upon his legs on the flagged floor of the vault, glistening from neck to heel with a thick coat of the slimy treacle, the proud proprietor of Montague Castle presented even a more ludicrous appearance than when Quaco had last seen him upon the summit of the hollow stump. The latter, recalling this scene to memory, and unrestrained by other sentiments, could no longer restrain himself from giving way to loud laughter, in which Quashy, equally free from sorrow, took part. With Herbert and Kubina it was not the moment for mirth, and as soon as Smythje had been fairly deposited on his feet, both eagerly questioned him as to the circumstances that had transpired. Smythje admitted having fled, at the same time making an awkward attempt to justify himself. According to his own account, and the statement was perfectly true, it was not till after he had been overpowered and struck down that he betook himself to flight. How could he do otherwise? His antagonist was a giant, a man of vast magnitude and strength. "A Harwood creature," continued Smythje, "a creature with long arms and a deformity, and a protuberance upon his shoulders, like a haunch of a dromedary." "And what of Kate, my cousin?" cried Herbert, interrupting the exquisite with contemptuous impatience. Oh, yes, your cousin, my poor Kate. I fear the robbers have borne her off. I know she was brought outside. I heard her scream out as they were dragging her down the store. "Thank heaven, then," exclaimed Herbert. "Thank heaven she still lives." Kubina had not waited for the whole of Smythje's explanation. The description of the robber had given him his cue, and rushing outside, he blew a single blast upon his horn, the assembly of his band. The Maroons, who had scattered around the ruin, instantly obeyed the signal, and soon stood mustered on the spot. "Upon the scent, comrades!" cried Kubina. "I know the wild boar that has been making this havoc. I know where the monster makes his den. Crumble! Ere an hour passes over his head, he shall answer for this villainy with his accursed life. Follow me." End of section 105. Section 106 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 35. On the Track of the Destroyer. As Kubina pronounced this command, he faced toward the mountain, and was hastening to gain the wicket in the garden wall, when an object came before his eyes that caused him to halt. Amidst the gloom, it was a sight that gave him joy. He was not the only one to whom it brought gladness. Among the Maroons that had come with Quaco was one who had been suffering anguish equally with Herbert and Kubina, the one who had equal cause for grief, if not for the loss of sweetheart or cousin, for that which should be dear as either, a sister for whose sake he had crossed the wide ocean, had been sold into slavery, robbed by ruthless men, branded as a felon, chastised by the cruel scourge, had suffered every indignity which man could put on a man. In this individual may be identified the young Fula prince, the unfortunate Smythje. What was it that gave Kubina joy, shared thus by Smythje? It may be easily guessed. It was the sight of a female form, recognized by both, the sweetheart of the one, the sister of the other, Yola. The girl was at that moment seen coming through the wicket gate. Once inside, she made no stop, but hastened across the garden towards the group of men. In another instant she was standing between her brother and lover, sharing the embrace of both. Her story was soon told, and by all listened to with breathless attention. By Herbert Vaughan with emotions that wrung blood drops from his heart. It was short, but far too long for the impatience of apprehension and revenge. The girl had been in one of the chambers as the robbers entered the great hall. Regardless of consequences, she had rushed out among them. Like Smythje, she had been struck down, and lay for some minutes insensible, unconscious of what was transpiring. When her senses returned, and she could look around her, she perceived that her young mistress was no longer in the room. The monsters were at that moment in the act of setting fire to the mansion. A scream outside directed her. She recognized the voice of her mistress. Springing to her feet, she glided through the open door and down the stairway. The robbers were too much occupied, some with their booty, others with their scheme of incendiarism. They either did not observe or did not think it worth while further to molest her. On getting outside, she saw her young mistress borne off in the arms of a huge, misshapen man. He wore a mask over his face, but for all this she could tell that it was the same individual she had seen upon the preceding night in company with the Jew. The masked man, whose attention seemed wholly engrossed by his precious prize, went off alone, leaving the others to continue their work of plunder and devastation. The African maid in her native land, habituated to similar scenes, with a quick instinct perceived the impossibility of rescuing her mistress at that moment, and, abandoning the idea of making an idle attempt, she determined to follow and ascertain to what place the robber was taking her. She might then return to Mount Welcome and guide those who would be sent upon the pursuit. Gliding silently along the path, and taking care not to show herself, she had kept the robber in view, without losing sight of him for a moment. The darkness was in her favor, as also the sloping path, enabling her to see from below, while she was herself in little danger of being seen. In this way had she followed the robber up the declivity of the mountain, and in an oblique direction across it, still keeping close behind him, when all at once, and to her astonishment, she saw him suddenly disappear into the earth, bearing her young mistress upon his arm, like some monstrous fiend of the other world, who had stolen a sweet image of this, and was carrying her to his dread home in the regions of darkness. Notwithstanding the supernatural fear with which the sudden disappearance had inspired her, the bold maiden was not deterred from proceeding to the spot. Both her terror and astonishment were in the same degree modified when she looked over a cliff, and saw the sheen of water at the bottom of a dark abysm yawning beneath her feet. In the dim light she could trace something like a means of descent down the face of the cliff, and this at once dispelled all idea of the supernatural. She made no attempt to follow further. She had seen enough to enable her to guide the pursuit, and, instantly turning back upon the path, she hastened down the declivity of the mountain. She was thinking of Kubina and his Maroons, how soon her courageous sweetheart with his brave band would have rescued her unfortunate mistress, when at that moment, in the light of the flickering fire, she recognized the very image that was occupying her thoughts. Her story was communicated in hurried phase to Kubina and his comrades, who, without losing a moment of time, passed through the wicket gate, and with all the speed in their power commenced ascending the mountain road. Yola remained behind with Quashi and the other domestics, who were now flocking around the great fire, looking like spectres in the flickering light. Kubina required no guide to conduct him. Forewarned by that wild conversation he had overheard, as well as by the events of the preceding day, he had already surmised the author of that hellish deed. More than surmised it, he was satisfied that, whatever head had planned, the hand that had perpetrated it was that of Chakra, the Coromantee. End of section 106. Section 107 of the Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 36. Too Late. Eager as hounds upon a fresh trail, quick as young, strong limbs could carry them, pressed the pursuers up the steep path that led to the Duppy's hole. Words could but feebly express the agony rankling in the heart of Herbert Vaughan. He knew not Chakra in person, but a full description of him, morally as well as physically, had been imparted to him by Kubina on the day before. It was not strange he should tremble with fear for the fate of her who was now in the power of a monster so fell and fiend-like. Not strange that his soul should be filled with anguish. That conditional phrase, "we may be too late," spoken as he urged his horse along the road, repeated as he came within sight of the burning mansion, once more found utterance on his lips, but now more emphatically and with far more fearful significance. His was a situation to stir the soul to its profoundest depths. Even had the victim of the vile abduction been no more than his cousin, he could not have failed to feel keenly the danger that threatened her. But now that he viewed Kate Vaughan in another and very different light, certain, from the Kubina had told him, that she reciprocated his love, under the influence of this sentiment his distress was tenfold greater. So late, too, had he become possessed of that knowledge, so sweet had been the ecstasy it produced, that the sudden revulsion was all the more dreadful to endure. While murmuring the words, "we may be too late," he dare scarce trust himself to give thought to the form of danger whose dread was thus hypothetically predicted. Kubina, though, perhaps, a little less anxious than before, was equally earnest in the pursuit, and indeed every one of the Maroon band showed to some extent the feelings of painful apprehension that actuated their leader, whom they knew to be the friend of the young Englishman. No one showed a disposition to lag. All were alike eager to aid in the rescue of the unfortunate young lady, known to most of them and honored by those to whom she was known. The horses had been left behind. On the steep and tangled path they would have been only an encumbrance. Perhaps never before by man on foot had the path been traversed in so short a space of time. There was no delay on account of the darkness. As if by divine favor, the moon had opportunely arisen, just as they were passing through the wicket gate, and by her light they were able to proceed without pause or interruption. No stop was made anywhere, till the pursuers stood upon the edge of the duppy cliff, and looked down into that dark abysm, where they hoped to find the spoiler and his victim. Scarce a moment there either. One after another they descended the tree stairway, Kubina going first, Herbert next, the others following, with like rapidity. With the instinct of trained hunters, all made the descent in silence. Only on arriving at the bottom of the cliff did an exclamation escape from the lips of their chief, Kubina. The sight of a canoe drawn up under the bushes had elicited this exclamation, which expressed surprise mingled with disappointment. Herbert saw the canoe almost at the same instant of time, but without drawing the inference that had caused Kubina to utter that cry. He turned to the latter for an explanation. "The canoe," whispered Kubina, pointing down to the little craft half hidden under the leafy branches. "I see it," said Herbert, also speaking in a whisper. "What does it signify?" "They have gone out again." "Oh, heavens!" cried Herbert, in an accent of anguish, the more expressive from the low tone in which the words were uttered. "If that be so, then we are too late. She is lost. Lost!" "Patience, comrade. Perhaps it is only Chakra himself who has gone out, or maybe some one of the robbers who have been helping him, and who may be expected to return again. In any case, we must search the valley and make sure. Step into the canoe. You can't swim in your clothes. Why, my fellows are not embarrassed in that way. Here, Quaco, get your guns aboard this cockle-shell, and all of you take to the water. Swim silently, no splashing, do you hear? Keep close under the cliff. Swim within the shadow and straight for the other side." Without more delay the guns were passed from hand to hand until all were deposited in the canoe. Kubina and Herbert had already stepped into the frail craft, the former taking possession of the paddle. In another instant the new vessel shot out from the bushes and glided silently under the shadow of the cliff. Some half-dozen human forms, their heads just appearing above the surface of the water, followed in its wake, swimming with as little noise as if they had been a brood of beavers. There was no need to direct the canoe to its old landing place under the tree. Kubina knew that this had been chosen for concealment. Instead of going thither, he made for the nearest point of the opposite shore. On touching land he stepped out, making a sign to his fellow voyager to imitate his example. The Maroons waded out the moment after, and once more getting hold of their guns, followed their captain and his companion, already on their route to the upper cascade. There was no path from the point where they had landed, and for some time they struggled through a thicket almost impervious. There was no danger, however, of losing the way. The sound of the falling water was an infallible guide, for Kubina well remembered the proximity of the hut to the upper cascade, and it was for this point they were making. As they advanced, the underwood became easier to traverse, and they were enabled to proceed more rapidly. There was something lugubrious in the sound of the cataract. Kubina was painfully impressed by it, and equally so his companion. It sounded ominous in the ears of both, and it was easy to fancy sighs of distress, wild wailing of a woman's voice, mingling with the hoarser tones of the torrent. They reached at length the edge of the opening that extended for some distance beyond the branches of the cotton tree. The hut was before their eyes. A light was shining through the open door. It cast its reflection across the ground shadowed by the great tree, till it met the surface silvered by the moon. Though faint and apparently flickering, the light gave joy to the eyes that beheld it. It was evidence that the hut was occupied. Who but Chakra could be there? And if Chakra, there too must be his victim. Oh, was she his victim? Had the rescue arrived too late? Kubina's bosom was filled with sad forebodings. Herbert's heart was on fire. It was with difficulty that either could control his emotion to approach with that caution that prudence required. Making a sign to his followers to stay among the trees, the Maroon captain, with Herbert by his side, crept up towards the cotton tree. Having got fairly under its shadow, they rose to their feet, and with the silence of disembodied spirits, glided close up to the entrance of the hut. In another instant the silence was broken by both. A simultaneous cry escaped them as they arrived in front of the open door and looked in. It was a cry that expressed the extreme of disappointment. The hovel was empty. End of section 107. Section 108 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Fria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 37. The Corpse of a Cousin. Yes, the temple of Obi was untenanted, save by those dumb deities that grinned grotesquely around its walls. To ascertain this fact, it was not necessary to enter within the shrine of the Coromante pantheon. Nevertheless, Kubina and Herbert, as if moved by a mechanical impulse, rushed inside the door. They looked around with inquiring glances. There were signs of late occupation. The lighted lamp was of itself sufficient evidence of this. Who, save Chakra, could have lit it? It was a lamp of lard, burning in the carapace of a tortoise. It could not have been longer alight, since but little of the lard was consumed. There was no doubt that Chakra had been there, with his captive. That added nothing to the knowledge they possessed already, since Yola had witnessed their descent into the Duppy's hole. But why had the robber so suddenly forsaken this apparently safe retreat? That the lamp was left burning betokened a hasty departure, and whither could he have gone? "Oh, where? Oh, where?" distractedly interrogated Herbert. Kubina could make no answer. He was equally astonished at not finding the Coromante within his hut. Had he once more gone out from the Duppy's hole? The position of the canoe gave color to this conjecture, but why should he have done so? Had he caught sight of that agile girl gliding like a shadow after him, and, becoming suspicious that his retreat might be discovered, had he forsaken it for some other at a greater distance from the scene of his crime? In any case, why should he have left in such haste, not staying to put out the light, much less to carry with him his peculiar penates? After all, thought Kubina, He may still be in the Duppy's hole. The canoe may have been used by someone else, some confederate. Chakra might have seen his pursuers crossing the lagoon, or heard them advancing through the thicket and, taking his captive along with him, may have hastily retreated into some dark recess among the trees. His sudden abandonment of the hovel rendered this view of the case the more probable. Quick as came the thought, Kubina once more rushed out of the hut, and summoning his men around him, directed them to procure torches and search every corner of the wood. Quaco was dispatched back to the canoe, with orders to stay by it and prevent any chance of escape in that direction. While the Maroons proceeded to procure the torchwood, their chief, accompanied by Herbert, commenced quartering the open ground in search of any trace which Chakra might have left. By the edge of the water, where the trees stood thinly, the moon afforded ample light to favor the investigation. On advancing towards the cascade, an object came under the eyes of Kubina that caused him to utter with quick ejaculation. It was something white that lay by the side of the cauldron into which the stream was precipitated. Within the pool itself were broad flakes of white foam floating upon the water, but this was not in the water, but above it, on one of the boulders, and all the more conspicuous from the black color of the rock. Herbert had seen the white object at the same instant of time, and both simultaneously ran forward to examine it. A scarf! It bore evidence of ill usage. It was tossed and torn, as if it had fallen from someone who had been struggling. Neither could identify the scarf, but neither doubted to whom it had belonged. Its quality declared it to have been the property of a lady. Who else could have owned it but she for whom they were in search? Kubina appeared to pay less attention to the scarf than to the place in which it lay. It was close up to the cliff, on the very edge of the pool into which the stream was projected. Behind this pool and under the curved sheets of the falling water, a sort of ledge ran across, by which one could pass under the cascade. Kubina knew this, for while on his hunting excursions he had gone under it. He knew, moreover, that halfway across there was a large cave or grotto in the cliff, several feet above the water in the pool. As the scarf was found lying upon the ledge that conducted to this grotto, the circumstance caused the Maroon to remember it, at the same time that it guided him to the conjecture that Chakra might be there. Alarmed by their approach, there was nothing more likely than for the Coromantee to have chosen the cave for his place of retreat, the last place where anyone not aware of its existence would have thought of looking for him. These reflections cost Kubina scarce 2 seconds of time. Quick as the conjecture had shaped itself, he ran back to the hut, and seizing a torch, which one of his men had prepared, he hurried back towards the cascade. Then, signing to Herbert and 1 or 2 others to follow him, he glided under the canopy of falling waters. He proceeded not rashly, but with due caution. There might be others within the cave besides Chakra. His robber confederates might be there, and these the Maroon knew to be desperate characters, men of forfeit lives, who would die before suffering themselves to be captured. With his drawn machete in one hand and the torch in the other, Kubina advanced silently and stealthily towards the entrance of the grotto. Herbert was close behind, grasping his double-barreled gun, in readiness to fire, in case resistance should be offered from within. Holding the torch in advance of him, Kubina entered first, though Herbert, anxious and eager, was close upon his heels. The glare of the torch was reflected back from 1,000 sparkling stalactites, and for a while the sight of both was bewildered. Soon, however, their eyes became accustomed to the dazzling coruscation, and then a white object lying along the floor of the cave seen by both at the same instant, caused them to utter a simultaneous cry, as they did so turning to each other with looks of the most painful despair. Between two large masses of stalagmite was the body of a woman, robed in white. It was lying upon its back, stretched out to its full length, motionless, apparently dead. They needed not to pass the torch over that pale face to identify it. It was not necessary to scrutinize those wan, silent features. On first beholding the prostrate form, too easily had Herbert rushed to the sad conclusion that it was the corpse of his cousin. End of section 108. Section 109 of The Maroon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by tjfria. The Maroon by Thomas Mayne Reid. Volume 3, Chapter 38. The Sleep Spell. During all this time, where was Chakra? As soon as he had seen the mansion of Mount Welcome fairly given to the flames, the Coromantee, bearing its young mistress in his arms, hurried away from the spot. Outside the garden wicket he made stop, only for a moment, which was spent in a hasty consultation with the chief of the Black Bandits. In the brief dialogue which there took place between them, Adam was enjoined to carry the whole of the booty to his mountain home, where Chakra promised in due time to join him. The Coromantee had no intention to resign his share of the spoils, but just then he was in no mood for making the division. He was at that moment under the influence of a passion stronger than the love of plunder. Adam was only too eager to accede to these terms, and the Confederates parted company, the robber and his followers at once shouldering their booty and setting out for their forest dwelling among the far mountains of Trelawney. Like the tiger who has killed his prey, and not daring to devour it on the spot, bears it to his jungle covert, so Chakra, half digging, half carrying Kate Vaughn, proceeded up the mountain path in the direction of Duppy's Hole. Lifeless as the victim of the ferocious beast appeared the form of Lily Quashiba, hanging supple and unconscious over the arm of the human monster, equally ferocious. Her screams no longer fell upon the ear. Her terror had exhausted her strength. Syncope, resembling death, had succeeded. It continued, happily for her, during the whole of the transit up the mountain. The wild forest path had no terrors for her, neither the descent into the dank solitudes of the Duppy's Hole. In the traverse over that dark lagoon, she was not frightened by the scream of the startled night-bird, nor the threatening roar of the close cataract. She knew no fear. From the moment she was earned away in the arms of a hideous monster, on a path lighted by the blaze of the roof under which she had been born and reared, she experienced no feeling of any kind, until she awoke to consciousness in a rude triangular hut, lit by a feeble lamp, whose glare fell upon a face hitherto well known, the face of Chakra, the Mile Man. His mask had been removed. The Coromantee stood before her in all his deformity, of soul as of person. Terror could go no further. It had already produced its ultimate effect. Under such circumstances, reproach would have been idle. Indignation would only have been answered by brutal scorn. Though she might not clearly comprehend her situation, the young Creole did not think she was dreaming. No dream could be so horrid as that, and yet it was difficult to believe that such a fearful scene could be real. Oh, God! It was real. Chakra stood before her. His harsh voice was ringing in her ears. Its tone was mocking and exultant. She was upon the bamboo bedstead where the Mile man had placed her. She had lain there until, on her senses returning, she discovered who was her companion. Then had she started up, not to her feet, for the interposition of the Coromantee had hindered her from assuming an erect position, but to an attitude half reclining, half threatening escape. In this attitude was she held, partly through fear, partly by the hopelessness of any attempt to change it. The Coromantee stood in front of her. His attitude? Was it one of menace? No, not a threat threw out he, neither by word nor gesture. On the contrary, he was all softness, all suppliance, a wooer. He was bending before her, repeating vows of love. O heavens, more fearful than threats of vengeance! It was a terrible tableau, this paraphrase of the beast on his knees before beauty. The young girl was too terrified to make reply. She did not even listen to the disgusting speeches addressed to her. She was scarce more conscious than during the period of her syncope. After a time the Coromantee appeared to lose patience. His unnatural passion chafed against restraint. He began to perceive the hopelessness of his horrid suit. It was in vain to indulge in that delirious dream of love, in the hope of its being reciprocated, a hope with which even satyrs are said to have been inspired. The repellent attitude of her, the object of his demoniac adoration, the evident dégoût, too plainly expressed in her frightened features, showed Chakra how vain was his wooing. With a sudden gesture he desisted, raising himself into an attitude of determination that bespoke some dreadful design, who knows what. A shrill whistle pealing from without prevented its accomplishment, or, at all events, stayed it for the time. "Tam de signal of de old Jew," muttered he, evidently annoyed by the interruption. "Why he want dis time of de night? Pose it's something 'bout dat 'ere lost bookkeeper. Wah! I know nuffin 'bout him. Dere am again, and for de tree time. Dat signify he am in a hurry. What's dat? 4th time. Den dat be some trouble, satin. Must go to him, must go. He neber sound de signal for time, lest there be something desperate, caution for to do. Wonder what he want. Neber mind, Lilliquashiba," added he, once more addressing his speech to his mute companion. "Don't vex yourself 'bout dis interruption. De business 'tween you and me'll keep till it gets back. And den, perhaps, I no find you so obstinate. You come, you tay out here. You must no be seen in das part of de world." As he said this, he seized the unresisting girl by the wrist, and was about leading her out of the hut. "Ha!" he exclaimed, suddenly stopping to reflect. "Dat won't do neither. De old Jew mustn't know she here, no account. She mout run back in de shanty. Darfur she must be tied, and den she mout cream so he hear her. Darfur she must be gagged." Still holding her wrist in his grasp, he looked around the hut as if in search of the means to put this design into execution. "Ha!" he ejaculated, as if inspired by some new thought. "What hab I been botherin' my brains about? Dar's a better plan than either tyin' or gaggin', better than both put together. De sleepin' draught. That's de berry ting keep her quiet. Where's de bottle, I wonder? Dar be." With this he stretched forth his disengaged hand and drew something out of a sort of pocket cut in the palm-leaf thatch. It appeared to be a long, narrow vial, filled with a dark-colored fluid, and tightly corked. "Now, young missa," said he, drawing out the cork with his teeth, and placing himself as if intending to administer a draught to his terrified patient. You take a suck out of this here bottle. Don't be feared. He do no harm. He do you good, make you feel very comfortable. Is a be bowin' drink." The poor girl instinctively drew back, but the monster, letting go of her wrist, caught hold of her by the hair, and twisting her luxuriant tresses around his bony fingers, held her head as firmly as if in a vice. Then, with the other hand, he inserted the neck of the vial between her lips, and, forcing it through her teeth, poured a portion of the liquid down her throat. There was no attempt to scream, scarce any at resistance, on the part of the young Creole. Almost freely did she swallow the draught. So prostrate was her spirit at that moment that she would scarce have cared to refuse it, even had she known it to be poison. And not unlike to poison was the effect it produced, equally quick in subduing the senses, for what Chakra had thus administered was the juice of the callaloo, the most powerful of narcotics. In a few seconds after the fluid had passed her lips, the face of the young girl became overspread with a death-like pallor. All through her frame ran a gentle, tremulous quivering that bespoke the sudden relaxation of the muscles. Her lithe limbs gave way beneath her, and she would have sunk down upon the floor, but for the supporting arm of the weird conjurer who had caused this singular collapse. Into his arms she sank, evidently insensible, with the semblance rather of death than of sleep. "Now den," muttered the Mile Man, with no signal of astonishment at the phenomenon, far from being strange to him, since it was to that same sleeping spell he was indebted for his professional reputation. "Now den, my sweet Lily, you sleep quiet enough till I want you wake again. Not here, howsomedever. You must take you nap in the open air. I must put you where the old Jew no see you, or maybe he want you for himself. Come, long, dis-a-way." And thus, idly apostrophizing his unconscious victim, he lifted her in both arms and carried her out of the hut. Outside he paused, looking around, as if searching for some place in which to deposit his burden. The moon was now above the horizon, and her beams were beginning to be reflected feebly, even through the sombre solitude of the Duppy's hole. A clump of low bushes growing just outside the canopy of the cotton tree appeared to offer a place of concealment, and Chakra was proceeding towards them, when his eye fell upon the cascade, and, as if suddenly changing his design, he turned out of his former direction, and proceeded towards the waterfall. On getting close up to the cliff over which the stream was precipitated, he paused for an instant on the edge of the seething cauldron. Then, taking a fresh hold of the white, wan form that lay helpless over his arm, he glided behind the sheet of foaming water, and suddenly disappeared from the sight, like a river demon of eld, bearing off to his subaqueous cavern some beautiful victim, whom he had succeeded in enforcing to his haunt, and entrancing into the slumber more fatal than death. In a few seconds the hideous hunchback reappeared upon the bank, no longer embarrassed by his burden, and hearing the whistle once more, skirling along the cliffs, he faced downstream and walked rapidly in the direction of his canoe. End of section 109.